Hello, everyone. Welcome into NECC. I am Wealku, joined by the ever alluring
Ooh,
Treasury. Ooh, yeah, I got spicy there. So we got a good matchup. It's going to be Purdue Gold versus Columbia College. I'm excited about this one because we can look at the standings here, see that both of these teams are doing fairly well. Purdue Gold not dropping a single map yet, and of course Columbia at a decent place, 3-2, but of course looking to find more here and increase that seeding for the playoffs start. This is the last week before playoffs, by the way. So this is the last efforts to see who can really, push their way up through the standings before we get there. But either way, both these teams going to be trying to learn a lot from each other before they get to playoffs because they might see each other there.
yeah. So as we see, they're both going to be guaranteed, and so it's not super high stakes for that contention. But like you said, seeding will be on the line. This is a couple of fairly contentious teams. They are in the Legends division, the top division, in fact. So they've been playing at a really high level here. The maps that we're going to be seeing for this match, we got Chalet and Clubhouse for sure. It's a best of three. So our decider map will be Villa. If we do get to go to that third map, this is a pretty balanced map pool right here. We've got this often quoted as attacker-sided map Chalet to start off with, which is definitely an interesting thing on its own. A little bit less so on the other two. Clubhouse has been skewing a little more attacker-sided at some levels of play. And Villa is another one with a similar kind of game plan as Chalet. A lot of time for most attacks, very much you have to clear laterally across, especially with that second floor. So it'll be a little bit of a reminiscence of that first map if we do get there, and maybe even a little bit more defender side. So we get a nice mix on all of that.
Well, you're right. A nice mix. Hopefully, we can get to even that third map to mix it up a little more in this matchup. But I think we're ready to jump in. So let's go ahead, get started here on Chalet. This is going to be, as we saw at the bottom of the screen, Purdue Gold's map. So that's going to be important to consider. Obviously, they're going to feel confident going into their own map. And it's always interesting to look at the first map because if you lose that map and it's your map pick, then you have to go into the opponent's map. It's always a tougher hill to climb. I feel like that didn't choose it has a lot less pressure on them. Let's see, Purdue then will be on the attacking side, so that would mean that Columbia chose to start defense. And this is a map that is at higher levels of play, oftentimes attacker sided. So interesting that Columbia chose to go defender.
Yeah, so Purdue will be feeling pretty confident here, going to start on the attack side. And like you said, they have yet to drop a map. Columbia will be trying to be the team that is able to do that and put one of them on the board for Purdue's losses. They're going to start off with a Thatcher ban. Nothing too surprising there. We see that all of the time, right, Wealku?
Of course, always seeing the Thatcher ban. And of course, what else could we see possibly banned here? Well, there's probably going to be a hard breacher band or perhaps a flank watch band. I mean, those air jabs can really get you. But in this case, Flores is going to go off the board. The last one I had yet to mention, but this is a map where shields play a huge role. And one of the best ways to clear out those shields, send in a Rotero drone. No longer available, so they're going to have to burn utility. And I think if you're on the attacking side, you might consider getting rid of Wumai or a Jaeger just to help get rid of that utility quicker.
Yeah, with both of those set up there, it can be a huge problem getting it off, especially on highway out by library stairs. But instead, the ban is going to be the Kaid. That will make it a little bit easier to get into some of the major hard breaching locations, like right off of Mezzanine into the second floor objective, and the hatches, especially on Kitchen, because those are a great access point to site, and a lot of the ability to drop down through that hatch for the attackers is going to mean a lot, especially when they're doing some vertical attacking, opening up the floors above Kitchen to get pressure into that site and make a good execute.
Well, looking at the first round here, I imagine we're going to go upstairs and just want to let the production know. I feel like I'm having a little lag here, so I'm not sure that's just me. Hopefully we can get that cleared up, but I think we're all on the same page at the very least. And
Ooh, there's that.
You're going to go. And it's bar gaming, so this is not surprising at all. Bar gaming, you hold upstairs, especially the blue stairs, and you hold up in by the mezzanine as well. So then you have two shields looking in, and you have the crossfires if they try and push through the corridor from the double door of piano. Oftentimes, that's the crux. That's the place that takes the longest to clear out by a lot of time. But the concern here is if you can't buy enough time, this site isn't too hard to attack, right? So those are key positions. If they can hold those positions until definitely under a minute is what you want, but you're looking even to burn as much time. Maybe if you never lose those positions, you're surely going to win the round, almost guaranteed. So I'm wondering what Purdue Gold can throw at them on this attack.
Yeah, well, they do have plenty and plenty of explosives to be throwing. They're going to need them to deal with all of that grenade and throwable denial right there. The Aruni, Wamai, and Jaeger, all three coming out. So that's definitely a team that's concerned about having their shields knocked out. But Purdue does have that Zofia, Sledge, and Yana, all of whom bring some throwable or launchable explosives that will quickly deal with one that is not defended anymore. They're going to be getting worked up here to get a north side attack starting up. They're probably going to move across through bedroom and bathroom. They're getting their drone on, making sure that no one's in the basement either to flank them there. Oh, and already an early piece of intel here could get a big kill for either team. KJ's getting shot there through his feet, but a grenade earlier might have been the solution instead. They've got the intel to know that he's no longer there, so that grenade is going to stay in the pocket for now.
I love that they put away the grenade. I was really concerned about wasting utility, but clearly their information game is on point. Not going to waste the utility. Hang on to it. And like you mentioned, that utility is pretty important for clearing out these different shields. So to hang on to one grenade could actually make a bigger difference than you might think. Going to be retreating back. KJ still being relatively aggressive on the double door piano here, but eventually will make their way backwards. But that's probably good timing. Hila coming up with that LMG in hand. Very dangerous. That bulletproof is going to give away the position, though, so have to be very careful. The information is being gleaned by these defenders. And also something to take note of is that they do have the Nomad, but some people can get complacent with that. They definitely still want to have someone watching that flank.
Yeah, here we see Mashiza holding up there right on the highway, that same shield that we're talking about. It's a hard thing to deal with, especially with the intel that is being fed through that bulletproof camera. Hard breach going out in order to get a better line of sight to actually try and dig her out of that position as well. This is going to be the most important bulwark to get through for the attackers right now, and they do need that pick. They get, just a small sight hole off of that Habana right now. They're going to flash the room out a lot. That's probably going to set up for someone pushing in for piano room. We're hearing a lot getting captured by those projectile grabbers, and hopefully an explosive comes out here in just one moment. Mila peeking with the impact, misses the first one, but does take out that shield.
And Moshizo is going to be pushed down blue. Yellow still has their shield, though, on the mezzanine, but he does an unwise peek. Silver going to capitalize on that, pick off their head. A minute still remains for these attackers, so this isn't the best situation, but it's not too little time either. It's going to be another kill from Laggers onto Moshizo, so they have a two-man advantage as well, so things are still looking pretty good for them, these defenders, though. Time is starting to come into their favor here. We're going to see a peek up through the shield, past the shield, by KJ's, but nothing going to be netted. The flashbang will catch them. The peek's coming out from the doorway. They have someone pinched up against the fireplace as well. Silver going to get a triple kill on the round. Now it's all up to Jason in a 1v5 situation. These attackers are just menacing them. They cannot seem to slow down this push, and it's a flawless one. Providence going to clean up the round.
That's a beautiful way to start right there. It's a little sad to see KJ's accidentally bait Oni, because there was an attacker right there on the front door ready to look for that pick. It was a really nice setup of cross angles for that end of round. I think the defense, Columbia might have had a little bit more of a chance if they played a little bit more conservatively once they saw that minute mark like we were talking about. That was about as much time as they really want to be wasting before putting that fight on site. Instead, KJ's was still off-site, needing to rotate back. And a couple lost gunfights really knocks the rest of those dominoes over.
I really love the team play coming up from Purdue. You could see it, as you mentioned, crossfires, but not just that, just awareness of positioning and timing. They clearly know exactly what they're going to be doing. Let's clear these people out from above. They get the jump down, and then there's someone waiting right at front door, waiting for that jump down towards the doorway into the bar, and they're going to stop that. Now, a lot of peaks did cost bodies on the side of Columbia, and they're actually something really interesting to note right now is that they're going basement, which is not usually in competitive play. It's not a great bomb site. You leave yourself pretty wide open. They can get those walls open pretty efficiently, and while there's a lot of room upstairs to try and roam, oftentimes it actually isn't a huge factor in getting things opened up. So I don't know how I feel about it, but at least they're trying to change things up. They went to a different bomb site than upstairs first, and now they're going to still be avoiding that by going in basement. So that's something to take note of. But really, the story of last round, Purdue Gold, really great teamwork. Can they continue?
Yeah, I'm really fascinated by basement plays, actually. I think it was SSG that started on one yesterday or today. I don't know, all these matches I've been watching in the major have been blurring together here, and it's struck me by surprise because, just like you're saying, it's not been heralded as a very good site since the rework of Chalet. But it's got a lot of things that you can do to play around with. We see some interesting stuff like the use of the Goyo down there. They still have a lot of grenade denial. That's going to help with that. On the wall, they only have mute jammers, though. He's going to take a grenade, and then they'll be quickly taken out, and the hard breach can start up. Providence has already set it up, and they can rotate off and start building up some more angles, which is something that they've been doing really well so far, at least in that first round. So that's a great start right off the bat for Purdue.
Indeed. Already getting the wall open. But, I mean, as I mentioned, it's not hard to do. And we can see exactly why. Throw something through that drone hole, despite any amounts of Wamai and Jaegers you want to try and throw on that. No matter what, it's really hard. And then the Wamaitis aren't as useful in that location either because of just how narrow the ceiling is, that the radius of the explosion could still catch it, right? So no matter what, it's a hard fight to try and keep the wall denied for very long. So they're just kind of playing into what you expect. Now, the other part, though, is what is the second step for them? Where else are they going to push? You said at other angles. That's going to be the peak from KJ's. Out from Kitchen. Getting kill onto Laggers. That's at least their flank watch dead, but probably wanted to catch a little bit more of an important role. But Oni is going to actually do that themselves with the C4. That's Silver off the board. That's the sledge. That's the vertical pressure. Probably going to be really menaced less now. All they have is the Sophia with breaching charges, and that's about all they can do from above.
Yeah, and overall, there's going to be a lot less menacing of the objective going on. Of course, just having so many fewer players right now, especially Silver, who really stood out in the first round with those 3 frags. And there's been nothing to deal with these roamers. There was the air jabs placed up, but I don't think all of them actually got used. So there's going to be some movement available. Goose Smitty is going to do the first step of dealing with the flankers here. Dello not managing to find one like their teammate KJ's did a little bit earlier. The location of at least Providence is going to be known, though. Oh my god, Oni gets another one here, just pushing up with that shotgun, getting a nice free kill. They're playing bomb chassis. It's a great point of strength over both main stairs and the breach right there, and he does it again. There's the triple kill on the round, 2 with the shoddy, and Providence is left all alone with the location well known right outside breach.
1v4 situation, not likely to come out on top, but could possibly take some ones. The only problem is just the amount of bodies that are going to be separated around. The jump down, trying to find a death, but Bushiza's there to refrag, and Columbia College bouncing back pretty quick.
Yeah, that was a really nice showing right there. Is a perfect answer to the attack. I like the way that the roamers played it. One of them died without getting a kill, and I think that's okay because they did plenty of job keeping up that pressure on the outside. And once we got down to the 4v5 even, Purdue was just looking totally bamboozled by what they're going to be having to deal with as far as flank, because they just didn't have the intel upstairs to find 2 players walking around.
I like the team play from the first round, but as soon as I saw that P come out from Kitchen, I was like, ooh, that's not good. This round, they were not as respectful to the different angles that the defenders could be holding. And perhaps that's because the round before they had done a top-down clear, which they have to clear those defenders from the top floor. And from there, getting some kills as well helps your cause, makes you not as worried about it. Here, as we mentioned, they are on the first floor, and I mentioned the potential for rumors to come out through, and my guess is maybe they were more wary of the defenders sneaking upstairs, trying to hit them from there. In this case, they got them from that kitchen doorways, so just got to be a little bit more careful. I also think that is interesting that they went above when most oftentimes you will actually see a push from the other side, trying to get over in boiler area and open up the walls over there just to have so many different avenues onto the site. But it doesn't matter. They're going to go back to the bar now. And I think last time we saw a flawless round, so probably in their minds a little bit, what can we do differently? This Purdue seem to really have a good formula for taking this console.
Yeah, well, as far as operators go, they're not doing anything different. This is a stalwart lineup right here, and understandably so. Just like we were talking about earlier, the shields, super valuable, and we saw that they did their exact job on the first round. Despite losing in the end, they bought so much time for the Columbia College defense, so we'll have to see if Purdue is able to just see that same setup and go, okay, now we can do what we did in round 1, but even faster, and buy all that missed time and not have to worry about a more conservative defense that doesn't push up, take the peaks to lose those gunfights. Because first round was Columbia College's round to lose there with that time being on their side. KJ is once again up there roaming with that little hole, but this time there is some players looking for him, and it's most of Purdue's team up here, actually. They're going to be pushing up through Trophy Stairs and sending plenty of drones down the way.
No, KD did this last time, and they ended up getting the kill later, but he didn't really do much. He does get some drone shot, though, and I think something that I would have loved to see. That's a nice use of the Ana clone. Just going to throw that out there. A peek coming through, and Mila is ready for it, though. KJ's flying in wait, but they get punished for it, and that's going to be the kill that I was hoping that they would find. If someone's going to play the same position yet again, you got to find ways to shut them down. In this case, they're able to do that fairly quickly here, only halfway through the round.
Well, we're seeing a run back of exactly what we saw before. The same situation, Moshizo having to wash that little Habana hole while the explosives are going to be flung after, I'm sure, plenty of flashbangs coming down that hallway just like before. It's going to be up to the rest of her team to maybe build up some support. Maybe explosives from below could be the answer to take out some of those attackers up top. But instead, Moshizo actually has pulled off that shield entirely, has some intel down below, and is going to take out Providence, leaving that diffuser on the ground in first floor, pretty far away from the objective, which is going to require someone to rotate all the way out there to get him. Moshizo's already able to get back up here, but no shield is left.
That's dangerous. Having someone with your diffuser down below by themselves like that, no refrag capable, or at least the verticality wasn't there to help out either with the refrag. So that's going to be a really tough spot now for Purdue. They have to find that diffuser like you had mentioned, and now the defenders knowing it's down, they're going to play this to perfection. They're going to be buying as much time. As you can see, Dello over here, not near site, meaning if they can buy enough time, that's a body. Even if they get the site, they might not have enough time to get the plant down, and they can't win on kills if they can't find all the bodies, right? So that seems to be what the case is right now. We're going to see Silver, though, getting a kill onto Oni. Going to be trying to find these bodies. The flank up is not going to work out for Dello. Laggers aware of that. Now they have the diffuser, but only a few seconds left. 10 seconds remaining. It's a 4v2. They could find the bodies. It's unlikely they'll be in a good position to plant. They need to start pushing into sight. Jisen's going to be swung and killed. Gusmidi ready for that one. Moshizo's the last one remaining. Has to stop the plant from going down. Is unable to do so, and is unable to even stay alive. Silver cleaning up the round.
All right, I think this is going to come down to a couple things right here. Once that diffuser went down, I'm not sure if Columbia necessarily knew that it was down, at least not immediately. They eventually rotated some players over there, but Purdue didn't waste too much time. They checked to make sure it was safe, and they got the diffuser, and then they started heading to site because they didn't have much time to deal with there. And beyond that, Columbia College just didn't win gunfights that they needed. I hate to say it, but KJ's just needed to get the kill on Goose Smitty, walking right up into sight. That would have had the perfect opportunity to disrupt the defuse, and it would have been an easy round one. It just needed to be that headshot.
Della was doing something that I thought was rather predictable, and the main issue with it was that his position was there on the west main stairs for too long. Right? The longer you are somewhere in a stationary position, the longer or more likely it is that they're going to find you in that position. Had he gone back towards the garage and go up the main stairs, could have actually had a potential there, right? Wouldn't have lost their life. And then also maybe could have stopped the plant, as they had to do a last second push, because they, as we saw, only had about 10-15 seconds to get that plant down. They had to push into sight and get that plant down. So having another body there could have made all the difference, and in this case, isn't what happened. So
yeah, so should have just say that you just needed to dedicate on either pushing up there or just falling back to sight instead of ending up like halfway up the stairs there.
Yeah, if you half commit to something, obviously it's gonna spell a disaster for your team, because not everyone's on the same page. So either way, seeing this round start off, we're seeing a new bomb site. We haven't seen it before. Kitchen is going to be the main place, and this is also going to be a place where you're going to roam above. There's a lot of vertical holes you can open up. Almost the entire floor above site is open above, or openable above. So I want to see some clearing out above. They have the sledge to help out with making those vertical holes, and Silver's having a really good game, so we'll see if we can continue.
Yeah, taken out pretty early round two, but round three proved that round one was no exception. Right, there are a lot of cameras, or at least these Maestro cameras, going to be available to give some early intel. And like you said, it's going to be a battle for that vertical control. Mila is already pushed up on Library Stairs, trying to get some leverage up here, but there's a lot of utility that has been invested up here. So it's going to take some intel and it's going to take some more resources as the rest of the team pulls up. Providence already readying some hard breach holes to get better view into the office.
On the piano window, it's a pretty common spot. It's going to be trying to shoot any of these ADSs or Womidis that they can try and get from that window. The swing coming up from Dello. That's his first kill. It's going to be an opening kill coming out, but an instant refrag by Goosemidi is going to at least even things up. Time is being bought here, but will it be enough? We're going to have to see how these last few engagements go.
Yeah, you just got to be safe after you take that peek. That's a big win, but you can't stay in the middle of the hallway for any length of time because, I mean, Purdue's already proven to us that they have great angle holding, and that just means the death of you if you're not going to get safe frags because you're just going to get refragged right there. I do like to see also the leverage that Purdue is getting out of their drones, and especially that Yana drone. And we see a lot of Yana nowadays, but sometimes her ability just gets ignored pretty much in favor of just getting in and getting gunfights. But Goosemedi's doing a really good job of feeding that intel to the team and making sure to burn a lot of things like those Aruni gates, because that just eats through the resources that Columbia College brings on defense.
Hard breach coming out. They're finally going to start executing on site, but I say finally with over 50 seconds at least at the time remaining, and time will not favor them as they let it continue to tick down, but I think they're in a pretty good position, and only further with Smitty getting that frag onto Oni. Now things are all going to be up to Moshizo, KJ's, and Jason, and Oni was their top fragger, so losing them is going to hurt a bit. But time favoring them now, 30 seconds, going to be clearing some utility as well, so it's only going to buy more time the more of this utility is going to stump these attackers, but pushing into sights, plant is going down. Silver pushing into the window of Trophy is going to spell disaster. Trying to find a second one onto KJ's at C4 almost coming through. Now Moshizo in a tough spot. He could put off his misery. Silver yet again having a magnificent round.
I love this patience. Silver was just held in reserve, getting a lot more intel, playing the earlier half of the round, but then going outside in order to play on that window, which is a great pinch that gave, just like we saw, a perfect way to just bang out a couple kills at the end of the round and clean that up without any pressure on the teammates, because that's a 180-degree crossfire. That's free shots. Someone's going to get them in the back of the head or back of the back, I guess. They got to head down to basement here once again. This is where they were able to win before, but Columbia College is looking a little bit less sure of the other sites. That's okay, though. It's Chalet. They'll probably have a better shot at the attack. If they can get away with 2 rounds here, going that 2-4 split, it's not going to be too concerning.
No, it's, at this point, I would say that's actually pretty normal on Chalet. Now, not always. Obviously, there's some exceptions. And some games just end up going defender-sided for whatever reason. It's just how the matchups work. But overall, on average, 4-2 probably is the average, if not 3-3. So they're not going to be put in a tough spot, like you said. Absolutely not. But they fall 5-1, that's when things get a little bit different. So they do need to find a second round. They're obviously competent on this bomb site, and I think also it plays to their advantage that this isn't a bomb site that's seen often. So Purdue, their attacks probably aren't as well thought out on attacking this bomb site, which could be the reason why they can find another round here and get those 2 that you really want.
If we see that same attack from Purdue Gold, then we'll see an interesting interaction where Columbia College had great pressure out by the main lobby and main stairs. We had Oni playing really well on that close angle with the shotgun, actually getting 3 kills just by playing on the bomb chassis, 2 with the shotgun and 1 with the C4, which you do love to see. But in addition, KJ is playing from kitchen, turned everything between that bomb chassis and kitchen into a kill zone, because you have those 2 operators who are really well performing over there. So once again, we do see a roamer out here in kitchen for that same angle, but it is a different attack from Purdue Gold, which is going to make it really dangerous for Dello here. Oh, but KJ's is playing even bigger brain, coming down the stairs, gets that kill. Now in another gunfight here with Silver. Silver, though, has barely ceased to just keep getting these kills, hitting double digits, already losing only 1 life in the match, and giving a defender a player advantage to Purdue Gold right here. They got the air jab set up as well, so they won't have to worry about any more flanks, and they're able to start setting up for this execute. They've got this whole side of the map to themselves.
Silver is going nuts in this matchup so far. They have to find a way to slow them down because, as you mentioned, 10 kills, double digits, and this is round 5, meaning if they died right now without getting any more kills, that's still 2 kills per round, which is an insane number in Siege. You don't see that very often at all. So seeing these roamers are being aggressive, though, Oni going to be pushing up through the main lobby area. It's going to be a long flank. It's not super close to anything that would lead straight to these attackers on the back side, near the north side of the map. So could net something, but it's going to take some time. His teammates, they can't afford to drop the ball here. If they die here, he's going to be left outside of the site in a long flank. So it's not what you'd like. He's taking his time here. The air jab is also going to slow him down. So looking at the shield placements, they have to burn some of this utility. And pushing up, there is the ping. So Laggers is aware of the position. He can land the shots, does finally manage to take out Oni. In the middle of that, though, Silver with the triple kill.
Yeah, we're left with only Jason hiding behind that shield and vacating it just in time as it takes a rain of bullets. Retreating out through blue, though, that's going to allow the attackers to get that plant down in wine room. There's a lot of players left here. Now they know his location. Silver's going to be the one finishing it out and delivering on that 5-1 first half. That's looking really good for Purdue Gold right now.
Well, we're at 4-1, not quite 5-1 yet. One more round to go,
count,
Trash. That's all right, though. Hey, how many times have they got multi-killed rounds, though? They died right off the bat second round. So outside of that, what's happened? Well, we just saw a quad kill. We saw 2 triple kills. That's 10 of their kills. That means the other one must be a double kill round. That's crazy. That is
It's constant. It's constant.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if they can continue it. I think that's a pretty hard pace.
Is that Silver isn't even entry fragging. So these are just the smarter kills that are coming out after a gunfight starts taking place. And I mean, Silver's the one picking up on these angles that the team is setting up. Silver's the one that makes the first move once they get all set up. And obviously, Mila, taking some more deads, has been the one that's actually pushing up and taking those first angles of attack in the drone right ahead of them. So that's a little bit rarer to see, too. And it's very satisfying, I find. And Purdue is playing very structured Siege, which is also one of those things where everything just comes together. And right now, it's just coming together all right down the barrel of Silver's gun.
A lot of it, too, is information. We've seen so many yellow pings come out from drones lying in wait where these defenders are just not aware of their position. And then they're not aware that their position's known because of that. So they've been playing very aggressively, and yet they've been stationary in a lot of the spots where they're being aggressive. They wait. And because of that, because it's not a quick flank, right? It's something that comes over time. They're waiting and waiting and lurking, and then they finally swing and try and get the kills. That's, again, the problem with that is that when they have drone work, it's really good. It's going to net them something. The grenade's probably going to fly in here onto KJ. Doesn't get the landing that they wanted. Doesn't do any damage. The wall bang trying to come through and find some of these players jumping through the window of trophy. Nothing being netted for either side, though.
Okay, this double flanking kitchen from Delo and KJ's could be really risky. Oh, KJ's going for that peek right now, but Mila is right around it and has that LMG in hand. Gonna get... Oh, whoa. That kill stolen away by Silver at the last moment there. Oh, my God. Silver gets yet another one, taking out Oni, who is also looking to play a little bit more aggressive. Delo is still out here, though. That's only going to leave 2 players left to play on site, and there's plenty of time on the clock. That's a full 2 minutes. I think Columbia College is getting a little bit desperate to find this win on the defense, so this third time on basement.
Hey, you know what I think is going to happen? Moss Faust. Where's the Moss Faust? We got to see this man. Air jab going to hit Delo, give his position away, unfortunate. But his position might have been known anyway with how good this drone work is going. They probably would have eventually found out he was flanking them anyways. 3v5 is not a position you want to find yourself in. Well, they know his position. He's kind of pinched off sight. He's going to get shot from the window. Lagger's going to pick up an easy kill. And now it's even worse for these defenders. A 2v5 getting flashed to heck. Now not able to even see right in front of them. These attackers going to be able to move in pretty easily and get a plant down. Providence going to get the kill onto Mushiza before they start going for it. Jason trying to get some kills to net some positivity, but not going to do too much. Mila going to shut down the round and put that 5-1 half that you had predicted into fruition.
All right, yeah, I was a minute ahead of you.
Profit.
Yeah, I'll pretend I knew. Well, that's yet another really dominant round. Silver is continuing to just catapult that KD right now. 14-2. Mila getting a couple, or at least one there at the end of the round as well. I love the pre-fire, just so long ahead of time, looking around that corner. You hear the bullets going off way before Jason was in sight.
I just love the LMG for that. You just like unload and just unload and unload, and they just can never do anything. You could literally have
Yeah,
someone in a corner, and like you're gonna win the fight.
you just pin them there.
Yeah, you don't.
You're
And
like,
then
okay.
I like how hungry Silver was for a kill that he just stole his teammate's kill there. Like, it really should have been the Zofia Mila's
That
kill
was
there,
hilarious.
and yet he was like, nope. You know what? I can't slow down. If you take that kill,
No.
it's gonna slow me down. I have to at least get double.
Yeah, we'll see how that momentum goes going into the second half, being on the defense. Sometimes people who really frag out on attack, they have some more control over how the team is actually engaging the fights. And as a defender, sometimes you can't really control the game, or at least the speed of the game or where the fights are happening nearly as much. But Silver is going with the Irunian operator that can put down all of the utility and get some ability to roam, just like we were seeing from KJ's earlier. So Silver will probably be pretty free to be looking for those kills. And it's a pretty similar, actually, it's the same operator lineup here that we saw from the Bar defense from Columbia College.
Right, we're gonna see a lot of mainstay lineups because they're just you have to play pretty consistently the same no matter your team on defense. Not always, but very oftentimes there is a way that things are structured that people have figured out the best way to defend, especially on maps where it's attacker sided. Because it's attacker sided for a reason, you're kind of limited on your options defense. If you try and throw something new, you're risking the few rounds that you're expected to win anyways. So why not just stay with something consistent, hope that consistency can net you a couple rounds, right? In this case, the main difference I'm seeing is on attack. We're going to be seeing a line being brought now. The thing to keep in mind with the domination we've seen is this is Purdue's map choice, and they did start on the favored side of attack. Now, I still expect them to win it being up 5, but I do want to say that this is the caveat we have to always be prepared for. Now, Mila going to be aggressively playing near the trophy window. Going to be shot through the wall, only a nick of damage, so it's not going to do a lot. But a lot of time being given up just to drone work. I'm wondering where the push will finally come through because they have a lot of ground to find.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone stepped boots inside the building here so far. So they're going to have quite a bit of time to be getting back at this point. Silver's pulled all the way back to site now. They seem to be fine with playing time. They don't really need too much time to be wasted by their roamers because the time is already ticking down for the attack on their own. Attackers having to push up a little closer to site here. Oni does open up the first one, and it's Silver going to put a stop to that reign of terror from before. A nice check for the Frost mats. You have to do that because Frost is being brought every single round here so far. Frag grenade readied. Could be pretty devastated for Good Smitty. I'm not sure where. Oh no, my discs are not in the right locations to save them, so Good Smitty's gonna be taken out. That's 2 picks right now for Columbia College. A third one coming out for Adelo here. Mila's gonna be playing up on Library Stairs. A smoke grenade goes out to try and keep up that defense and alleviate that pressure a little bit, but it's still gonna be really rough with a 4-2 advantage for the attackers here. Mila still has a shield to be playing off of and laggers behind to try and pick something up, but KJ's is not going to have much of that left.
Well, looking at the attacking side of things being favored, not surprising that we had a 5-1 half to start with. As we've seen now, she was on the other foot, but she's clean us off
That was a
on this round,
fascinating
polish it off
rotate.
for this team. They're gonna get their second round now, so they can start building up some momentum. And well, if it's the same problem on each side, then it's really on Purdue now to make something different happen. Show us that defense can be dominant. We haven't seen it too much.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that really dominant attack from Purdue, but we saw almost the same round 1 when the sides were flipped. We saw like laggers there in the stock room jumping down through the stairway, which was a really interesting rotate, something I haven't seen happen before. And Columbia College, of course, being way ahead of that. They've already got someone watching the other stairway to make sure there's no chance of laggers finding that 1v4 or anything like that. But that's the exact same place where we saw, was it Jason at the end of round 1 stuck there as Frost all alone?
Yep, exactly. So things playing out very similarly, and like I said, on a map like this, that's oftentimes what will happen to the defenders. They play it the same, and oftentimes when it's attacker favored, it'll end up the same for those defenders in a bad situation in similar positioning, because as an attacking side, you get to know exactly what the setup's going to be. Predictability. It allows you to at least know then where those last players will be. It really denies the possibility of clutch potential. So I don't blame them being that last man. You just that's your role. That's just the way it's going to normally play out. It's all standard stuff. That's the thing I'm kind of mentioning is that I'm waiting to see from either side is just to see something a little different. Because so far, it's been playing out pretty much par.
Well, to be fair, I don't know if Purdue really has much motivation to have to switch things up as long as they can play consistently, get 2 rounds or even that 1 round on the defense, and they're doing fine. They haven't lost anything because they did do so swimmingly well on the offense, and that would take it to overtime, which is not what they're looking for, but they don't have to do too much if they can just play consistently with that tried and true play style that we're seeing from both teams. They should be set up to have quite a bit of success throughout the map here. We see early roam here from Mila, really inching back and forth, knowing that there's drones really nearby, knowing that there's players on the same side of the building. It's the same roam that we saw last round for the most part, a little bit lower, obviously, in basement, but the stairs are just right there for the rotate, and a lot of Columbia College is coming from that side.
Oh, we're going to see the clear coming through now. Moving on to the K9 window, and through piano, you can see the outlines of his teammates starting to push up and through. Della on the backside might put some pressure onto the window of library, I imagine. And so that's going to allow us to see this split push that you kind of expect. Silver going to be playing a very interesting position. You're in a corner that could really be pinched out. Pony's going to be on the other window trying to wait for it. He's coming through. Flashbang's going to blind them, and Grenade could sail through and net a kill for Della if it lands properly. In this case, it did not. It looked like it kind of bounced off and just unfortunate. It's a utility wasted. We're going to see the angle, though, held by Dello in tandem with Oni. Will net them that opening kill that they were looking for, and things are going just as well as you'd expect.
Well, the grenade down, got to do it the old-fashioned way, and that's just fine enough for Dello right there. That's a nice first pick. Silver going down first once again on defense, so that has been a big change of pace for his specific gameplay. Mila's finished up with that really wide roam, didn't net anything there. I don't know if really wasting time either, because I don't know if he was really noticed other than taking out those flank drones, which is definitely going to be valuable. And once he's able to get back to site, he's able to play his role once again. The hard breach coming out, is going to push Smitty out, allowing for Dello to get that frag and almost getting a second one on the player up here by library stairs. You're going to have to back off. Providence playing from below, has the smoke and a Mossberg shotgun there to watch the close angle. But there's still a lot of pressure. Oh no, looking away at just the wrong moment to catch the vault. He's going to go down and get finished off by Delo, who's on a roll right now. Triple kill, all 3 of them on the round so far. But going to get finally down. It's not quite finished off here. Only taking some damage, and Laggards gets a double kill for the team. This is going to leave them with 2 players up on each team until that kill comes out. Laggards playing all alone, forced to make this rotate through the basement once again, choosing a different staircase. Very, very nice pick right there, knowing the other one's going to be a little more predictable. Oh, that line, so pivotal right now.
1v2, 3, I guess, but the down player makes it essentially a 1v2. He's not going to be watching the right direction, though, and Moshido can yet again get the last kill of a round, and I honestly was not feeling the rotate up the other stairs. Probably should have gone up blue. Could have at least had a chance to get the 1v1 as the plant was being finished. In this case, the long rotate is going to guarantee a 1v2. And unfortunately, that also allowed them to reposition. We saw that player, Lion, already pushed out into lobby because just how long that rotate was.
Well, that is definitely going to be one of those benefits of bringing a slightly different lineup. Lion, not too rare of a character nowadays. They are going to be sacrificing some explosives and additional projectiles because that's going in that slot that we saw Purdue actually uses Sophia on. That was Mila's role, in fact, throughout that whole side. But Mishizo definitely proving the worth of the Lion pick. We're going to get some more interesting picks this time, though. We're going to the second floor. We're getting a Mozzie. We're getting a Goyo. We're getting a Bandit. These ones we have not seen much of yet.
Saw a little Goyo from Columbia in the basement and such, but not up here. I don't think Columbia actually played top floor at all. So this is a whole new bomb site. So we're going to see what Purdue can bring. This is a standard site, so it's also a decent site to me. It's really not a terrible site, so they could definitely find their first round of success in the defense here. I like the Bandit pick, but it is prone to uselessness if taken out early, and bandit tricking is pretty hard. And this map, especially going below, you don't even have to go into kitchen to shoot below the main wall there. You can do it from the lobby. That's how far it goes out on the balcony there. It extends past the kitchen area, so it's not an easy wall to deny for very long, especially without a cave.
Yeah, definitely a little bit difficult, but for a quick clear might necessitate some grenades, and will definitely force some more play in lobby and in trophy room. Those are both some nice positions to actually have roamers in, so that might benefit Purdue if they're able to play their cards just right, and that's going to be something we'll have to look at Providence and Silver for as our resident roamers so far.
I will say that Lion does bring 3 flashbangs and a Gone 6, so it's not like the utility is all that much different. The grenade gonna sail through and find Silver. There's no ADS there, or will my disc.
Silver,
that's a huge
Silver just
blunder.
doesn't get to play defense this game, apparently.
Providence can get that refrag though on to G-Sin, so that's at least going to even things up. But how do you? That's a common spot to frag out. I am really shocked there was nothing there to catch that grenade.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate. They do have a lot of utility to throw at it too. Once again, the Wamai and the Jaeger. This is going to force some closer angles to be watched by the defense. If they play safely here, it's going to be buying them quite a bit of time. Oni doesn't have much capability for getting these batteries off the wall without teammates going down below, finding some more creative solutions. So that's definitely going to slow down the attack, especially as Columbia College has invested a lot of the manpower over there. In fact, all 4 players on that side. KJ's gets another kill, so that does get a lot more leverage, so that they might be able to just do it manually.
Oh, wow. Lagger is going to get the swing through, and no one's watching Oni's back, so he's going to easily get killed. Dello on the window is not playing it the way they could have. Smitty almost going to find that angle. Providence, though, getting Moshizo. That's going to put them in the man advantage. The swing coming out from Laggers, and I'm lagging myself. I actually cannot see the screen right now, unfortunately. Not sure how this one is playing out, but it was a 3v2. Hopefully a kill is coming through for that swing, as it looked like it was about to net one. These defenders are in a good position.
Let's see. I don't think that quite gets the kill in the end right there, but Laggers does get a nice swing with the TCSG-12 right there. KJS and Dello left alone, swinging up here. I think we might be losing KJ's. Yep, there we go.
In that kill, Dello alone on the window outside of the bathroom. Diffuser down. This is a really tough situation. Probably just going to die here. Not much you can do unless you can jump in somewhere else and get some one-on-ones and win every fight. But you only have 15 seconds to do that. The bodies are well separated. The chances of him winning this is virtually 0. So we're going to go on to the map point of map number 1. And that's going to be in Purdue's advantage.
Yeah, 5 seconds to get the diffuser. 3 kills. I mean, probably needing all 3 kills to do it. And Providence, oh no, pulls out the pistol to finish off this round, hungry for that last kill. And it's just going to come right down the hallway. Looks like the bandits really worked out.
Upstairs worked too. So despite losing that man to a grenade that I really don't think should have netted a kill, that's just me. Because if you look, the Wamai had 2 discs in his pocket, meaning one just got spawned, but that means he held on to one for a bit there. So you would think that they would walk over there and give a disc or something to help defend a side that's commonly pushed. You almost always have someone on the solar repel on the window there. So it's just, again, something to look back at, and hopefully they clean up, because that's not something you can have happen in playoffs, really, because that really could have changed the entire round. Luckily, as well, had a player get a kill onto one of the attackers to even up the man count, so it didn't end up hurting them. They obviously just won the round, so at the end of it all, it didn't do anything to hurt their chances of winning the map, but it very well could have. Anyway, seeing a different site yet again into kitchen dining. I think that they've tried bar twice. Didn't work out either time. They're probably not going to go back there unless they absolutely have.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if we see bar anymore on this half. But they did get a lot of prosper from choosing a new site, picking some different operators, and they're doing it once again. And over here to kitchen, they've got the alibi. They got the Capcan. Capcan's a really interesting one. For those of you who aren't up to date, he can put multiple on the same door, so you can have those insta-kill Capcan doors, which are and windows. Nice and terrifying. Adds on a little extra layer of threat there, especially if it's coming down to the wire on time.
True. I mean, if you don't have drone work and you're in a clutch or lose the round situation because of time, then you're going to run through doorways. And if, again, you hadn't spotted it out before, or you don't even necessarily think about it because you just, sometimes you're so honed in, even if you had the call earlier in the round, you know, if it was a minute ago, you might not be thinking about it as you're moving forward, trying to what positions to defend. This would be that you need to kill in a matter of seconds. So very easily.
It's like a mental test more than anything.
Kills. It really is. We'll see though.
How good's your memory, huh?
Yeah,
put
right.
a gun up to their head. Well, what operators were picked, huh?
You tell us now.
You don't say Capcan, you might just die for it right there. And interestingly as well, with the operator lineup from the defense, Silver is going to move off of a roaming role after getting first pick 3 rounds in a row without getting to have any impact. So now playing a much more late game impactful character. In fact, the most late game impactful character. Smoke playing a little bit more of a support role, but still going to have plenty good of a gun in the hands of that SMG-11.
Well, they took away the SMG-11 from Sledge, who is playing, so maybe, you know, they have had plenty of experience with this weapon. That ping's going to give away his position, but Dello is actually going to get the kill for it. He baited him out. Hila can be taken off the board as the opening kill in favor of Columbia. So now 5v4 early on. I mean, it's only halfway through the round, and they're already starting to put some pressure here upstairs. And this is not a site you can give up too quickly, that vertical pressure on. And as they're going to be pushed further and further back, they're not going to be able to hold out much longer. Lager's going to drop down very low on the HP, but still alive, still gun in hand.
It's a real shame to lose Piano Room so early on with about a minute and a half left on the clock, because that's such a power position up here, and with the shield still up and everything, so that's a big loss of resource. And of course, the player being Mila going down is going to be rough. This gives pretty much full vertical control to Columbia College now. Lager still has a nice C4 right there. Oh, pulls it a little bit too late, though, after seeing a flash of movement through that hole in the floor.
Probably should have had it a little bit further along if you're going to use that. You don't have anything to call it out for you, so you're literally going by eyesight, meaning your reaction speed isn't going to be instant. And that's a really narrow area to try and get a C4. If you had played it just a little bit to the right, a little past the doorway further along, probably actually could have got the kill there. So I like the idea. It just wasn't executed properly. Oh, no. What are you doing, Providence? Not the time to move like that. Goose Smitty going to get killed into Jason. Dello getting silver, and Lager is getting Dello. So a lot of back and forth here. But at the end of it all, Moshizo and his team are on top in a 3v1. Capcan getting a kill, but Oni can find the last defender. And Columbia College are going to find another round.
They're just absolutely keeping up that pace right here. We do get to see the Capcan kill there. It wasn't like an impactful thing right there. Moshizo had already done her job throughout that point, and they get the kitchen objective. I think that was a little bit of a weird one to see, especially from Purdue, as this is their map, because I saw a lot of defenders out of position, and we got to see that really pointed out when Mute was killed just in the hallway without any particular direction to be going and just shot in the back.
Indeed. We're going to be moving away from that bomb site. They're actually going to go back to Bar Gaming, which they lost 2 times in a row, I believe.
Yep.
And they've only tried that other bomb site once, and they're moving away from it already. That's interesting. Now, obviously, you're putting between a rock and a hard place because you don't want to go basement. Probably don't have any strats for that because that's just what the meta's been for so long. So surprising to see Columbia go there and win one down there. But, you know, again, not normal for most teams. So they're kind of stuck with these 3 bomb sites upstairs and the 2 middle floor ones, and both middle floor ones just not working out. Now, this is one that they've tried 2 times and it hasn't worked out. I would have liked maybe to see them try kitchen one more time, but at the same time, trying the same bomb site 2 times in a row usually doesn't work out the second time. So switching sites also has some benefits. Hopefully it's enough of a benefit to actually net them another round win, because they need one. But luckily for them, if they lose this round, the last round before they get to overtime, if they had lost the second round following this one, well, that last round is probably going to be upstairs because they can go back up there.
Yes, they will have another shot at their good objective, but they are just in a rough spot as far as the picks go, and Columbia College has really showed up on attack like we expected them to. As we said, nice and attacker side, and that's always going to help out quite a bit. And they're right off the bat splitting up, making sure that they have a lot of angles covered, and already Dello's going to make sure that no rotations can happen out by Piano Room.
Well, on the window, of Piano, Dello, like you mentioned, is in a key position to choke off any
there's nobody
moving
playing
players. But that's exactly the point and problem is there's nothing up here. So if they're wise, they'll push through quickly, and that'll save them time. But if they're not, they could waste a lot of time trying to clear out some ghosts that don't actually exist. Shizo has been playing this position a lot, but it has netted them a lot of gain and benefits because they are stopping a lot of the rotates, the jump downs from the mezzanine area. And that's really what I like to see. A lot of teams have now started to adopt this and have players positioned in stationary things outside of the building, as long as they're holding some of those key anchoring positions that can cut off rotations out or around the map. Providence is going to be playing this position. We had seen a player play this position before who was killed. And in this case, they're going to actually burn away some utility and feels like that is worth enough. I don't have to lose my life. I can use all this utility to try and burn me out. And then just dip away. KJ so is going to get that opening kill. Yet again, Silver had such an impactful and frag-heavy first half, has not found a kill yet on the defense, and is going to be the opening death here. Favor yet again of Columbia.
Yeah, and it's super rough to be losing your smoke right off the bat right there. I love Providence dropping there, and I love looking for the chance of drop shotting, actually trying to shoot at, I think it was Mashizo there on the window, throwing in the flashbang. But actually by Roman up there, they were able to eat the 2 frag grenades and several flashbangs. I'm not sure if it was all 3 off of Mashizo thrown in there, and that's a lot of resources to be taken. Mashizo's still out here on that angle that you were noticing before, and we'll get another kill right there. Laggers, though, is going to be firing back, and once again, dropping down the stairs. We've seen that every time on this site.
I like it. I actually like it. It's going to allow them to open up more angles for them to use, and the attackers probably aren't going to be aware of that rotate, so they're not going to be expecting it.
Like this.
Yes, a little earlier too, because they weren't watching for it. Now, again, Moshiza wasn't challenged. They jump down and they always just try and sneak past him, but that's their only job really, is to watch that primarily angle and maybe the kitchen one. So I would prefer if defenders actually try and contest, but I just love the amount of time bought by these defenders. Now you're down to about 10 seconds remaining, a 3v3. They have to push in. They're not even really near the site, so things are not going to work out for them. Dello going to find one. Mochizo actually finding one as well. The last kill almost coming through, but not quite. Now they have to get the plant down. We're going to see Providence pushing up, trying to find out where this plant is going down. Not able to get the kill. Moshizo is able to get theirs, pushing a further round for Columbia, and one more round, and they can get to overtime.
Another key gunfight we've seen constantly here on Bar, with Mashizo cleaning up the hallway time and time again. Anyone who's in lobby or that hallway is just going to get obliterated by the vector coming down through the hallway so consistently.
Being weird. But anyways, Moshizo, like you said, consistently getting that last kill almost every round, I swear. I don't know. I think maybe it's just,
there needs to be an
the
answer from
positioning.
Purdue Gold for that.
But there needs to be an answer for why you lose a round when there's 10 seconds remaining. They have to push in, and then you just swing these angles and lose your lives. Why are they doing that? They could easily have won that round had they just held angles instead of swinging out. They could not have possibly known all the different angles. The only reason they knew it is because your body is swinging straight up into their avenue of sight. That was kind of frustrating. If I was a coach watching that, I'd be a little mad. I'd be like, why did you do that? You could literally hold a passive angle because they have to move towards the bomb site and get into plant. Why would you need to swing there with 10 seconds left when they're coming through the front door and other avenues that are not near the bomb site, coming down the stairs? You don't need to swing that.
Yeah, the defenses did fall away pretty quickly there. The swing, I did like Lagger's positioning. Coming back to that, we saw it dropping down the stairs and then netted a kill right off the bat as soon as Columbia College recognized that they were out of time. They had to just rush up on site. But was that Dela with the immediate frag on just that little pixel of head that was poking up there? That was a really impressive shot right there in order to give them a chance at getting the plant down. And eventually they do get it there. So we're going to be forced to go to second floor once again. Actually getting to go to second floor once again. It is refreshed for the defense. Purdue Gold has won this objective, and they're looking to get a second win on their defense and try and pull ahead a little bit of the pace that their opponents set.
Well, one more round, they also win the map. They get to win in regulation, not go to overtime. And if they go to overtime, I'm not sure who has the overtime attacking side, but it's certainly going to be a favor. Dello already pushed into library, though, waiting for that flank up. Providence, yet again, an aggressive push up from one of these defenders, and it's not netting anything. They're losing their lives unnecessarily, and that's only a minute into the round as well, and looks like they're also aware of a player who was playing bar. Now, that's actually going to be a great bait, though. Goosemity is going to get a kill on a Mushizo, but look at the damage done to Mila. That could come back to haunt them possibly in the future, but at least for now, it was worthwhile as it is now a 4v4.
There is a lot of traps that have been set up here on the second floor. A lot of players playing to try and bait the attackers into their lines of sight. Frag grenades going off on this wall, but there's no one playing behind it to suffer for it, and I don't think there's actually any utility behind it either. Silver is in a nice safe location here. It's going to be really hard to pick him as a second pick. He's definitely not first pick this time, which is nice. And playing a shield in Piano Room is going to be an important spot in just a few seconds as Columbia College is making haste with this push. They don't want this to go to time again.
Definitely not. They haven't brought quite enough time yet. And Dello going to get that kill on Mila. That's what I was talking about, coming back to haunt you. Dello on a triple kill now, and things are heating up for Columbia. They need just 2 more bodies or the plant and a successful holdout, and that will be overtime for them. Very close. Things looking bad on the other side. Laggers, though, from below with the C4 can help keep his team alive in this round. There's a minute remaining. Air jab going to find that roamer, but they're still alive. They're not able to capitalize on the air jab hitting them. Now Laggers below can find perhaps a reposition that could really spell disaster for the attackers if they're not aware. They might be, though. There might be the drones ready for them. Smitty trying to also relocate both these defenders, just trying to play around, but the flank up is being watched. Jason on that watch. Going to see the down onto Dello, though. Smitty taking out the main man of this round, and that puts him at least into a 1v2, but Plant did go down in the meantime.
The plant did take quite a while, and that's bought quite a bit of time for the defenders to try and work their way back up, but just not quite enough, especially with these angles being held just really well, and that is going to even it up. I've won on both attacking sides, so not just attacker-sided, but quite attacker-sided. We go into overtime here, and it looks like our defenders for this first and third round of overtime will be Purdue. Columbia College is going to be sitting on the upper side here with such an attacker-sided map between these two. They get to attack twice in overtime.
5-1 each team on attack, so very much what you were saying. A heavy favor for Columbia to be able to start on attack, meaning if each team wins both their attacking sides, then the final round 15, they will be on that favored side of attack. So Purdue, I mentioned it before, I needed to see something different to change it up to make sure that they didn't fall into the same pattern, and they were unable to do so. They did one defending round, and that was it. So
yeah, and they couldn't get their second run on the second floor. They're going to it again now, back to back, despite losing it right there. But this is the one place where they were able to get the round.
At the one time you find success, it makes sense. I mean, it's the best statistical chance you have. 50% isn't that bad either. So I think also the aggression, I don't know who called it, but it was not the play. They lost a lot of life on Mila, and they lost a body opening kill going against them. And Silver just needs something to help them out.
It's the thing that you keep mentioning, Wheelku. It's peeking when you don't need to. Silver has so much to play on in Piano Room. So, Silver, why are you dying out in the middle of the room, 4 feet away from any amount of cover? You've got a deployable shield set up on the piano. You just stand there. You wait for the kills to come to you. And I think that might be what's caused all these early deaths of Silver on the defense. I think it's just having that trigger happy finger right there, and it's just costing them. And losing a player who's capable of shooting like that is just such a rough thing for the defense here. So if Silver can play more conservatively, just be patient, then they're going to get a lot out of it.
Wait, Valk was available this whole time and wasn't being brought?
This is also going through my mind. As soon as I stop talking, I go, wait, am I looking at MPX right now?
I just realized that. That was kind of a blunder on my end. I didn't even realize with the Cade and the Mirror being banned, Valk was available this whole time. A very powerful op. Much of the floor is destructible, so you can C4 through it. Why would you not have been playing this more?
There's suddenly so much intel on Purdue now that we mention it, actually, because I did notice the pulse choice, which is definitely a nice way to change things up and feed in something that they've been missing a little bit, but maybe a little bit of an overcompensation potentially, sort of losing out on a lot of utility for all this intel.
Could be. We'll see. But the pulse at least won't be found out probably as they're being distracted by these black guys, which they can't seem to actually shoot. They're aware of its position, but because of the angle, they'd actually have to go below. So that's actually kind of an amazing time burner, just the way it's working out for them. But they're not actually going to bother trying to deal with it. They're going to Well, they're going to just go on to site at this point because they've already wasted half the round, haven't gotten a kill. Why are you swinging, Silver? This is what we're talking
No.
about. Why
Hit her
are
with the
you
shotgun.
swinging? I'm so annoyed because he's such a good player. It's just like, what? Come on. If you just rein that in, you'd be fine. KJ's with a great wall bang. Laggers is going to try and keep his team in it yet again. He did it this last round. Going to find one kill there and keep it at least close. Smitty has potential here. That shot might have been heard, but at least now he has an avenue up if he wants it later on.
Yeah, that could be pretty valuable, especially since we're looking at potential plant scenario right here. There's a minute on the clock and a lot more pressure on site than we've seen on most rounds. Once again, though, Columbia College is hesitant to put it down. Oni finally dedicating on this. Well, Jason gets a kill elsewhere. Providence is taken off the board. So this leaves Laggers and Goosemini, both of whom are looking for a flank opportunity. They got one C4 in the pocket, but it's going to be hard to do too much with it, especially since the attackers know their relative locations. Goosemini has managed to make quite a bit of a flank here all the way up trophy stairs, and the attackers just aren't even on this side of the objective.
Yeah, this is the side they never really fully captured, but it's a lot to do. You have to just play back now knowing you have the defuse down, but Goosemini's going to get a kill there. The swing coming out and being found.
No.
A kill from Laggers onto Jason. KJ's, though, is able to shut down one. Oni finds the other. The attackers can successfully defend this diffuser, and they get the round.
You know, I hate to harp on it, but we gotta. Silver, please. Please stop throwing away your life. Your team needs you. They can make this happen right here. They're just a couple players off of winning that in what should have been a stacked post-plant situation. And there's a lot of time that Purdue is spending with players on wide roams. A lot of time that they're not able to be getting into gunfights and actually stopping the attackers from getting into sight. We saw that definitely in those last two rounds, doing the back-to-back second floor hold. But now we're going to be switching it up a little bit. Back to the Columbia College defense. They're going back to basement. This has given them their one round on defense. So they'll be making a similar gambit to the one that we just saw from Purdue.
And this might not have made a huge difference, but it is utility that could have been utilized. You knew that you were in a 2v4. You knew that they were getting into sight. I believe it was Laggers down below on the Goyo, had that C4 in pocket, was in kitchen, and didn't go for a C4 on the default plant position, which is where they were planting. So that's something else that we can criticize. So there are small little things. And that's surprising because Purdue on attack looks so organized. So what is going on in defense that they get so frazzled that you're making these key mistakes of just over swinging and over things you don't need to, just not playing the situation to the best of its ability, and then on top of it, just not utilizing utility to the best of its ability like that. And it's puzzling because they're so good on attack.
I feel like it applies to Columbia as well. Both these teams have just looked frazzled in a lot of situations on defense, even when the round sort of theirs to lose, and especially when it's their round to lose. It's those peaks when they start getting anxious when the attackers are coming. It's like, no, you just wait. This is where you win. It's an attacker side of map, but peaking is always going to be in the favor of the defender there. You've got shields to play off of, like we've been saying since the start. This is a really shield intensive map, and bring them all the time. I mean, you're not bringing them for nothing. Use the utility you bring to the table. They just gotta chill out a little bit. The head clicking is well within the wheelhouse of all these players, so that's something that they don't really need to be concerning themselves with so much. And Silver started up right off the bat with that first headshot for the attack, and this is where he's feeling really comfortable, very clearly, is on Sledge.
Yeah, the attacking side is where he got all of his kills so far.
Yeah, all 15
kills, and all of them on the Sledge. So that's the thing. If you have someone who can frag like this, is very comfortable on an op like that, and they're going to swing aggressively and attack. If they can't change their behavior on defense to fit the needs, then put them on a fragging role. Why are they on the mute and the smoke? They're not playing the shields that they're being assigned to. So just let them be the ones that are doing this at Rome. That's what I would say. I don't think he's on the right position in defense to play to his abilities.
I think they were thinking that maybe he was just having an off time on defense there, because he was playing like the Bandit and I'm not sure the other roaming operator that the Aruni on round one of the defense. So he was doing that, but then he switched off after being the first pick 2 rounds in a row. So I think it was a response, but I think it was a response to the wrong thing, like one of those false positives, you know?
Indeed. Well, seeing that they are in basement, we're going to be seeing the holdout again on the one site that these defenders have won. it's kind of the same thing. Oni going to get a nice shot onto Silver, shuts him down. They're not able to get a multi-kill round here on the Sledge, which we've seen so many rounds in that first half. Now only going to get one and done. Dello going to be in a precarious situation on the shield. That angle could be good enough, but it isn't going to be super safe. Flashbangs are going to come through. ADS is the 8 of them, but we do have 3 of those. And while that is actually interesting that the shield wasn't cleared immediately, but Mila on the clear out does get the kill on to Della, who was behind that shield. So really good teamwork. That's the utility clear we expect, but at what price? 30 seconds are remaining in this round.
Yeah, that man count is definitely going to hurt the move. It was a weird bait on the shield right there. Providence, once again, we've seen the Habanas, the supports on either team, really hesitant to put down the plant. It could be saving them a second right there. The attackers get a couple more kills, and Laggers finishes it out with 2 back-to-back to make sure that the plant doesn't even need to be staying down.
Really good attack yet again, and that's all we've seen throughout this matchup. But I would say that this is more... I don't see anything from Colombia that I didn't like, though, on the defense, right? There was nothing. They were just cleared out well, and this is why we call it an attacker side map. For me, I didn't see as many problems with their defense. I just more see the problem being the bomb site they chose, because, again, we've talked about why that bomb site isn't chosen, and that's one of the reasons right there. It's just not a great bomb site, but that's not the same problem, right? I would say they need to get better at a different bomb site. That's the primary problem I have with what they're doing. On the other side, Purdue, their problem is not is everything we've already talked about. I don't know if I need to rehash this anymore, but they're going upstairs again. So hopefully now that shield is going to be played properly in piano. They bought a lot of time without losing, about a half of the round. The wall wasn't even fully opened up at that point. And the Evil Eye's also buying time. Like, play off of that. I just would like to see them utilize that to their advantage instead of giving away bodies. And then I think Purdue do have a chance to win on defense here. But again, it's all in their court, as Columbia seemed to have an advantage being on attack.
Let me take a second to actually appreciate that while Silver has fallen off a little bit here, being first fragged on defense a lot, Laggers has stepped up to the plate time and time again. Every single time that there's that chance of Purdue winning the defense, it is on the back of plays from Laggers, especially in the late round, getting really close to clutching out some very intense rounds. And like we've said, the attacks have just been really clean from both teams. And what you're saying about basement being a rough site, I think that really goes toward there's a lot of angles into the objective, especially since the rework. And with these two teams, which have both proven absolutely adept at setting up attack angles and executing on them, that just makes it a deadly site to be in.
Right, exactly as you say. Too many angles, not a lot of, what do you say? Not a lot of angles off site that you can hold in basement to help yourself. So your roamers, yeah, they can be above and by time that way, but they can't hold angles off site to protect you. So it really isn't as useful as other maps where you could play off site. Moving into the round here, though, we do see Dello on the Iana. The only one who's really at even kills or positive besides KJ. So if we're looking at the kills, even Columbia haven't actually performed as well as Purdue in that department, but just due to their ability to still win these rounds on attack, whether it's through objective play or what it might be, or perhaps they're lower on the KD just simply because their defenses haven't been as close as Purdue's have been. Either way, they've been making it happen. So I really don't want to talk down about them because they've certainly come to play. That's why we're on 15 right now. Max overtime. Whoever wins this is going to take it.
Yeah, so of course Columbia College is going to be our favored team going into this right now, seeing as how heavily attacker-sided this has been. I like Silver adapting this, getting ready with that C4. As long as the angle is going to be correct, it could be absolutely devastating to the players coming by, especially since they're heavily grouped right on that door into piano. He's also got Mila on the same angle watching that pixel with the AUG, which could be a great opportunity to get an early kill on this really important little choke plant, which they've held for much longer than they have on any other defense. So if there's going to be an opportunity to win the defense on this site, it's probably going to be this one. They've already eaten through those 2 minutes, and they've got plenty of utility left.
Well, playing it better than we've seen before. You've been saying C4 not going to net anything, but so much time is burned. They're down to a minute now. They can just play this properly. Things will go into their favor. You see the push coming through, and he's ready for it. Not able to get the kill, though. He's going to get swung here pretty soon. So he's got to be very careful. C4 will go below, and Oni is going to be down, but Mila, in the meantime, was cleared off. It's going to be the Wamai
Oni
dead.
being down is so pivotal.
Silver being alive here is
the
also
down
pivotal.
separate.
Jason gonna be
Yeah.
killing the Providence. They're helping Oni up though, so they do still have that body alive. Silver didn't actually finish that kill, but the position he's playing could help. But no, the angle being pushed through on that double window is going to let Moschizo shut Silver down. Laggers below trying to still salvage the round as they aren't fully done yet. It is going to be a 2v4. The angle from Goosemity can find the kill in the cages. Plant going down though, no denial in sight. The angle is being held to stop that flank, and the plant is now successfully put down. It's going to be a 1v3 as Della gets the kill on the Laggers all up to
Goosemitty's in a rough situation here. There's still plenty of attackers. That's the last flashbang going out, but he's pretty locked out of sight. There's someone watching every angle. He's down in this pistol, especially with only having 16 rounds in the magazine. Possible with the SMG. He's going to make use of the ones he does have, though. 4 left in the magazine. Going for that reload, and crossing over is just not going to do it when Jason's watching. It's a really attacker-sided map, like more than usual here, as we're going to see only 2 defensive rounds come out for either team. So in the end, Columbia College gets it in a decent part due to getting that overtime attack. So we'll see how it comes out on Clubhouse, a much more balanced map between the two sides.
Indeed. Not probably going to be as one-sided as we just saw. I mean, as you said, 2 defending rounds won out of 15. So it is not going to favor Purdue, though, as I believe that was their map choice that they just lost. Yeah. So putting them on the back foot. But, you know, the other thing to keep in mind is that's their first map loss all season. So,
oh, yeah, that's huge.
Regardless, it's so great for them to have had that success up to this point. So you still think that they have a chance, considering their record, to take the next map. But still, kind of a heavy hit. It's going to hurt to lose your first map of the season and the first map of this matchup. But either way, we're going to come back and we're going to see Clubhouse. But first, a short break. We'll see you soon.
I'm so sad. Okay, I accidentally had myself muted here, but welcome back. We are continuing week out, the final week of our regular season of NECC. We're continuing again with Purdue University and Columbia College. They had a heated match going all the way to round 15 of that double overtime on Chalet, a really attacker side of map right there. What's the face?
Said like heated, like the way you said heated.
Heated.
It was
Well, I guess,
strange to me.
well, it's not even really that heated there anyway, since it's all snowy at Chalet. But we'll go somewhere a little warmer in Germany
chiller.
as we head over to the clubhouse.
So we should,
Real chiller of a match.
Yeah, we'll start using that word for Chalet. But yeah, going into clubhouse, I think we should be ready to jump in pretty quickly here. But we just saw a really good matchup on the first map. Round 15, max overtime, really attacker-sided. This is a map that could be attacker-sided too. It depends on the bans very much so on Clubhouse. So if you ban the Hibana, it's far harder to get the hatches open,
so
right?
difficult.
So the basement holds a lot better. If it isn't banned, depending on what the other bans end up being, I think it can end up being pretty even, if not attacker-sided. So I think that's really what we're going to watch out for, the tail of the take, as they call it. But I expect to see a close matchup again. I don't think just because they lost map number 1, I don't think Purdue is going to be shut down here.
Yeah, and that was Purdue's map choice. Columbia College is going to get that benefit. They're sitting in a more comfortable position after getting map 1, of course, but they also get to start with the advantage on their map pick as well. So Purdue did not get theirs, and like you said, the ban phase on this is going to be pretty pivotal. It can really change how a clubhouse goes depending on what characters are actually going to be available.
Well, attack. Flores been banned.
Ooh. Defenders
think,
banning out not Thatcher.
But Purdue did ban that same operator last map, I believe.
I am.
So I think Columbia probably will ban out the Thatcher. I mean, why not? There it is. Now, defense, again, is going to be between 3 operators. We actually saw the Valk sneak past. I don't think she's going to sneak past here. I think probably Cade and Valk will be banned and Miro will be in play. There's a lot of good Miro setups, but she's not super overpowered on this map. Just helps you hold out something like the gym bedroom defense. So those are my guesses, but I guess I'm wrong right away. So there it is.
Yeah, the Valkyrie is an interesting one. Neither team seems to prioritize her very heavily based on that last map, which is interesting to say the least. And they're not going to ban her out this time either. So I'm going to have my fingers crossed to be seeing more of her because, like we said, really strong operator. The Kaid goes off once again. This is the same lineups, actually. Is that the same? They switched the defense bans though. So each team choosing the opposite defender that they banned on the first map here. And okay. Oh, okay. Basement with the Castle, Mozzie, and Mute. I saw the Castle and Basement. I was like, oh, okay, that's kind of interesting. I see the rest of this Denial, and well, you know what they say about that.
What's interesting is the SSG roam, of course, is what you're referring to. But on the attacking side, then you can recognize that usually. So now that the pick phase is through, even if the 6 pick away, like what are you going to 6 pick off of? Maybe the Castle onto a Jaeger, and I guess you have a decent lineup still that could more anchor. But the chances of them doing it weren't high. So Purdue did kind of show their hand there. And on the attacking side, they could certainly just push site directly and quick and fast. They have the line to do it too. So that's an operator really can help you do that kind of attack. They could certainly get caught with their pants down if not careful on the side of Purdue.
Yes, this is really interesting, seeing as the SSG roam is really well known. They do have an additional boon here. Castle's gotten that buff. He has an additional castle barricade for you to use around, and Larry's going to be using that to allow them to keep roaming very heavily upstairs here. They're going to be opening up all the hatches. They're really dedicating to this exact style that we are expecting. And the very blatantly noted play around with this is that you go down blue on the attack. You rush the site because they've got a lot of players outside of sight. We'll see if Purdue is willing to gamble all their cards on keeping their players out so far. That's an interesting place for that last castle barricade, really walling off bathroom specifically.
Smitty getting aggressive on the secret window, but no one's going over there just yet. Only going to immediately go, it seems, to dirt and just open that up. So it could still be that quick push through. We see a man is playing up near the window of the catwalk in garage, so that could spell a certain doom for anyone who might unwisely just try and rush down through oil pit into blue. So I think they are aware that they could be facing a quick push, and we see two bodies outside of the dirt. Still does allow a possibility of that coming through.
Ooh. No pressure on dirt will allow for a pretty quick take here. Oni's already opened it up with just his breaching torch there. And it doesn't look like Columbia College is going to dedicate on that really fast push. They do have a lot of pressure towards blue, though, which could end up being pretty valuable. And they're, for the most part, skirting the defenders that are going to be more relevant there. They've taken garage fully, which is going to allow them to actually start pushing up on oil pit once they have the intel. Smitty is the canary in the coal mine, the one to notice when these drones are coming up, and given that intel along with Providence. So now they're probably going to be pulling back now that they know where the attack's actually coming from.
Problem here is that the defenders above aren't going to buy enough time if they know it's an SSG roam. And without the Jaegers and Omais to protect them, they could push through here with a lot of utility and get some easy wins on the gunfights. But KJ is actually going to be the one to lose a lot of health. And I think it might have been with Laggers up here. I'm not sure exactly where it happened. He's still alive, but very much on the edge of death. Such a low HP. Lion's going to help at least buy some time here as they're going to be trying to push in. Those players are still pushing through dirt, so they still have an idea of how they want to get this executed through. But the positions of these defenders, they're not something to take lightly.
Yeah, Providence has proven pretty resilient there in blue, which is, like we said, is a big point of interest here. It's going to be a little bit easier once they have pressure from oil pit, the hatch, and from dirt. But Goose Smitty is the one to get the first kill. Oni going down as well, and suddenly that pressure from dirt is absolutely gone. Providence gets 2 in a row right there, and there's just going to be no threat from that side. Jason is the last player coming down from oil pit, but it's all but done already. Going to have to be watching in 3 different directions at the same time as Purdue's forces close in, and there it is, Silver making that final kill on round 1.
Hey, he's on Mozzie. Guess what? It's probably an op he's going to feel more comfortable on. I'm sorry, we were talking about this in the intermission, but we are thinking that roll on defense in Chile on a mute with the shotgun or a smoke with a shotgun, we just didn't feel like it felt right. Silver's hands after seeing him frag out on someone like Sledge, who can be an entry frag, obviously, has a really good weapon, has grenades. Hello, kitty. And my catch to my left. We're going to see a switch of sites. So they're going to go upstairs now. CC and Cash. That's nothing unfamiliar. This is such a played out map that you normally see basement, then you see CC, and then you see gym bedroom. I will say gym bedroom seems to have become a better bomb site than CC because it's so easy now to get the wall opened up. And if you don't want to take control of rafters, which there have been very creative ways to clear that out, then there's always the avenue of going in and getting control of construction and pushing from that direction, which also still has a pretty decent success rate. So defenders really have to be creative or just get opening kills, honestly, a lot of the time to help themselves have a better time on this bomb site.
Here's an interesting thing. Lagger's taken the castle once again, so there's just going to be more and more barricades. The Rooney come in as well, so this is going to do a lot to just slow down Columbia's push just through the use of that utility. They're going to have to burn a lot. They have a lot of ways to do it, though, and they do have the sledge. AJ's is the perfect counter for a castle, so we'll see how that works out if they're able to position him correctly to really just dish out all the damage on those.
Something to keep in mind was Providence died, but everyone else lived. So it was a very dominant round at the end of it all. I think Columbia had an idea of what they wanted to do, but they were probably banking on the roamers being off-site a little bit more. And they kind of half did their push as a quick push. They got control of blue and they got control of dirt, but they didn't go for a quick push because they noticed that the Iana was in sight and they didn't want to push through and contest with that for whatever reason. And in this case, we do see some rolled switches. Silver is actually going to be off the Mozzie on that roll, and Yellow seems to be aware of their position right here behind bar. Speaking of Silver.
Ooh, their grenade is coming out, but Silver is aware that they've been noticed. Oh, but not from where. Yellow gets that kill without having to expend the grenade, which is going to be nice to keep in the pocket, along with the other 4 grenades that the team is bringing. So there's going to be plenty of explosives raining down as long as they can make their way to site. Taking out that roamer is also going to be really valuable, while Oni over here is opening up CC while playing up close, though. Looking for a kill. Not gonna look for any throwables, though. Providence pulls off.
That Maverick tricking was looking a little rough. Not gonna lie. Maybe there was a method to the madness, but it looked like they're kind of just fubbing it a bit. Either way, should be able to get the wall opened up eventually. Flash is coming through, and that wall is indeed going to be opened up. player in Raptors is in a precarious spot if they can't get support from teammates, as easily be found out and double pushed through the breach and through the stairway if they're not going to have someone watching and helping them out, because it did seem like they had already burned all of those discs and ADSs, at least for a time. That's going to be a grenade coming through, but it actually doesn't net anything, so Mila can be staying alive. Staying alive. And just continuing to hold that pace and beat until the swing comes through from Mushizo. It's going to be really important to hold down this position, and they're going to do so, getting that kill on Mushizo.
There's still a lot of players in the lobby. That's going to be favoring the defenders here, but Dell is able to take another one off the board. They still have a player in Raptors, which is going to be really valuable in making sure this plant doesn't go down. That's the last Toxic Babe used as well, so there's not going to be much more as far as those smoke babes go to deny the plant when Sony's able to get in. And as long as he can deal with the player in Raptors, it's going to be pretty easy to get right in there. But Mila is holding a nice angle.
That's what I'm saying. That position, now that they haven't cleared it, could be important. Mila does get a grenade to sail through, but doesn't find anything. Excuse me, Mila getting a triple kill right there. That's going to be Oni's grenade sailing through, finding nothing. And Dello, with no nades in pocket, has to work in tandem with Jason to somehow make this 2v3 work out. They don't have a lot of time to work with either, and they're on opposite sides of the site. Dello here in construction will be trying to get an angle on someone in green box who doesn't actually exist. So just taking some time, trying to play the angles properly. Providence, though, is going to be holding down in tandem with Mila, who gets the quad now in this round. And, well, they're going to stay on top for 2 rounds in a row.
Mila proved really valuable, getting to stick it out in the attic until the end of the round right there. That's a great power position. It's a little bit of a shame to see that there wasn't more effort made to get him out, but time ended up growing pretty short, especially since the CCTV wall had 3 players dedicated to it for quite a while.
Well, moving on now to gym bedroom, like we said, and I'm excited to see what hold they have now because they don't have the mirror. And this hold is so hard without that mirror. So with the castle being brought every time, obviously it's adding just a little bit more of an element to the game, but with the sledge, I just feel like it hasn't done too much. Either way, though, they've won 2 rounds. So this isn't as attacker-sided as I feared it could be, and maybe even could become defender-sided.
All right, so I know it's a very common thing to be bringing that castle, but a lot of them are going to be used on those exterior windows. Like you're saying, the sledge is going to eat through those pretty quickly, and I don't know if I see it taking too much time, especially since they know that castle is been a hot pick for Purdue already on these 2 sites, which aren't the ones that are your instant lock castle sites. This one is the instant lock castle site, so we know that KJ's is already going to be looking for those, already scouting out all 4 of those to be smashing through and opening up all those angles of movement for the team. So this is something that they're going into this prep phase looking for.
A lot of the vertical holes being opened up by the castle allows a little bit of flexibility now, smoke or the meat in this case. I like that a lot. And then on top of it, you still have a shotgun in the hands of Frost. So I really like the addition of these shotguns over time to the game as backup weapons. Really does allow you to not have to utilize primary weapons in the slot of a shotgun. I really do like that has been added to the game. I think it's a great addition. And now it's going to allow positions not to be caught out as often. So it's only going to play into the favor of the defenders more. And we're seeing a more attacker-favored meta come into play. So I think that those are the things that help keep this game balanced. In this case, can the balance be restored for Columbia, though? They're still on the back foot here. And down 2 rounds, you don't want to lose a whole 3 in a row. That's the full rotation. That could mean that your next half is going to need a lot more from you if you can't find any favors here.
Looks like Dell is opting to not go through that CCTV wall. Pretty often opened up with just soft destruction if there's not an extension out all the way into cash with the reinforcements spent there. Oni on the other side opening up Jacuzzi wall, doing that map trick in order to get the team in there a little sooner. They only have 2 launchable soft breaching devices from the Ash, and there's already that castle set up in between gym and the Jacuzzi hallway, and that's going to be a high value target right there. You want to get the line of sight from the window in order to close off any rotations around that area that we're watching right now. So it's going to be important how they're using Delo there. Oh no, Oni poking out a little bit too much, letting that shoulder be visible, and I don't think that the Maverick trick actually quite succeeded. So KJ's isn't going to get to do the job of just soft breaching right there and has to fully rotate. That's a lot of time and angles that have been totally wasted right there.
Indeed, going to be wasted, and waste of time is also on their side as they have a kill and only a minute remaining now. The impact trick's going to be successful. I do like that Mila has been playing this position and not been knocked out of it. This is looking bad for Colombia. They really needed to already be pushing on to site at this point, at least having some angles into it, and they're nowhere near that. 45 seconds now remaining. We're going to be seeing that the angle opened up from red stairs will put them in a precarious situation, but is it too little too late? Even if they get the kill on the Mila, has some refragability coming from Goose Midi as they are playing on that door of bedroom through construction, and these angles, as you can see, are opened up into soft walls. So I don't think that this is anything to be too scared of, Mila, despite what's happening. And well, exactly what I was saying, Delo gets that kill onto them, but the instant reflag by Goose Midi is going to just allow them to sit on this, and so much time yet again being burned. An unnecessary swing yet again from Silver, something we've seen before. He's gonna put them into a 3v3. Hoshizo trying to get the kills, but Goose Midi's too good. Triple kill on the round. Providence working in tandem with them to get three in the row that they wanted.
Closing it out with one of those vertical holes, just like you were talking about. Add a lot of versatility to your SAS operators, especially with the shotguns, because they're able to play deadly effective below. Huge credit there is going to go out to both Goose Midi and Mila. Bought so much time, and obviously 3 kills on Goose Midi's side to the team. That just made an impregnable hold, especially with a couple blunders from the attack.
Indeed. 3 in a row, as I said, though, for Purdue. So Columbia, hopefully they figured out some answers to what went wrong with their attacks, because they're going to have to at least attempt some of these bomb sites a second time around now, and none of them were successful the first time around. So it's something that is always concerning to me when you can't find any success in the first half of your attack.
Yeah, that is a perfect rotation that Purdue gets to display.
But at least now we get to see, have they learned, right? We haven't been able to say that for sure. Have they learned anything from those losses that they suffered? But at Purdue, for them, it's a huge boon, because now even if you lose 3 in a row, you're guaranteed at least a split half, and now it's all the pressure on the other team. You can try and ride this out, hopefully gain another round at least, get that 4-2 split, which is pretty common. And on a map like this, I think that with the Hibana play, like I mentioned, it's not as if this is super defender-sided at all.
Okay, here's something interesting. You're talking about how Columbia is going to adapt to the defense that Purdue has showed us, and they are switching up their lineup. I think they are expecting specifically this hold. They've got the Jackal and the Lion, both operators that are really going to excel at rooting out roaming defenders. And like we saw on the first round on basement, and we are back, that there's a lot of roam up there. They might actually be playing a little closer to site this time, which could be interesting. And a quicker open of dirt. This is where Columbia had a lot of leverage. They end up losing both the players that went here, though, to some good plays from Armory. And Providence starts already watching for that, playing a little bit closer up to dirt.
Tigers being on a castle on a roam is interesting, but you've already put down all your utility and has a pretty bad gun, to be honest with you. So yeah, it's not as if losing their life would be terrible. And the upside of holding there, buying time, and maybe even getting a kill is probably pretty high. So my main concern so far is Silver. I mean, we saw this the first round, they get a kill, did pretty well, but caught out early last time, and then again being caught out and not getting a kill. So this is, I'm sure they're wary of why they maybe switched them over to a mute the first map. Just hasn't been able to find success in these realms, been shut down a lot. He has to play a little bit more conservative.
Once again, a slower attack coming out from Columbia College is allowing Purdue to take their time. They've got some intel to work with. At least Silver, if he gets some time, can set up some drones if he's caught hanging with the Mozzie, and at least just burn away the clock, as half of it has already gone by the wayside without any major gains from Columbia College. And there was a bunch of miniature objectives that you do need to be getting, making sure that you get control of the hatches, and making sure that you get some presence in blue and dirt, which is what they've been investing in, but it seems like they've erred a little bit away from it. That's the first hatch going in kitchen, but no one's in a position to play off of it, and they still have to move to get that.
Yeah, Columbia just taking a lot of time, but is it too much time? That's the concern. Silver giving away their position, trying to shoot a drone, but they still haven't been punished for it. And even if they were, honestly, it's not the end of the world. They need to find a few frags, I think, to be comfortable with the position of where they are with this push so far. It's not where it needs to be. 45 seconds do remain here. You see the push through. Kitchen is going to be found out and punished. Laggers getting that opening kill onto Jason. Providence also finding a kill on Dello. Things falling apart for the attack. Only furthermore, Providence with the double. Mila getting in on the action. Moshizo is in a dire 1v5 situation. 30 seconds remaining. Can find the body of Laggers, but has to find a few more. And these bodies are all over the map. You see a ping coming through, and well, just waiting here in wait with the shotgun in hand. He's going to probably run into his death if he goes down these stairs. But Shizo not aware of it, doesn't have the time. It's going to be a death. And indeed, Mila gets another one on the round. 4 in a row now. Purdue Gold getting heating up.
Yeah, there was a lion, there was a jackal, and there was no roamers removed. There was a kitchen hatch opened, but Columbia seemed to be unsure of what to do. And there's some general wisdom out there. I mean, when in doubt, if they're gonna SSG style roam, I mean, the rush down blue is definitely gonna be your friend if there's nothing else to think of at all. And Purdue is playing pretty textbook roam right there. So I don't know. There's pretty well known counterplay there that they're just not using. Instead, going for a slower play, which would be fine if they really dedicated to maybe like a top down clear. You make sure that you're finding those footprints and you're eliminating them one by one. Instead, Laggers is the only one actually killed off, and he just got to stand in the same room for the entire game and just get a kill and wait until he died. And it didn't even matter because there's 30 seconds left on the clock.
This has been really good for Purdue. Certainly the bounce back they needed after just barely losing that first map. This is obviously a huge gain for them in confidence, but the other side of it's kind of odd. I mean, this is Columbia's map choice, and they probably knew that they would start on attack, and they probably also knew what the ban phase would end up doing, because it's very much the same as map 1. So with all this knowledge, and foreknowledge, in fact, you'd think that they would seem to have a little bit better of a game plan than they have, but perhaps it's just Purdue reaching these Herculean efforts and strategies and everything. I don't know. They just seem to be very different from the Purdue we saw from the first map, especially on defense.
Yeah, I mean, look at Providence absolutely showing up on the smoke this round, but doing so much in the basement on Malusi, getting a better gun for longer range fights. Now going to anchor up, which they did really well last time on CCTV as well. We've seen some operator switch-ups from Columbia College here. We've got the Capitao, an operator pretty often taken for this objective because he's able to smoke or flame out Attic, which is where Silver is going to be playing, and a position that they were not able to deal with last time fighting CCTV. They get the first pick as well, Delo taking out Mila, who has been really well performing on this map.
That was one of the roamers cleared, so good job from them getting that kill, being aware of the position on the main, or excuse me, yeah, the main stairs over there into the basement. See, Lagos trying to roam out and get some extension and then pull back. Shiza was lying in wait on the window, just hoping for a bit too much of an aggressive push out.
That was a weird rappel angle. It took me a second. I was like, where are we? Looking at that. I don't think I've ever seen someone do that.
There's so many weird angles in this game, and you're always learning something new when you watch, and maybe that's something we just learned there. Time, again, maybe becoming a factor. They haven't actually gone to the main wall to open it up, interestingly enough, but they did at least get the opening kill. But if you can't capitalize on that and do more, it's not going to net you much. The peek out from Goose Midi is going to have an easy shot at Della. He is so far wide that there is no safety or haven to be found for them, so unwise to just swing onto a shield like that. The grenade is going to come through, trying to find Providence, but instead a bullet from Mushizo will be what does them in. Oni getting killed on the Lagos. This could be the first round for Columbia if they play it right. Now they have the 2-man advantage, a minute remaining, so they haven't wasted too much time, as I was worried they would. And now they're in a key position.
Yeah, they do have the numbers advantage for the first time. They've got plenty of time to get the diffuser down as well. Just under a minute. Only taking out the second to last defender. So Gusmidi stuck out on red. And with the smoke there, he doesn't have any options. Gonna get shot off there by that long angle through construction. We finally get to see that attacker win. And a little bit of a buck of this trend that we've been seeing. First map was really dictated by really well-held angles and great pinches from attackers on both sides. And that's what's got us all the way to round 15. It was a back and forth. Whoever was on attack had just such clean angles and such clean coordination. And this map, we've been seeing a lot more of it from Purdue on the defense, which is not really what I'd be expecting going into this map.
It'd be our luck to just have such an attacker-sided first map, and then we go in here, and now imagine Purdue wins again, and they go 5-1,
The
and then we go to
5-1 every
overtime
half.
again, and this time it's 5-1 in defender favor, and then it goes to overtime.
And then we
it
go to
plays out the
Villa.
exact same way. Imagine that. Complete opposite. Exact opposite on the second map. That'd be so weird. But hey,
And this one's just way more even of a map than Chalet.
I don't expect it to happen like you're saying. A bit different of a map. Chalet, I'm used to seeing attackers have such a huge favor. Not so much here on Club. It happens time to time, but not nearly with the same kind of consistency. I like the Frost and the switch over to a different bomb site. Like I mentioned, this bomb site is a bit more favored these days than CC. So to see them lose CC for their first round loss in defense, not surprising. I do like the Frost, though, bringing that shotgun, bringing the shield, and bringing the mats, which, you make a jump rotate like we're seeing right now, where he's placing this first Frost mat to be placed down, I believe. A second one. Either way, through windows and through a jump rotates like that, you can easily net yourself an enemy body. Especially just like the Captain from last map when we were talking about them, and the late round pushes where they don't have time to check for everything. So, I would love to see a Frost mat net something, but a high play like this, just like the Cap can, it does have a high probability of not reaching.
There is a nice consideration of this attack that we're seeing from Columbia College and of the last one as well, having that second hard breacher. We got Jason and Oni bringing up Ace and Hibana. He's going to make it really helpful for opening up both walls, which gave them troubles last time, actually. Last time attacking this objective, they lost pretty heavily without opening up Jacuzzi or opening up the extension to Cash Room very much at all. They didn't get a walking hole. They did get the pick in there, but it was refragged, and it was overall a taxing win to get into construction at all. If they can do a little bit better this time, which already we can see and hear, there was so much charges going off and doing their job. They're already way ahead on objective this round.
Last time, like you mentioned, took forever, and part of that too was over in the cash room near construction. They didn't clear out that player until less than a minute, maybe even down, I think, 30 seconds. And by that point, as you mentioned as well, refrag came through. They weren't able to shut down the Jaeger of Gusmity, who's going to be playing that same exact op. So it's something you're going to have to contest. Oni taking a lot of damage, downed, in fact, from Laggers, I believe, playing in the bathroom position. And he's going to be downed in return, but he doesn't have a teammate who can help him back up, at least not easily, while the attacker does.
I don't know if KJ's is going to know for certain if that's a down. He stopped firing, so maybe he could at least infer or saw a little bit of that animation of the down. They're not going to know for sure if he's been rezzed, which he has, in fact. They've traded just 80 HP on either side, both of them being really close to death. But Mashizo is going to end up being the first one killed. Silver picking up a kill as well, and suddenly it's bloody for Columbia. They have lost yet another player, Mila being taken though in exchange. Dale and Jason have a lot of work to do right now. They do have that avenue opened up, and Diffuser is within arm's reach.
There was a team kill in that midst of that flurry. Silver getting another kill. That's the second one of the round. Coming alive a little bit more here, but a team kill from the fire arrow of the Capital doesn't help your cause. Now you're in a 1v4. It's Jason sitting on this Jacuzzi balcony. It's pretty much lost at this point unless they just feed him ones and he wins every single one of them. But it's unlikely with just 30 seconds remaining. Just holding that angle. Providence, got to play this smart. Hopefully it doesn't give away the life, or at least not too early. If you do it really late, not going to hurt you too much. But looking at it, if it does go the way we expect, it's going to be a 5-1 defensive half for Purdue. They let a 5-1 slip last time on the attacking half that they had favored, and then they lost the map overall. So hopefully they're not going to let it happen again. Well, in this case, Silver does get that triple, so got to give credit there. But that last one was kind of just a... I don't even know. Coup de grace.
Well, that was a yeah, that was an all-out brawl out on the Jacuzzi balcony, and well, Purdue has been doing a better job of winning gunfights throughout this series. We saw that on Chalet, despite the round count being so close. The KDs were a lot more positive on Purdue's side.
Going into their attack now, Purdue had success last map, but we've also seen a very reversed scenario the first half of this map. So we'll see if that's going to set the tone for this whole game, if this will just be a defended-sided clubhouse. But
well, Columbia College is definitely going to be hoping it is.
I'm sure they are. But they're also going to a different bomb set than would be conventional. They're actually going to go CC first to kind of get the first win down in basement, which arguably would be easier. And the problem here is if they do lose this bomb site, then they're going to be down 6-1. right off the bat. So I do think going basement, I again would say was an easier bomb site to win, but allow you to at least have a little breathing room and to feel a little bit better. Win to start off the second half. If they lose this, I think that could be enough to put them under. Just too much going against you. I do like on the attack though, they are changing up the lineups that we've seen. We're gonna be seeing a 0 being brought by Silver.
I do like the 0. Overall, this is a lineup that's not really going to care what objective it is. You could tell me this is a basement attacking lineup. You could tell me this is CC attacking objective. And this would work absolutely just fine for gym and bedroom as well. So they're not going to be really shaken by the option of going CCTV first. Unfortunately for Columbia College, they're not in the upper hand with that as a juke or anything. Or it might just be that they're a little more comfortable on the objective. They got plenty of grenade denial this time, and they got the bandits. They're going to be looking for the bandit tricking, hopefully.
Well, even with the bandit tricking, if you just maverick it properly and don't lose your life in the process, which can sometimes be a difficult task, at least then that will allow them to just get this wall
free without no worry about it. Or off of the docket, I guess.
Yeah, not going to do too much for them. The wall should get soft here soon, indeed, and then you just Sophia charge it, and here we go. Wall open, just like you would expect. But that's just stage 1 that is almost always successful with the attackers. That's not where the problems lay. The problems lay, like we had seen on the other side when Purdue was defending, getting this player out of the catwalk. And ironically, the player with the name starting with M on each team is going to be that one holding down with Wamai.
Right, opening up the garage wall is going to make sure that KJS doesn't get to play down there anymore. It's not going to be one that's going to cut off any more angles for Mashizo there unless they actually put themselves in garage, start looking at that line of sight right there. Well, but KJS has been pushed off into an even better spot to be right now, taking out Silver, who has been deadly effective, and I mean deadly effective on the attacking halves. So he's not going to get a chance to get back into that this time, being a first pick. Again, quite unfortunately for him, and KJS is looking for yet another one playing against... Oh, looking for another pick in the exact same place. That's pretty bold and gets to stay with the head for now.
It is indeed just ridiculous that they're allowed to get away with this. Mashizo up in the catwalk on that Wamai. MP 5K in hand, gets a kill. The grenade does sail through and get the kill into KJ's. However, Providence was down, so loss of HP isn't going to help them anymore yet. They did find that body, so at least they're not in a terrible position. With only a minute roughly remaining, slightly less, they're in a 3v4. The burns are going to come through, and Mashizo has to move away, get into the 90 of catwalk, but these players below seem to be aware, and they are. Goose going to get that kill onto them and even up the man count, but time is starting to tick away and is no longer going to be a friend.
Oh, they do get another kill here. Purdue taking more control up through rafters. They are going to show their heads here for a second. Dello has been doing a really good job of picking up kills like that, but he doesn't quite get this one. Time is ticking down, and they have to open up a few more walls here, Providence. Using that hard breaching. Dello looking for a couple more angles through there, but Jason's going to be the one picking up a kill and dropping the diffuser. This is an even better line of sight, but once again, Providence is just going to prove more accurate with those bullets. Mila has been out on the balcony there for quite some time, waiting for the opportunity. But a C4 is going to end all their hopes. I think Mila was actually looking for the opportunity. They're actually running in as the C4 was coming up. I think they knew that was going to be a possibility, but there's not enough time to even just pick it up and start diffusing again.
Played very well. The angle was obviously going to be held from the last player, from the attackers, obviously not including the one planting. Your coverage is right out there, but you can't do anything unless you go below, which is exactly the play. It works out for them. They get their first round of defense. C4 played perfectly, and now they get to rotate to a different bomb site. They're not going to go basement still, though. They're actually opting to go gym and bedroom instead. And they're also, in this case, now going to be bringing a castle.
Okay, so I got to say, I think maybe it's less of a... And this is my fan theory, or caster theory, I guess, is that maybe it's not Silver on the sledge. Maybe it's just Purdue sledge is cracked, because Goose Mini did so much work there. Not quite in the round, of course, but getting 2 kills right there in garage, which is an unfortunate thing on its own to have to waste so much time killing someone on the bottom of garage, because I've never seen someone waste that much time playing below rafters.
It's true. The other thing that's a little weird, though, is that when you see Silver have such a great game, 16 kills on Sledge. Now, Now, kills on defense is not good. So let's be honest. That's also part of the equation. But when you're attacking now in your second half, and you've seen that Silver did get some kills on defense, why would you not put them back on what they were very successful in the first map? I don't know. But as you mentioned, at least Gusmity is living up to the name that was set for the sledge of their team. But it is just kind of puzzling when you have a player like that who, does need a little bit of help here and there, clearly, not having a great defensive half. To take away that one app that they really were very successful with, it's just odd.
Yeah, I'm a little curious, just like what their thought process is on the practicing there. If it's more of a role thing and not caring as much about the gun choice and being a little bit more worried about just like who they're playing with on the map. I mean, typically a sledge is someone that's going to be playing a similar role on any objective there. So hopefully we'll see Silver stick around for a little bit longer and see really what he's bringing to the table on the Zero now, since he's got a lot of versatile options. Is not a character that you see played too often, just moderately rare.
True, and didn't really live very long last time, so we weren't able to see him utilize a lot of the utility or even the gun in hand. But Iger's going to get to work on this jacuzzi wall, just what we expect. Both walls upstairs really easy to open up from outside, jacuzzi, and then of course CC we saw on the last bomb site. And just because you get the wall open, again, it doesn't make much of a difference. We saw them get the wall open in CC, did not net them the round win, and now we're going to see the same thing. Silver, though, going to get that opening kill on a KJ, so that's him going to work with the Zero in hand. The mid jammers are still in place, so that's going to slow them down a little bit, but once they are aware and wise to the fact that no one's really playing this position any longer, you can start pushing in. They might even be able to get a punish onto Dello. Just throw that C4, do a lot of damage to Silver, maybe even moved into that C4, it looked like. By the way, it wasn't a full depth, though, so could still live to haunt these defenders now that he actually wasn't taken.
Dello's doing so much work here in such a rough position, even managing to drop while blinded here, switching to secondary to just try and keep in the action and maybe rotate up red stairs here to just keep harrying this side's attack. Purdue doesn't really have too much time to spend finding him. They're going to send out a cam, but Adela's plenty aware of it. Laggers and Providence on the other side, though, are getting plenty of leverage. Oni's got a nice C4 here that doesn't quite net a kill. That's two C4s getting really close to that opportunity. Providence is getting the plant down here, and Dela's reign of terror is finally going to be ended. Oni's all alone, still below, and there's 5 Purdue players left. Almost insurmountable odds at this point.
1v5. They almost had a not flawless round had they got the kill on the Silver, and still could, but looks like they're opting to play below. They already know that this round's pretty much a lost cause. The Silver 4 is no longer in their pocket either, so even if you had thought about that and had it in hand, it still would be a hard situation. Silver is going to push down. Could be giving away the flawless round that could come through, and he will. He's going to die. Oni getting that kill. But it's just a collective prize as Laggers can put them down and get them on to map points so they can move on to that third map.
Well, there we go. That's that showing the attack coming out, making sure that they can get one pretty early on. They're looking to just get one on attack, and it's going to put them ahead and even put them to that map point. Well, they're on the map point. It's going to finish out the map for them so that they can try and take this to Villa, which is absolutely their hopes here. Again, Purdue has not lost a map all season long. This is week 8, the final end, and they finally lose a map on their last match of regular season. They're going to be going to playoffs either way. Both teams are, but they're playing to make sure that they keep that top spot solidified. So they want to win this one, of course. They don't want to have to lose one in regular season. It's going to be a bit of a disappointment to their team that way. Columbia College, on the other hand, they're looking for that chance to be gunning for the top dogs. And even if it doesn't have to happen this map, since they are down quite a few rounds, they're going to have all of Villa, the decider map, to work on.
Well, it is disappointing to have a showing like this after going max OT round 15. They win on that round, bring the win in their favor for first map, and then come here and to have a rougher performance like this. It's obviously not ideal, but as you mentioned, at least you gained that buffer for winning that first map. And hopefully they have a really good IGL or coach or just mentality as a team where they're going to be able to go, hey, you know what? It's okay. It's reset. We still get a clean slate from We'll be seeing Moshizo on the Mazi, on the Roam. I like to see it. I think Moshizo hasn't had the game they had last map, but they still have a lot of potential, and this is certainly an operator that I like, despite the Roni change. They still have a lot of potential simply because they have the Commando in hand, and I love that weapon.
Oh yeah, Commando, absolutely sick little AR platform there. But I really like seeing Mashizo plays weird positions that aren't like bad, like quick play positions, but just weird ones that just keep catching Purdue by surprise. It's smart and off the wall. And we've seen a lot of really impactful kills netted from those interesting positions. So I'd love to see this. Mozzie, Rome, they do have a lot of counter intel, but they're not going for the castle, that SSG. Rome at all. And Goose Smitty is bringing that sledge. And we know that Purdue really loves their sledge so far. So that's going to be fine. It wouldn't be bringing too much utility to the table for them, but they are going to be trying to keep those drones off them as long as possible.
Something we haven't addressed yet that's interesting is Fuse being brought. He has 2 hard breach in pocket as well. AK in hand is a pretty good weapon despite the nerf that was done to it. It's still a good weapon. But he's actually not the one.
Simulator for those of you curious.
Right. But it's interesting that he's not the one pushing in and getting into kitchen here, because they could be the ones, Zofia there, just getting some utility used. They could just start fusing off some players that might be playing in Armory. In this case, it's actually going to be Sophia who's doing that. Lager's already in the dirt, but he's going to be taken out instantly. Dello getting that kill. KJ is in another side of the map. Mila being destroyed as well. So just deleting some of these targets has allowed them now to gain a 5v3 advantage. But quickly a refrag comes through from Silver. He's trying to find another one. He's the one on that fuse with the AK in hand, but he can't find it. KJ shuts him down. Instant refire from Providence is going to allow them at least not to fall too far behind. But a 2v3, the minute remaining. Well, never mind. Providence going to make me eat those words instantly. Now it's a 2v2, so this is very much doable.
The picks that the defense did get really congested the attackers over here by Kitchen. But Silver was able to do quite a bit of work to even that up. Of course, they're going to have to spread out the attack in order to make sure that they can get that diffuser all the way downstairs, or at least get a couple kills. Jason's playing up close on main stairs, and taking away at that count of drones is going to do a lot. There's still 40 seconds left, which is a bit. You got enough time to rotate here, but you got to be decisive. Goose Smitty is doing that right now. Just going to offer a nice line of sight on Dello. If Dello keeps rotating through there, the grenade is going to burn that and give away the location. Dello losing a lot of HP with way fewer bullets in the magazine than Goose Smitty is bringing to this fight, and going to get downed by that pinch. Providence gets both of them. What a great time to drop, and what great awareness of the situation.
He's going to win them the map, too. A 2v2, but Providence was all for it as he's able to just take it home, getting some of those kills early in the round, finishing it off. I'm not sure what the kill count on that round was altogether, but either way, a masterful round to try and take the team onto map 3, and 13 kills is obviously very impressive as well. Purdue bounced back in a mad fashion, as they are not nearly close to this map as it was the first map, but everything resets. Map 3 coming at us soon on Villa, but first, a short break, and we'll be back for that action. Hello, welcome back, NECC. We're in a good matchup here. Purdue and Columbia going at it. It's Purdue Gold. They do have 3 different teams in this league, so I gotta
Very prestigious.
specify that. Yeah, but hey, it's a good matchup so far. Really close map 1. A bounce back from Purdue now map 2, and then obviously find ourselves map 3. Then so Villa gonna be coming at us in quick fashion here. Actually, I think Travis, we can just jump straight into this. So let's get it
Ooh.
going.
Getting right into this game 3. I'm always excited to see one go all the distance, especially after a round 15 on map 1. It was really close. Purdue really shining, though, in that map 2, when it just seemed just so difficult for Columbia College to find much ground at all against their defense, especially during the first half of that map. This third one, it's not going to have that side advantage. Is not picked by either team specifically, so it's going to be a lot more even, despite them winning each other's maps as it actually turned out. And this one, I'm sure, is not going to be nearly so attacker sided as the Chalet map was.
Well, banning on Villa, always interesting, but not usually too surprising. So, Thatcher, yes. Will we see?
Do you bet it's the same bans as the last 2
I,
maps?
I was about to say that. Are we going to see the same thing again?
Yeah,
You know
Columbia, or
Didn't
sorry, Purdue started
Columbia
with the same thing.
Wait,
Hmm?
was it?
This should be the
Oh,
same
wait, no, no,
sides
no,
as
this is
last
right.
map.
This is
So
right. Yeah, okay.
Purdue has banned him all 3 maps.
That's interesting. I'm wondering if they just really feel like that's like messing up their setup, or if they just have a certain player that plays that who plays it really well on Columbia that they're
Oh,
targeting. Really
yeah.
hard to say, but I think you're right. This
Well,
is
they've been playing Shields, or at least they did on the first map, a
true.
little bit less so on Clubhouse, but they were really aggressively sticking to their shields on the defense on Chalet.
Well, you know what they say about habits. They're hard to break, and we are creatures of habit. But hey, look at that.
Oh,
A change. Map 3, we finally see a different band come through. It's going to be that Valkyrie. And I think that it's probably the right choice. That's Columbia banning it out. And I do think some of those cams did affect them last map. Valkyrie was played a decent bit on Clubhouse. We didn't really call it out too much. And we didn't see too many perspectives on the cams. But I do imagine that that might be part of their thinking here. This is certainly a map where those cams can be placed in a lot of tricky positions.
they've got a little bit more versatility here, a little more of those little nooks and crannies where they can be stowed away. This will open up the possibility for the Mira, but she's going to be a lot less impactful on Villa than on the other maps that we did see. So it's not too surprising to see that change. I do think the Valkyrie is going to be much more useful to either team. So it makes quite a bit of sense. We're heading to Aviator in Games Room first. Nothing too unusual. There are lots of drone denial and grenade denial on that initial showing. Okay, the Mozzie going away for a pulse. That's a bit of an off pick for Aviator games.
The old switcheroo being pulled out on us. And hey, another switcheroo we didn't mention. Silver is not in the game anymore. I guess they've subbed in Hangman. That's the one who also 6-picked. So you're going to be seeing a little bit of a change in the player lineup and the op lineup, as it were. But nothing too different by going to planes and games as the first on the site. That Pulse is an interesting pick for sure. I'm wondering where he's going to be hunkered down. Is he going to be straight on the first floor down below, or are they going to go all the way to the basement trying to get information, expecting a push from the bedroom statue area?
Yeah, I guess we'll have to wait to see where this attack is coming from as well, since there's nothing that's really going to give any tells on what they're thinking. It's that pretty kind of typical rounded lineup. They're going with the ace as opposed to maybe Habana, which has been a little bit more common recently, but that's nothing to write home about. They're bringing the line again, which seems to be Mashizo's prime pick. So nothing crazy there. They're keeping a roam out here with Hangman, looking to go for some intel out by bedroom.
Not being able to see him on the cardiac is because they're repelled, but they're going to be found out by the drone. The wall bang might come through, try and find him, but I think it's too little too late on that one. They're going to be starting to peek through the mud window. So this Pulse is going to be harassed from many different angles. Going to opt to go into that basement, which is one of the reasons I really do like Villa. This basement is such a creative little way for people to move around the map. It gets so much gain for the defenders, because without that, I feel like defending on this map would actually be way harder. You see it utilized so much, and the attackers don't want to waste too much time by going all the way down there. So it really keeps the map a little more balanced. But balanced of the body count isn't going to favor Columbia. This continues on, and we also have some utility contend with here. A Goyo shield being placed right here on Lamp. Wamai there to protect it as those Wamai discs do spawn in their pocket is only going to be further trouble as time goes on.
Oh, I adore that spot, especially with that hole leading down into China. That's going to have a lot of versatility, especially while playing in tandem with Hangman here. He's feeding a lot of really relevant information for that position. Unfortunately for Hangman, they're still having a hard time finding much of that intel that they've been brought for. Columbia College, though, they're slow right now. They're pretty spooked by the presence out by Master Bedroom and haven't done much to take ground since then.
Well, that's one Goyo shield being burned away. The grenade going to sing through and get rid of that, but the wall is reinforced to the left of Providence, so protected from that push. And so this shield will persist, and that's going to make it so they have to burn even more time and not have the angles to get the frags as they are able to escape. So all the time and no casualties is going to spell a successful holdout from Purdue and this stage of the push.
Purdue just absolutely stacked up on that choke point in response to the attack from Columbia being so one-sided. They're going to get 2 kills off of it here as Hangman has been pushed by Mashizo, and up top, Dalo is going to be knocked out as well. They've still got 3 players, but again, on the same choke point, which is still being as heavily watched. Providence playing the red stairs now, which provides some cover. Maybe not as good as the shield, but still with Wamai discs to protect as well. This is going to be a nice place to be.
Providence going below. Hangman had a pre-placed C4 waiting for it to be popped, and it does indeed net a kill. Jason does get a kill on the Providence. The C4 from Lagger is almost going to get someone as well, but not quite able to do so either way. A 4v2, a 4v1. Lagger is going to get the kill into KJ's, and Jason put in a dire position yet again. We've seen this so many times for this player. We get 1 kill for the trouble, but can't get all the ones won as the peaks come through, but the pistol fight is going to be lost. Didn't even get a chance to shoot Hila to finish him off. And round 1 will go in the favor of Purdue.
Yeah, we did get to end that with a little pistol duel. That was an oppressive defense and a perfect call out to Columbia College going full send from Master Bedroom. It was absolutely their undoing. They didn't even make any attempts at a rotation in the mid round once they recognized how much resistance was out there. That's stifling. Not what Columbia College wants to be seeing right now, especially off the back of a loss on the last map.
Indeed, not the way you want to start off, but not super surprising either. That's one of the best bomb sites on this map, right? We see it sometimes, and it really does depend on the matchup. I will say that sometimes I have seen it not be so successful, but oftentimes it's going to be one of the favorite sites compared to where we're going now, Trophy Statue. We've talked about this before, but this is not a bomb site that has a huge success rate for the defense, so I expect this to be the trial and tribulation for Purdue. If they can get this, then I think downstairs and kitchen is a pretty 50-50 bomb site for most teams on defense, and I think that might actually be better depending on how well they can play this bomb site. Could be wrong, but I imagine that this is the bomb site that if they can win it here and get 2 in a row, they're going to feel pretty confident going into kitchen.
Yeah, that's definitely the one you want to be going into with that even count on the first half, even if you're going to be losing 1 round to start with. That's not bad at all. Laggers has that Goyo pick we've seen quite a bit so far in this match, and with a lot of anti-projectile support, it's going to be pretty easy to keep those up. They played off them really well last round, so I'd love to see more of that, and they're already starting off with some of these vertical shotgun holes, which have paid off not just last round, but also a lot on the clubhouse map.
These shields are being brought reminiscent of the first map, Chalet. See the Goyo being brought in tandem with the smoke, so that's 3 total shields that they can utilize. Obviously, we've seen just how useful that's been the first round, and only going to be more useful here as you can do the extended hold over into Plains and Games. No one's really holding the Games room, so it's mostly just the Plains roam, but Lagers has now rotated up near the main stairs to help support this roam, and they can do the same thing as last time, buy a lot of time without losing a body. I mean, that is the formula for success.
I'm a little worried for Columbia College here, looking to be setting up for a full lateral take once again. And just like last round, that's exactly what Purdue has their setup ready for. They've got this big extension with Laggers and Providence having a lot of utility behind them. This first pick is going to be Dello. The shotgun's not going to ring out here, but it's definitely better to have than an ARX right there. The smoke's going out, and the grenade gets through. The second one actually bypasses when those ADSs. A second smoke has to be pulled. That's going to be a little bit rough if this goes to the late half of the round, but the first kill does go out in favor of Purdue.
Laggers getting kill on to Dello to open things up. That's how you want to start if you're Purdue, and on the other side, not how you want to start if you're Columbia. You just lost one of your biggest fraggers from the previous few maps. Dello, obviously, significant role in that win on Chalet. And now off the board here, that's also Yana drones and some grenades. So a lot of utility lost, a fragging op and player lost. Providence is going to get the SMG 11 kill on to Jason to just continue the rampage that is happening on the side of Purdue. Another one onto KJ's. Oni and Mushizo left in a terrible situation. Neither of them able to do much. They have a lot of flashbangs at least, but I don't know if it's enough to win you around.
Providence was quiet at the early part of this match, but has really become the support player with the kills to pay the bills right now. Pushing up so aggressively and making great use of the smokes in order to leverage that into a big 3-kill on the south side of the map. Oni and Mashizo are just left so out alone right now. It's technically, I don't know. It's going to be really difficult, especially with the clock taken down. So much time has been eaten up while they're just waiting for their teammates to try and get some picks on the other side of the map. Flash is going out. Aren't going to quite get the leverage that they want to get into the room either, and that's a deadly choke point if they don't get any Sarge destruction.
Trying to get in these gunfights and somewhat doing so, but they're actually losing out on health. Mashizo does get that kill onto Lags at the very least, so now it's very much doable. Shotgun though from Mila is going to shut him down. Now it's a 1v2 for Oni. They can get one. That's a triple kill on the round. They need one more. It's Goose Midi, but the clock is not in their favor. 5 seconds remaining. Goose Midi's going to be trying to play the ring around the rosy game. Might come out successful. Plant has to be stuck down. Can Goose find the body before the plant is successful? It looks like they can, and that's going to be another round for Purdue gold.
All right, that one ends up a little closer. I'll be fully on the back of that triple kill from Oni and what should have been nearly insurmountable odds. I guess they ended up being insurmountable in the end, but it was only due to the efforts of Goose Smitty there who had to run a full almost 360 around site to actually find the plants there. 2 rounds in a row for Purdue. A great start for them. They're going to be heading down to dining room and kitchen. They've got that pulse once again. This time it's going to be laggers though.
You know, like the way I just spoke made me like feel like you've become what you swore to destroy, you know? Whereas like, can he do this? Yes, he can. And I hated Bob the Builder growing up. I don't know if you ever heard of that.
I loved that. Bob Builder growing up.
Bob? I hate Bob.
Really?
Yeah. He's a loser.
What did he do to you?
He fixed things that should not have been fixed.
That's so cryptic.
I know, right?
What does it mean?
Well, hopefully Columbia can fix some stuff because they're falling down here.
His machines, they're friendly. We have very, very different experiences here. Jeez.
Yeah, I'm a negative Nancy, you know. I gotta bring that to this cast here. Talk about how much I hate Bob the Builder. And that's probably a childhood hero. Kind of spat upon. Either way, going down now, trying to get the full rotation. They did it last map. They were able to get a full rotation of sites and had 4 in a row until they did finally lose one. Obviously, if they have the same success here, they're going to feel real good. Columbia, ever since that hard-fought win on map 1, round 15, really close, just haven't been able to find the rhythm again. It's concerning. Yeah. So I feel like momentum is fully against them now. You know, losing 2 rounds here, losing 7-2, I think, last map. They need to find something sooner rather than later.
Yeah, right now we've seen 2 rounds in a row where Purdue was just a step and a half above just on how they were approaching the round. They had the perfect counter to Columbia College's play. And so that's definitely going to be doing a lot to hinder them. If they can get ahead, win in that mental game, the strategic game, before you even get into the bulk of the round, that's going to be a big boon, even if they can be on the same page. But Providence already looking to get something cheesy. A shield setup in Laundry Room we saw before is being played with that Origin 12 shotgun. So it's going to be an impasse here. Delo. Oh my, well, maybe not. Providence wants to just keep going, even trying to fight Delo outside, who actually has a rifle. Contend all, and it was a bait. That's terrifying. Getting 2 kills off of this weird placement of a shield and weird use of a shotgun. And this isn't going to be the round. This isn't going to be the round where Columbia College figures out what Purdue is doing. It feels like Purdue is almost toying with them with those 2 kills.
I think maybe Purdue felt some vindication here coming into this map.
Oh, no.
Trying to get it. That's just That's
Okay.
disrespectful, honestly. It's just disrespectful is what it is.
Jeez.
Providence getting another shotgun kill with the Ella. It's disgusting, but it's a 2v4 now. Oni going to be on that fuse. We saw it last map. Didn't really do too much themselves. Obviously, got some kills, and I think that was actually Silver, who's no longer in this match. He's been subbed out, but you haven't seen it brought too much. Doesn't usually bring you too much utility either, especially when you're not above. But hey, it has some hard breach gadgetry in pocket, so maybe it can open up this wall for them. You see the ping coming through, so that's what they're going to go for. But they've kind of stacked up here, and Mila is just going to get a nice, easy shot from above onto the head of Oni. And now KJ's in a 1v4. We've seen this before. It doesn't usually work out.
Yeah, we haven't seen any of these big 1vx clutches so far from either team. And that's okay. That's just how these go. Purdue bullied Columbia College this round. And even more than these last two rounds, which seemed pretty aggressively one-sided. So that's a perfect rotation coming off of the back of huge multi-kills to start rounds. Did you see that third kill coming out? Because Dela actually faked a Gemini, which inspired laggers to run out, and Dela won that fight. Fully successfully baited laggers out because he knew what laggers wanted, but the perfect pinch there was actually going to bring out the FO12 again for another shotgun kill outside. Like, what a stupid exchange right there, right?
I mean, you just don't expect that to work, right? Like, what's
the
going
bait
on? How
is
is
the
this?
bait. It feels like
how getting away with this?
He's like, I expected you to expect me to do that, so I did it anyways.
Yeah, did you say like JoJo's?
Like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, like how those
I
fights
figured
go.
that's what you meant.
Yeah.
I was listening.
Or they're just
all
like,
that reminds me of is like,
I'm
oh,
60 steps
no.
ahead of you. Oh, well, I decided to be one step behind myself, so I actually get out ahead.
Yeah, the very confusing logic behind the show.
Just-
is
it's
something
just
I'm never going
nonsense.
to try and understand. But going over now, planes and games again. 3 rounds in a row. They're successful on every single one that they've tried. And it's now on Columbia's court. They're going to have to, again, mix things up, try and find some sort of success. A huge part of it has just been unexpected contention from the Pulse below or the shotgun Ella. They've just been thrown off by these odd things being brought by Purdue that, isn't uncommon necessarily, but isn't obviously the meta.
Used in weird ways, I think is the main thing.
Yeah, that's really what it is. And they have no answers for it. And I feel kind of bad for them because I would maybe feel the same way. Like, what am I facing right now? But it's been successful for Purdue, so I expect them just to keep it up until they're punished for it.
Yeah, and absolutely that's what they're doing. We saw those same shields set up, the Goyos, on the north end of the map, just like before. But it doesn't look like the attacker's going to be playing into it nearly as heavily. They're starting on the same side of the map as the actual objective, so they don't have to really pay attention to that same fight that they were losing so heavily in round 1. So I'd like to see the adaptation. They're going to at least turn something on its head and look to be taking better gunfights than those insane ones that they had to take before.
Modelo being aggressive into Classical, just trying to pre-fire. He knew someone just shot the drone in 90s. Thought someone might peek, didn't pay off. KJ's doing some drone work to help the team out. They are definitely roaming below. There's 2 bodies we can see. Providence getting a kill, but a refrag comes through from Della on to laggers, so at least things are even. But the main man has been Providence. I mentioned it before, and only continuing to wreak havoc in this map. They need to shut him down if they want to have some success in the round. And they have the chance to do so. Jason gonna try and get some shots into sight, but not able to net a kill yet.
Ooh.
Reg, I guess you were muted,
Yep.
so I could not hear you, but that's all right.
Train came by.
I heard
They're
it.
doing me dirty
It's
today.
beautiful.
They're doing me dirty. But
Yeah.
what a strange thing. Was the mag empty or something there to inspire Jason to throw that flashbang? And that ended up with a easily baited out kill from a casually tossed C4.
Ooh, Providence didn't fully commit to that. They actually could have got the kill, but he's going to be punished now because they're expecting a second peek to come through. Moshizo being credited with that one. It's a 3v3 now. Less than a minute remaining, about 45 seconds. Mila playing behind bars, the main one to contend. Does not have a C4 to their name. And it's going to be nice to save them for a little bit longer. That was a grenade being caught too. It wasn't a flashbang. You see the push in is going to be caught out. Mila able to be aware of it through Classical. they're still just biding their time. They haven't gone for a full commitment here. The man prone in hallway, it gives away their position. Wasn't able to net the kill, and they get punished for it. Mila getting that kill. Now it's a 2v3 situation. KJ is trying to just continue to contest here, help his teammate get in behind the bar. She's going to do so. Trying to get the kills is KJ onto Mila. Now it's a 2v2, so it's very doable, but they have to get this plant down soon. It's going to come through. Now it's a 2v1 situation as the man has to protect his teammate on that plant. Air jab's going to slow him down, but the body is going to be found who got the plant down. Now all that's left is finding Mushizo's position. He gets one. He's able to not get the second. Not quite. Smitty going to shut him down. It's going to be a round one for them. There's nothing to deny this. A little bit of BMing coming up, but that's 4 in a row for Purdue. They're probably feeling it.
They are absolutely feeling it after that. Mashizo almost got it with the ninja play right there. I love that moment where they actually get Mila. They find the diffuser, take out Sledge, and they just both look at each other, both defenders, and they go, where's the last attacker? Because they're not in this room, apparently. Jeez. 4 rounds. That one is definitely the closest, more adaptation from Columbia College, sort of taking fate more into their own hands. But in the end, it's close and it goes to Purdue. They're on a roll right now. It's going to take a lot to stop that bravado.
Indeed. They're going to, they're not going to stop things like that until you make them realize they can't act like that, right? And it really is that these plays are coming through due to confidence. I don't think that you would normally strategize an Ella shotgun be swinging out of the building like that, like we'd seen before. I think that really just comes on the back of feeling confident enough to get away with kind of monkey stuff like that, as I would call it if I was in ring. Monkey plays. But the Columbia they've been quiet. And it's been quiet last map, and it's only continued further. They need to find that other fire that they had map 1. Not sure what they can do to get that ignited, but I think really momentum is playing a huge factor for them. Some teams it doesn't affect as much. Some teams aren't as phased. They're able to just stop it, regain control. Here haven't shown any signs that they're really capable of that, and they're not playing very confident.
Yeah, it's really curious to see the opponent's map pick ended up being the one that just looks so confident and suave from the attack, and have an awkward attack where it looks like Columbia's just not quite sure at any point.
Well, going to trophy and statue. We've had 4 in a row. Looking to get 5 here. This is the site I've mentioned before, and I say it like every cast. It's just not a great bomb site. I'm just gonna leave it alone. I won't rehash it too much. It's a little repetitive. But I do think that could favor Columbia. They need to probably get a little bit more information. I feel like oftentimes they're not gleaming that, but really just winning some gunfights, maybe getting an opening kill, having a couple man advantage. I don't think we've seen that in the map yet. So they really need to find something to just get a round kick started. This is that opening kill is probably the easiest way to do that. Or maybe just getting a bunch of control by clearing someone out like that. Getting the wall opened up early, but Shizo getting that opening kill on Gusmiti is exactly what they need. This could actually help them out a lot. They're going to be continued to be impact tricked unless they are able to clear out the player. Looks like it's coming through. Impact will stop part of it, but the rest will come through, so that wall will end up being opened up.
This suddenly looks like a totally different match. Purdue is being forced to move their utility right off the bat. They lose the first pick. Hard Breach has already come out, and great uses of utility and coordination on timing from Columbia College. Another kill coming out with that frag, 3 in a row for Columbia College. Like, legitimately, this looks like 2 totally different teams. Hangman pushes up, tries to get a kill, ends up getting the drone. It's not going to be quite what he's looking for, and Providence is the last one. The hero of this map, but he's all alone against 3 of Mashizo. Finishes off that round. They're not going to go silently into this good night. This is their map 3.
Well, start a round, you can end around Mushizo. Known in that first map, especially, remember just constantly getting that last kill in many rounds here. Able to pick up where they left off in that regard. Still, though, it's only 1 round, and it's still better than none, and it certainly can help stop the bleeding that has been going on 4 in a row. But last map, we saw the same thing. 4 in a row, 1 round, and then what happens? They still lose 7-2. So while it is the beginning of the right trek, they still have much more to accomplish here. And I think that at least for them, this is a map where outside of Plains and Games, the other 2 bomb sites are fairly winnable for the attack. So I think that that could be to their advantage and allow them to hopefully get a 4-2 for their sake. On the other side, Purdue hoping to also emulate a 5-1 yet again, as we've seen a few times in this match.
Yeah, I think Purdue here, I think they're going to be forced to play a little more honest, a little less monkey-like. They're bringing the Castle this time instead of his other FBI partner, the Pulse, which is an interesting one because Pulse is really common for this site, and much less commonly the Castle. So that's an interesting juxtaposition right there. And obviously, no Ella this time. Providence going for a much more typical pick on the Mute.
Well, the roam game I expect to be, pretty heavy. I don't expect maybe everyone to be up there, but at least 2 bodies is usually what you see above. The Castle going to help buy some time, and oftentimes you do see a player over here in the living room area. But if not, attackers trying to take control of that area, so that Castle Barricade might just buy some time in that regard as well. So there's a lot of different ways to look at it. By the way, extending outward has just been a huge theme on a lot of maps in recent times. Obviously, the SSG Rome, I think, was the first integration of seeing that in full swing, and since then it hasn't been let up, and it makes sense. You buy more time is on your side as a defender, so it's just more of the same, just coming to grow in the game. So I always like reminiscing on things like that. Tigers though, position is given away. The drone did come in and see him, so you gotta be careful here. Could be found unawares if they aren't going to be watching their back, and while you're making rotate holes, it's a good time for these attackers to capitalize on it.
Purdue is getting their money's worth out of that super shorty on laggers. He's still setting up a minute into the round. He's got a lot of utility around him to slow down anyone that actually does push up on him, despite the attackers knowing where he is after that first droning, or at least they know that he was here a while ago. They're not too intent on bothering with it at all, though.
Yeah, not going to bother with it. Just going to continue to do what their game plan is, I suppose. Air jabs are going to be helping with this roam potentially, but we've seen so many air jabs get shot or hit and then they weren't capitalized on, right? They didn't punch that push up, or the guy gets hit by the air jab and yet nothing happens to them. Mila getting the opening kill in the KJ, so while they did get the opening kill last round, it seems like it was a one-off thing for Columbia. Oshiza also taking a lot of damage. Now, Goosemity did take a decent amount, and so has their Goyos, so there's plenty of damage done to the other side, but bodies are what matter. Hangman finding another one for Purdue, putting them into 5v3.
All of this setup for vertical play from Purdue Gold is giving them exactly what they want. They got those first 2 kills, and they're able to respond really quickly to Columbia College's rotation. They move to the other side of the site, and Purdue just follows right along. They're going to be playing, oh no, towards the east side there. Providence getting yet another kill as that 5v2, leaving Oni and Jason all alone, and this might not be another round in a row for Columbia College, minus some heroics.
2v5, we've seen some heroics come out, and it was Oni who was one of them, and it didn't win, but it was really close, even though they really had no business getting that close, and it was actually where they are right now in that statue site, but either way, it didn't come to fruition. But at least we've seen that they have the capability, right, of being able to get some impact kills and try and clutch up their team, even though success wasn't the result here. Very unlikely because they don't have the same position, and in fact it's a flawless in the other direction. Purdue only continuing this stomping fest so far, unfortunately, for Columbia, and they really just need to do something here if they don't want to lose in a similar fashion to the map 2 that they just lost.
Did we end up with a 5-1 half on Clubhouse to start with?
Yep.
There's so many. This is our 4th 5-1 half in 3 maps. So that's quite a bit here. Columbia College is going to be relying on 1 themselves, or even better, a 6-0 in order to keep in this one. It's a pretty intense attacking half there for them, almost constantly on the back foot, both in fights strategically and in all of those mind games. They're going to be going for Aviator and Games Room for their first off defense. Nothing too weird. That's exactly what Purdue did given the same situation. And they're keeping it a little bit more typical on this lineup. Nothing crazy from either side on the Aviator games. And I would be a little surprised if they're doing that same Goyo hold that we saw from Purdue.
Well, full rotation was 1, and now they can't do it a second time, but they can at least get 2 of the 3, like we were saying. We're going to see them going over to Plains and Games, and I think that... well, excuse me, we already switched halves. I just had a brain fart there. Wow, old man moment.
Oh, no.
Brain. Either way, we saw full rotation one once by Purdue and weren't able to emulate it a second time around. But it is exactly the same score, like we just had mentioned with Clubhouse, the exact same score line. In Columbia, were only able to net one round before they just let the whole map fall apart against them. And unfortunately, I think it was a 7-2. So it's not a score line that makes you feel too confident. Especially after going around 50 in the first map. I'm going to bring it up again. Like, how do you have that close and then all of a sudden it just, like, it falls off for you? I don't know. I think that maybe the mental ends up just kind of falling apart, especially when things start going against you heavily early on in map 2. So maybe there just needs to be some sort of resurgence in confidence. I don't know. Either way, they have to find the first round here and now. And Plains and Games, as we talked about, decent bomb site. I mean, pretty good. So we certainly have a high chance of slowing down Purdue, as they've been a menace to them throughout the entire matchup. And I don't think that we can count them out yet, though.
Ooh, Moshizo sees that drone. Or maybe is in a position to really pick up on a nasty kill, but has been seen. Ooh, and now suddenly she's stuck in that vault right there, giving Mila a nice and easy kill. Mila back on that Zofia reprise from the beginning of this match, and that's what Purdue's going to be hoping is going to be pulling them out of this match.
Oh, Lagger's getting another kill. Things are really not going well for Columbia. They got one round, but still, you're down 5-1. And again, just some things going wrong. Why would you go into a position where there's no rotate out of there, and then you push out and they already knew your position, so they're able to get that kill, and then now another body falling. They weren't playing on a Goyo shield like you mentioned, so some things are costing them pretty big. I mean, that's 2 bodies early on, not halfway through the round. Now we are halfway through that round, but already down 2 bodies at that point. It's not where you want to be. Lagger's going to get another kill. That's Oni off the board, almost finding the body into the vault, but the opened up breach cost him his life. His teammate does get that kill though as a refrag, and Mila from over in Classic will get that last kill and put them on map and match point.
Well, that's another one of those situations that we see, especially with SAS operators, because a shotgun and an SMG-11 are not too friendly to you if you're going to be taking aggressive peeks like that. It's an unnecessary loss of a player on your team, especially one with a lot of clutch potential and a nice close angle there, right between Study and Aviator, but unfortunately they lose their mute much too early. Columbia College on a heavy back foot, staring down the barrel of match point, and Purdue is really showing no signs of stopping right now. They're going to be headed to Trophy Room to try and stave it off for another round.
Well, trophy statue, not a better bomb site, but maybe the change they need at this point, as they are in a sink or swim position. There's no more room for error. You're down 6-1 match point. The comeback has to be a valiant effort, and it has to start now. Otherwise, it's just going to end at 7-1, and you lost 7-2, 7-1 after winning round 15 max overtime in round 1. It's going to be a little disappointing for them. I'm sure they're happy that at least that they took the first round loss, or gave the first round loss to Purdue Gold of the season. So that's something still to be happy about. But as someone who is trying to find their way into the playoffs and pretty much guaranteed in, but find a higher seeding, find confidence going in, this is probably not the way that you want the regular season end on a loss.
No, definitely not. But the most respectable loss at this point, we've mentioned quite a few times, Purdue Gold hasn't lost a map all season until this chalet map on map 1. So if you're going to lose to anyone, we're all okay with it being Purdue right now. And sometimes that's just how things are going to go. It's honestly going to be quite a bit of a win to have taken that one map, even if it does end here in one of these following rounds. The castle has been brought here and is going to slow down quite a bit of this attack, even eating up some of the Sabana pellets, because Providence is antsy to get in there and look for those kills on the players that he just located on drone. So opening those up is going to at least get them closer to that process, but they are doing their job properly, slowing down Purdue's attack, and KJ's doing his job. Going to be sniping right through that window.
Hard breach dead. Grenade coming through the Will down Dello, so they should be able to clean up this kill. There's no one really near enough to help them up. There's a rotate here, so maybe they can actually. Are they not aware that they just downed him? Unfortunate. I thought they really could have got him there with the angles that could have been helped from the window and such, but instead they kind of sit back, let them get helped up. Either way, they at least have potential to get a kill, so it's not the end of the world, but it is a missed opportunity. The attackers gonna get some map control though, as you see Mila has pushed in and is in control near the bottom of Astro, but is maybe unaware of Moshiza's position right next to him. They're gonna walk right by, gonna get punished for it. Dello, who was not finished off, comes back to haunt them, getting kill on Hangman. Now it is a 2v5 in the other direction. This is maybe the first time we've really seen Purdue in such a poor position with the man count.
Yeah, and they're going to be stuck outside quite a bit here. Goose Smitty still watching these angles, which have proven deadly to his teammates on a couple occasions. Delo doing exactly his job out there. He's got the diffuser available, and he sees the peak of the gun, but Delo gets another one. Oh, and it's in a trade. It's not going to do laggers a lot here. He's out of drones. He's got some stun grenades to use, but it's so close, yet so far away to that site. Columbia College gets their second one on the board for this map. Still in a dejected position, but another win on the board is definitely going to be pretty valuable, especially against University of Purdue. Or Purdue University, I think. I got it backwards.
The trade did save a flawless round against them, so
we take those.
There's that. Either way, it's a round one, but still a mountain to climb. I think if they win a couple more rounds, we can call it a hill or even a molehill, depending on the amount we're talking about. But nonetheless, 1 of 5 in a row they're going to need.
Yeah, that is a lot. Purdue made it out with the 5-1 half, but it was one of the most bullying 5-1 halves I've seen in the league. So we'd have to see the same thing from Columbia College. Yeah. Pretty rude right there. I like the show of Doc and Thunderbird just be like, hey, Purdue, you better kill us on the first shot, or we'll just come back for more every time. Obviously, they're not going with both. It'd be a little redundant at that point. You're losing out on a lot of that utility bring. KJ is bringing the pulse, which is not going to be known, but not really like an unknown factor, because that 6th pick into the pulse is so common on the kitchen objective, which is going to be the next one in the rotation, of course, from standard procedure there. They do bring the Capcan as well, another little surprise.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, nothing too surprising. We have seen it being brought before. It didn't net anything. It got 1 kill, but they still lost the round.
Impactless, though.
Yeah. So oftentimes that is the concern for me with Capcan. Oftentimes won't get you an impact kill unless you're in ranked.
Yeah,
because people are bots. But
yeah, speaking of monkeys,
right? Either way, moving into kitchen though, that's interesting. They've continued on after losing Plains and Games. They went trophy, and now here they're going to be going for kitchen. So keeping their full rotation just in a row despite the loss is an interesting decision. But maybe it's to keep them in their group. They certainly need to be in a group, right? We've seen them be off over the last 2 maps, including this one. So map and a half, maybe a little more. Either way, they at least have a round behind them now in the previous round to give them that confidence boost that I said they were needing. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Either way, with these Thunderbirds, at least now that gives them a little bit more wiggle room. They're going to take some damage off site. As long as they can live, it could still prove to be fruitful.
All right, we see Mila push up really aggressively right off the bat. A little bit of lag time before the rest of Purdue brings up the rear, but there's no opportunity for getting that frag because the roamers are all further upstairs. Hangman gets a phenomenal grenade kill right here through those pre-prepared holes over the wall, and Providence has the opportunity to start opening it up. Habana pellets going off right off the bat, a minute and a half left, so they got plenty of time to work on the execute here. Dale is at very low health and just a couple feet out of range for her own little dispenser there, so the health's going to be staying low unless she can win some gunfights.
Goose gonna cook the grenade. It's not gonna net anything. That does down them, actually. I didn't think I was gonna catch them quite, and Providence able to
that low
kill. That was beautiful, actually. I was concerned the grenade would cost them as they were trying to rotate out, but they end up getting the kill. Out being pushed from all angles, it seems these defenders are gonna have to fight off a Storm. Oni able to get one, Malagra's able to get the refrag onto them. Mila getting a kill, but instantly refragged by Mushiza. But when you're trading bodies and you're down man count already, you're still gonna be down now in to the post plant, as the plant is going to come through. It's going to be a 1v3. Can they even find one? Well, the body being shot, but Hangman flicks onto him, wins the map and wins the match. That's going to be Purdue, despite losing their first map all season, still coming out on top in a 2-1 fashion.
Well, our titans of the league make it out A little bit scratched, but for the most part, undaunted by really any of their competition throughout this season. But Columbia College definitely gets a significant notch on their belt right there off of taking that game. So that's a nice trophy to be taken home here going into postseason. They did what was undoable to anyone else in these last 7 whole weeks of competition. Purdue, though, happy to go in with that first seed spot.
I mean, how could you not be happy about it, right? I mean, you have the advantage now. You have the
Oh, yeah.
confidence. You didn't lose a match. Excuse me. I have to correct that. They lost one map.
Yeah.
But hey, one map, 8 weeks. I know there's buys and stuff like that, but either way, it doesn't matter. It's impressive when you go through a full season in any league. But especially here facing other collegiate teams, you get some consistency there. You're able to show that you are at the top of your field. Obviously, it feels very good. So for them, I hope it doesn't turn into complacency. I think that they still have things to improve on. Sure, certainly that's what that first map did prove, that they
Oh, yeah.
are vulnerable despite how ahead of their competition they seem to be. They're still able to have that Achilles heel, which apparently might be just Chile. I don't know, which is still
Yeah,
very
what if
narrow.
it's just Chalet and they just have to auto ban that from now on and they're good?
Could be. But either way, that's it for us. But there will be another match coming forth right after this. But we're had a pleasure being here. We appreciate you staying with us. I hope you'll stay for the next group of casters as they're going to catch the next match and let you know all about those teams and that division. But for us, that's it. So thank you for showing up. We'll see you another time. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Now, y'all.
Welcome back to NECC. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an exciting game and our final day of regular season Rainbow Six Siege here today. I am Binks, joined once again by Corbeck. And Corbeck, are you in Clubhouse right now?
I am in the Clubhouse bar. Is this how this site even looks anymore? I don't remember after they changed it.
Oh my goodness.
But
That's
I like
giving me
it.
so many flashbacks.
There's also some weird water on the floor, like over here. It's kind of gross, but I'm sure one of these biker gang guys will come and clean that up eventually.
Was that you?
No, not me. No, it was. I'm not going to name names. I don't want to embarrass any of the operators in the lineup. Scary out here.
Regardless.
Maybe it was like Ace with the hydro, like the whatever his little aquatic Selma charges, just sprayed water everywhere. It'd be so embarrassing. Could you imagine? You're like trying to breach a hatch and everybody just gets wet. Really
Maybe. Regardless, we have two teams playing in our final regular season game. It's going to be Clark University going against Lee McRae Esports. Lee's McRae, sorry, I'm having trouble with pronunciation now. That's why I'm not going to be attempting to say all the names on this list. Regardless, they've all made it into playoffs so far, meaning that this match is highly going to be more fighting towards just having better seeding within the playoff bracket. So not
Correct.
too much at stake.
No, not too much at stake here. It's a pretty standard setup from these two teams. I mean, obviously, position in the seeding matters, but neither of them are really in a fight for their lives, right? They're both quite comfortably ahead in their standings and in their secured playoff spots. So nothing to worry about there.
And we're going to be hopping right on in. You know how we do at the NECC. We don't mess around. Delays are never a thing. And when they are, we make sure to make it up to you and get things started right away. Our first map is going to be Cafe. Clark University starting attack. Lee's McRae starting on defense. And what a surprise. First operator to be relegated to the bench for the entirety of the game is going to be Thatcher.
Yeah, and if you guys are wondering, I believe it is just Cafe, Clubhouse, and Coastline as the decider. So a relatively sort of standard set of maps, barring that coastline decider. And I'll be honest with you here, Binks. I think this is going to be whether or not we go to that decider is going to be a matter of how much they really feel like being super competitive today. I remain in the category that a lot of these collegiate teams, they'll play their hardest no matter what. But given that they're both guaranteed their playoff spot, it wouldn't necessarily surprise me if they kind of ease the gas a little bit. Saying that, though, I mean, these are all very standard band picks at this stage, what we would imagine for a very competitive round, taking the Kaid out and getting the Mirror down as well. Of course, that does leave Valkyrie in play. She is quite strong on Cafe, as she is quite strong on many a map, actually, Binks, if we're being honest with ourselves, but perhaps not for so much longer. I mean, the recent change with her camera going off is it like 10 seconds it'll disappear from the outside. I actually think that's a really solid change and might cut down on her obnoxiousness a little bit, because I feel like the outdoor cams are such a huge integral part of some of her gameplay.
If you think about the best Valkyrie cameras, has it ever been, when you're watching that Coconut Bra video, are you looking for the ones that are always inside, or are you always like, that's so cool how he threw it so far? Do you think that when they nerfed her arm, where they said she's skipping, she's going to be doing a more balanced like workout routine in the patch to say she can't throw as far? It's because she can't throw outside. And I think we've ultimately been moving towards this point. You're 100% right that we could possibly see more bans freed up and Valkyrie escape the ban phase a lot more.
It's interesting that she escaped the ban phase in this context, but I mean, not entirely surprising. Taking a look, it's quite interesting actually at what Clark University is running here. They've opted to go with Zulu 1 Actual on Gridlock. This is probably one of the few maps I would say in the competitive Siege pool where Gridlock can still get value as compared to some of her sort of competitors for that roam denial. The real problem with Gridlock isn't even necessarily her gadget, right, Binks? It's the fact that she's a 3 armor, she's a little bit slower. Interesting reinforcement right there into the cocktail lounge. I don't really know what the point of that is. I'm so confused for a second. That's a weird one. It's an interesting set of reinforcements across the board from this team, actually, and an interesting placement of bandit charges, because they're placing a bandit on the inside wall. I mean, good spawn peak to start things off there, but it's definitely an interesting defensive setup, unfortunately, for Barbarian Chief to go down so early on.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm still trying to figure out the barbed wire. I don't know. Are they planning to give that section of the map up to the attackers, or
Maybe that's the plan that they're running with here, is that they're going to just sacrifice control. Obviously, that's a lot of map control to sacrifice. Juventino getting taken down here as well, so the round starting off a little bit rough for Lees McRae. I don't actually think it's going to really, or for Clark, I should say. Oh, they're going to lose another one here as well. They will manage to get a trade back there, Inks, but this is definitely run away from them at this stage. And now we're using exothermics on roof hatches, which is always a little not a great thing to have to do.
I'm going to be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of those tracks. Although they spread over a really big area, you want to actually put them on the stairs, because when you put them there, they're able to go around, or if they came all the way from the basement, they basically don't work as well as you would want them to. Regardless, it does still do its job. The track singers will almost always catch the rotating defenders. With 4 of them alive, I wouldn't be surprised if one of them went for the flank. But this isn't out of contention just yet. If they are able to win their gunfights, find those 2 free picks without any contention, then I do see Clark University having a chance to overcome this man advantage.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's such a strange defensive setup, but we've not actually really even had to test it because all these kills happened both outside on the roof, kind of on the entry. And now that we're finally starting to establish a presence in the game, it's a very passive engagement here from Lees McRae. They're not being very aggressive into this at all. Certainly they could do so if they wanted to. A little bit of an exchange of gunfire right there on the top floor, but nothing really to write home about. And now a little rotating around the 2 balconies, cocktail balcony and the other respectively. That drone comes creeping around the corner right there. That could be bad news bears. And T-Bone managed to secure a kill onto Slim. Still the defenders playing this very passive.
I'm curious. They're doing a great job. I like that they're not getting too aggressive, but if you look at their key positioning, the 2 players in Freezer are able to play for the refrags, but if Zulu is actually able to swing and get this kill, let go of that shift key, T-Bone. You cannot run into an objective like that. You have to swing unless you're trying to get to a different position. But that ultimately led to a free kill. And now with all the cross peaks that the 3 remaining defenders have, this is almost unwinnable. Diffuser down on the opposite side of site. Zulu 1 actual will swing out. Not even able to find the head of Wilmo actually. But no time to get the rest done. Sprays coming out. And I'm still curious about that barbed wire.
I don't know. I don't know. That shock wire setup is one of the most interesting ones I think I've seen.
For future reference, barbed wire will actually hinder defenders when they walk through it. There isn't as much noise, but it's still a very clear, audible noise that the attackers are very easily able to hear.
Yeah, there was a lot of strange things about that setup, and I mean, like I said though, the fight wasn't ever really determined in that area, was it? It was mostly those early kills. Mirror doing a lot of heavy lifting right there, getting the early spawn peak, getting the pick on the roof as well, really shutting him down. And I think Clark University honestly maybe needs to drone a little bit more. I feel like we didn't really see them droning until the tail end of that round when things were getting, relatively desperate. You put it down, maybe the Vigil is there, right? He's an anti-drone character, I should say, as far as roamers go. And okay, yeah, I give you that benefit of the doubt in that sense, but I mean, it still doesn't stop you from at least knowing the Vigil is in the area. But if you look at the drop through Red Hatch or what have you, Binks, it was like they didn't even know, right? It's just like they had genuinely no idea, and they just kind of dropped in or tried to drop in blind, open the hatch up blind for sure, and they got punished for it suitably. And they've lost a drone early on here as well.
Hopefully it was able to give them enough information to know what the setup is looking like. But they also do have Chaz, who's going to be playing on the Ayana, one of the best droning operators there is because of her Gemini replicator, able to constantly replicate after a short cooldown period. And Korbeck, is that the 2015 holiday skin?
It very well might be. I'm not sure, actually. But again, a bit of a bold peak right there from Barbarian when you think about it, considering they got whacked early on in the last round doing something very similar. I guess they're betting on the whole idea that lightning doesn't strike twice. So Mir playing a bit of an aggressive sort of off position here around Freezer Wall. I don't think he's going to want to stay here for very long because honestly, I don't think anybody's really coming to challenge him. A lot of focus over here on Small Bakery, kind of pushing in towards the bakery side, which if we're being honest with ourselves, right, Binks, is probably the easier route to take overall when you're attacking this site, which is why I think some teams do tend to favor it, especially at lower elos.
Yeah, you're definitely right on that part. This has actually been a really slow clear.
They'll
But
go
the
other
most
direction.
concerning part, 4 of the attackers are still outside, not on the roof, but actually on the first floor. It will work out, as we will see a pick favoring the attacking side of Clark University. The Quebec, if they don't get this vertical clear, a lot of these defenders who are situated on site already will be quite free. The one exception is going to be the sole roam clear of the Ayana of Chaz. Mir's already been eliminated, but that still begs the question, how are they going to be able to get into sight?
Yeah, this is a really bad situation to be in. A lot of time was burned, like you said, on the entry, and they don't have any vertical hold at all, which is a shame because there is vertical space to be taken in this situation. To me, this is akin more to a little bit of a just fear, right? They seem very hesitant to push in for whatever reason. Chaz, they're trying to go for a kill, won't find anyone. Did throw the grenade over Whiskey as well, and finally they will be able to establish an opening here into Freezer with the exothermic, but only about a minute left. Zulu One Actual managing to pick up a second kill. Juventino getting another one, and it does look like things are starting to swing in favor of Lees McRae, or in Clark University. Lees McRae fighting back, though. Hallow will get a kill, but he's immediately brought down on the other side by Chaz, and that should just about wrap things up here. Wimo, the only one left alive, goes for the shot there. Wimo not able to find it. Zulu One Actual securing again and putting himself ahead on the kill count for his team as well.
I really like that push. I was so hesitant at first, and I can only assume that Clark University had more information and saw more than we did to know there was only the Vigil in the room, and the other 4 were actually situated on site. From there, the actual clear that they went for, they really took advantage of Lees McRae's inability to pressure offsite. They didn't have much of an extension. The push from the Nomad through Pantry and Bakery, we had the Freezer push, we had the double door push. That's all 3 possible pressure points from 3 completely separate areas, only missing that vertical play, but that's completely forgiven because they were able to constantly eliminate every single one of their opponents. And even their lineup now on Lees McRae does look to be changing that in some sense, but I'm interested to see if Mir's going to be roaming with Thunderbird or situated on site. If they're giving up the roam, I'm curious, and that does seem to be a spot for theory crafting.
I mean, it's interesting. Mir on the Thunderbird. I mean, Thunderbird definitely can roam. I don't know if she's necessarily the best operator for that particular responsibility, but certainly it's within her wheelhouse to do so. Interesting as well that they send Ali Tar up to the top deck to secure the hatch, but I guess when the extent of your prep is just putting down batteries, maybe they felt comfortable doing that. That feels like the kind of thing you have to do in an unranked game because nobody else will do it unless the guy who's already focused on, hard breach now has to go do all the hard breach setups. But whatever it may be, Alitar looks like they'll anchor themselves here on the point. Wilmo doing something similar. And yeah, we might actually see Thunderbird playing off just a little bit here. Still very tight to the Roost defense, though. They're really not a team that likes to expand too much, and Clark University is playing to that.
I like the setup thus far. Mir's still sticking on the roam. This is what we want to see. But she still has one of her stations. And Tino going to be able to pick out one. Wilmo actually the first to fall. The Jaeger, not sure where they actually were. This is already a lot of control and a considerable amount of control inside a bakery. Is that pantry wall being open?
Yeah, that they've opened it up for the services entrance right there. A bit of an interesting choice, but it does give a long sight line to, I guess they're thinking it gives a long sight line to Barbarian Chief, who can kind of maybe cover an advance here, but obviously you can't cover the angle on the side, and that's the angle that's being watched, that entryway door right there next to the bomb itself. And still a significant amount of defenders' bodies here. An early death by Chaz there, falling to Mir, and Mir again on the roam just kind of seems to be this ever-present threat that's really backing him up, Banks. I mean, I think genuinely just the concern here about getting caught out early like that has been sort of the motivating factor for a lot of what they're doing. Barbarian now starting to push in. This is a tight positioning here for... I was going to say it was a tight positioning, but it's not. It was a good shot right there to kill Hallow.
Yeah, that's actually really impressive to hit a headshot with Kali. I know I can't do it, so I can't there's not much criticism. And Zulu on actual will find a huge shot. Juventino also able to collect onto the head. It's just constant headshots, finding another head. I believe that's 3 for Juventino that round. They're just finding the heads right now, and I don't know what to tell you, Corbeck. It's working.
I feel like this is my game. Every game I have to say that friggin' LMG there on the Zofia is just scary, way too scary. It should not be allowed. But you see it in action right there. No, it's a laser-like aim and it has a ton of bullets. So I mean, you just put it in the hands of a decent player and they go to town. I'm still not ultra confident. I mean, it was a good play by Barbarian Chief right there, right, to secure the kill. Still not ultra confident in Kali as a consistent pick in this roster. It's not that Kali is necessarily useless or bad, because I think she has her place and she can do effective things. I feel like there are other ways that those bandits and what have you could be taken down here, Binks, and running the Kali does kind of handicap you to a certain extent, because like you said, you know, it's hard for you to hit the headshots, right? It's hard for everybody to hit headshots on Kali. You're demanding a lot of mechanical skill out of that player.
I saw the blood. I thought that would have done a lot more damage. I saw the blood before I saw the hit points gone.
Tickle.
Oh, he can get healed back up. That's not too much of an issue. But you did mention the alternatives, and I think we should take a deeper dive into that, just because we can mention them, but what good is it unless we actually go and tell you exactly what they are? For example, instead of that, Kali, you could be taking the IQ scanner, go down below, ping for your teammates. They either shoot it. If you're on the window, they shoot it from down below. There's a lot of options of that you can do. A very popular pick that we see at these higher ranks is actually the Flores, because of the 4 RCE Ratero drones that they do have access to, and that has a lot of destructive capability for destroying just about anything you need. One caveat would be the mute jammers, but half the time, if you're able to get around those or get towards the wall, you are in quite a good position. And even if they do get caught in the mute jammer, you can always shoot that mute jammer and they will detonate right on spot, which should make for some very interesting interactions. Favorite kill was when I used the Flores drone to kill, I used the Flores drone to actually kill the Flores who was trying to drive it because he forgot about it in the mute jammer.
That's funny.
Biggest brain kill.
You know, on this site in particular, you have what? You've got Buck from below. I mean, you're benefiting from the fact that they're having to play Bandit, right? So you know that the batteries are going to be on the floor no matter what, whether you like it or not. With the Kaid, yeah, you can do some different stuff as T-Bone secures the kill, but you've got what? You've got a Buck. You have potentially frag grenades from below if you need them. You could use an ass charge from below if you needed to do that. You have a Maverick is still an option here. Not as good on this third floor site, but very much still an option and arguably perhaps more effective than Kali at certain times. That's just, you know, a short list maybe of a couple of operators you could roll in there and try out. But Mir will get another kill early on here. There comes a frag grenade in. Chaz is going to follow it up. No hold really on the Pixel. No ADS is invested in that particular direction, and Ali Tar here going for a very late reinforcement. That's quite scary, and they'll die for it as well. I mean, Chaz was in. I will say the information gap is really punishing, I think, both of these teams, because they should have been well aware that Chaz is in this position as he pushes up here, and he nearly ruins their entire defense. But again, it's Mir to save the day, who comes swinging up White Staircase and secures some kills.
That's a huge shot for the Bandit. At least McCray finding their second defensive round. While it did seem that their aggressiveness paid off in some regard, I personally do not believe that was better than the first time we actually saw them on bar. The first time we saw them on bar, they seemed to have a lot more control. They weren't getting hyper aggressive. They really seemed tamed in the site, which is something you can afford to do on bar. It punished them on Kitchen. I want to see that aggressiveness that they had on bar applied to Kitchen now. But I think it's quite iffy if we will actually see that. And the Twitch pick, that's an interesting one. We didn't even mention Twitch as an alternative to be able to.
Option.
That's a very good one because she has infinite range now. That's come back. That could work quite well.
But
the Cali's still there.
Kali. Yeah,
why?
They're still keeping the Cali. I don't know. It's maybe it's just the operator that they feel most comfortable on. And
I got it.
You gotta go. Yeah, go for it.
Corbeck, I think they're doing us all a favor. They're trying to get the NECC sponsored by FaZe, and that way Cali's in every single round. And after every single Cali shot, we just have to, like, we see a nice Cali shot like that headshot. Instead of saying, oh, that's not even going to go, FaZe up. And you're all set.
Oh my lord. I don't know about that as an aggressive guerrilla marketing strategy, but hey, who am I to say one way or another? I don't know. I generally, I mean, it's not been ultra detrimental to them. They've still managed to equal the number of rounds here. It's just more of an interesting choice. It's something to think about. Ali Tar coming out on the Thunderbird. That's actually a swap. Wasn't Ali Tar was playing Bandit last time? I seem to remember, because he was the one who had to go all the way up to the top and secure the hatch. Mir going for another spawn peek again. It's getting a bit much. He even flicks on the Vigil field here as well. I mean, they're clearly watching for it. He nearly loses his head right there. Barbarian Chief will not surrender his desire to challenge that angle no matter what. Unfortunately, no real casualties on either side. Just a little chunk of the health bar there.
It's not enough for me, Corbeck. I like this push thus far. I like that Clark University is not pressuring too much. They're going to allow the Vigil to come to them, but as long as they have a sufficient flank watch, that will be a good strategy. But the moment that he comes at the right, if he comes at the right time, right angle, right hole in the attacker's line, that could spell disaster. Twitch of Chaz is actually the one that is clearing the Vigil out as well. Mir has the ability to dodge these drones. Interesting interaction. If it is a Twitch drone that zaps the Vigil, that could make a big difference, because Twitch zaps actually disable Vigil for, I think, 10 to 15 seconds. Very interesting interaction. Regardless, Juventino coming up once again, Alter to hit the deck. And that will be a second one. Barbarian Chief once again finding that headshot. And Corbeck, FaZe up.
Yeah, FaZe up indeed. Trying to figure out where that shot came from and where they got killed, but that's just an interesting little angle regardless. Mir's still alive. I mean, this is still a problem. They haven't really fully dealt with it yet, despite getting their 2 kills up. It's also partly a problem for Mir as well, who will need to work their way back towards the site. Chaz, I mean, is just playing paranoid, understandably so. Knows that there's a Vigil in the general area, but again, can't quite lock it down. And now Vigil making his way down Red Staircase here will come around to the bottom, and they're going to be basically neck and neck here. The spot in, though, so Chaz will be able to communicate the positioning of the Vigil, at least temporarily, and that's going to force Mir to go running for the hills again and reset and mining, and he's just been a bit of a non-factor so far this round.
Quite weird for him, especially since he has to get back to the site as Chaz is at double door, and he is knocking. Honestly, I think he's doing a bit more than knocking. He is about to break down that door and a lot of the defense that is there. But look at this flank. We talked about the perfect time, and that's one of the biggest kills that Mir could have acquired. T-Bone relegated to the bench, and he can no longer open up that freezer wall. He sees the diffuser down, and all he has to do is wait. Chaz to find Hollow. Now, Wimo, last on site as the Jaeger. He'll find one. He's still on full health. He finds the head. Finds the double kill. They could possibly deny this site. However, Juventino to find Wimlo, as well as the roaming Vigil now rotating back to site. If he can deny this plant, he'll be all set. Swinging up, he'll find his triple for the round. Huge plays from Mir. He timed it quite impeccably, and it will pay off for his team as he'll get it right away. And Corbeck, I've got to say I was hesitant, but their inability to clear and his ability to find the hole 100% paid off there.
Did say he was still a problem. You just can't leave him unmarked, especially when he's top frag on the enemy team. You're just leaving him out there floating around. And I mean, the real problem, though, I will add, I don't even think it was the fact that Mir managed to secure those kills at the end. It was a very good play, individual bit of play from Mir to come back in and get those kills. The real problem was Wilmo there and their inability to just take that Jaeger down in a quick and efficient manner. I mean, Wilmo picked up 2. And completely changed the sort of the tenor of the attack, forced them into a hurried plant. They didn't really get a time to set their defense the way that they wanted to, and as a result, it was pretty grim. I mean, again, it does speak to the idea that I think that they're thinking about this from a very horizontal perspective is Clark University. And I think that was part of the reason why we felt like Mir didn't have a lot to do there as well for right up until the end of the round. When he came in big, he was just kind of wandering around. It's because Clark University has applied about 0 vertical pressure, despite, looking at that top floor,
the
droning that
drones.
top floor, and they've just lost a ton of drones here early on as well. That's unfortunate indeed. Oh no, one drone. Only one. One survived.
No. They have
What? Oh, they are on different drone cameras. I was gonna say for a second, I thought they had more left, but no, you're right. They've lost 3 there in the upper hallway.
4.
4.
Oh, 3 there, 3 there, and I think 1 was on white. You need to, I cannot stress this enough. If I'm going on a date and she said and this girl that I'm going on this date with says I let my drone get shot in the prep phase, I'm sorry, I'm not covering that food. I'm getting right out of there and I'm going to my room and I'm going to bed. That's a red flag. Save your drones during the prep phase. I cannot stress it enough because you need that information. If you lose it during the prep phase, what benefit does that give you? You have this entire 3 minutes, and if you put it in the right spot, you can then use that to clear out. You can use both those drones. As a support player, if you don't have that second drone, why is it that your Ash, your entry frag, is the one that has 2 drones here? That does nothing. No good for your team. Very nice trade, though, as Zulu 1 Actual and Mirror will take each other's heads off. That's extremely rare to see, so props to them. But long story short, don't let your drone die in the prep phase. 1 is as many as it should be.
Do you pay for everything on the first date? You pay for the meal?
Well, I have to enjoy it. If they're going, and this is like a general thing, I'm being completely honest. If they're getting the most expensive item on the menu, if they're going and getting some really bougie drink, I'm not covering that. If I think it's a really nice date and I'm like, yeah, you can cover it next time, then I'll probably cover it. But
There you go.
I'm not going to waste my money.
Those ladies
don't
who are
waste your
available,
money, guys.
That's the sign how you can tell the data is going well. It's not going well here for Ali Tar, who got knocked back in the train, and he'll get res back into the fight, but they still have the long arm of Kali's gun to worry about right there on the angle, and they are pushed right back here into these 2 sites. Beautiful headshot though from Slim. Hallow picking one more up as well. Barbarian Chief still alive, trying to cover the angles here. Chaz now fighting back on the other side, and that's going to be a kill. Oh, they just can't quite get the line they want there. Barbarian some dancing around on the other side, and we'll finally find it. Slim will go down. Now the plant coming in from Chaz. That leaves Barbarian there with the cover. Dan Terror is still in the area and unknowingly walks in, gets the pick, and well, that was something.
Hurt my heart right there. It happens. Cali up close is never fun. I genuinely think, have you ever even used that 12 times scope, like where you zoom it in even more?
Yeah.
You have
only at a distance. Only at a distance. I would never use it up that close.
But it makes no sense in a lot of cases, right?
There are a few maps where you would use it, and in very specific situations. So, for example, if you wanted to be obnoxious in like an unranked game, you play Kali, you get up on top of the parking garage on Bank, and you do the long snipe over to Office. Then you would use the 12 times sight. Chalet, maybe, if you were playing out of the little like hut that's outside, you maybe use it there on the long sight line to cover the middle. There are, like I said, there are a couple of angles, but no, it's not practical. I would. What about practical?
Okay, what about this? And actually, a virtual reality game called Onward. You have snipers, and you can actually put like a iron sights or like you can lean left, like where you have like that 1 times when you like tilt the gun to the right.
Yeah, sure.
If you were to have that, do you think that would benefit Kelly to have that close up? Do you have to quickly turn, or do you think that having 2 like higher magnifications is better for her?
I
so
think
like she can switch to like 4 to 1, and things like that, or just having the option to choose.
I think that would kind of defeat the purpose, right? I mean, her whole point is she's supposed to be the long range like sniper. I think giving her a close range option with her gun would just be a little detrimental. And those, by the way, those castle placements are Russell and my jimmies. But preach,
Corbett. No, this is no time to hold back. Preach, because they got the rook. They have the rook in here. They have the castle.
Yeah.
Quarterback, you tell them what's up. Tell them what's wrong with it.
It's mostly the fact that they placed them all on the windows there. I mean, okay, maybe that's not the best. White hallway up in your top left corner, that would have been a really solid placement as well. It's the one they put on the door to red stair. That's the one that bothers me, because at the end of the round, that could actually be really detrimental if you were trying to have a roamer play back onto this angle over by Cigar Humidor. There's now a castle barricade there. It's never good to block off your roamers. I mean, I get why they're doing it. They're trying to section off an entire side of the map, and I don't necessarily disagree with that in theory, but it is a bit rough. And that's the kind of thing that in an unranked game, if you're playing castle, or in a ranked game, if you're playing castle, you do that, people will get angry at you. But Mir there securing a good kill onto the initial. Slim is very low here as well, and I feel a bit bad for Zulu One Actual having to hold that pixel angle with no shield is a bit of a scary place to be.
I'm concerned. I think they can work with it. It should be able to do a good solid part. Mir, I didn't even see his scoreline, but that's 12 and 4. And I know my multiplication, that's a 3.0 KD as it stands right now. I really hope that was right. But regardless, minute 30 to go, and this is the first round of the switch. Interesting to see how things are exactly playing out. Barbarian Chief in a really awkward position. He could so easily get naded out. He'll be able to dodge it out, taking very little damage. He does have that little bit of buff from having his rook armor. But now with a minute to go, 5-on-4 scenario, swinging it out. The castle need to find these picks. Barbarian Chief, if he goes down here, he will be giving up a lot of positioning. It'll be Alitar to pick up that kill and find a second one onto Zulu One Actual. And now it seems like the entire defense of Clark University is just falling apart. Alitar even be able to use those Sam cams to wind up on the site. Spray coming out, T-Bone finding one. Why does he not have that 2-time amplified scope? Regardless, it's working out. Chaz finding one, T-Bone finding a second one. And just like that, Corbeck, we're rounded back out at a 2v2.
We are indeed, and that means that this is still very much a fight. Hallow here trying to push in. Chaz going back for the healing. Chaz now rotating down towards White Corridor. There's an explosion somewhere. That's a little spooky. I gotta watch that big hole that's open right there as well. Chaz losing that gunfight, but only 10 seconds left on the clock here, and they need to go ahead and get Hallow in so Hallow can get the plant down. Unfortunately, they've still got T-Bone here very much in a position to challenge any attempted plant, and they're not able to do it in time. Clark University will take that round win. The sort of threat of that gun just too much right there, and that actually I think kind of speaks to what we've been seeing across these rounds, Banks. It's a lot of hesitancy from both of these sides, and I think that's much to their detriment.
Yeah, you definitely got the point there, Corbeck. I do believe that if these teams were to roll their shoulders back, and I think playing with a little bit more confidence, the Rook playing without the 2-time scope, that's a pet peeve for me. If you're not comfortable with the 2 times, I can understand that. Unless he lost, from what I understand and from people I've talked to, Rook should still have access to that 2-time scope. So I don't actually know what exactly is going on there with T-Bone. My man, take that 2-time scope. But regardless, I feel like there's better options than Rook, especially considering how many headshots we've been seeing this game. It doesn't really help out too much that they're playing a lot around this healing game, which could make sense. It could be them really going for that extra health points, but unless I'm missing something with the meta, I do believe there could be a better operator lineup.
Yeah, that's very valid. I mean, Rook falls into that category, right, of an operator that's not necessarily bad, but when you look at him objectively, there are plenty of better, there are better things to pick, right? It's not necessarily that Rook is useless, because the armor, health buff, what have you, is never a useless thing. It's just that there are other defenders who have more utility, who bring more to the table, who would be more effective. That said, right, if Clark University has been practicing with the Rook, they feel comfortable with the Rook in their lineups, that's perfectly fine. Run Rook. Again, the castle placements are, I think, what is giving me the most kind of sort of just annoying me the most, in the sense that I
Is
do
it
really
giving you
like
a tummy
Castle.
wummy, Corbeck?
I think that Castle is a really interesting operator. I think there's a lot to be said for using him, and these placements are not exactly what I would call kind of particularly solid use. Mostly because they're cutting off sections of the map instead of kind of redesigning the map to be more effective to you. That small bakery in particular, there is a castle extension that you can play out of that. It doesn't look like this, right? Like that's not how it works. But anyway, it is what it is. There's no point in crying over spilled milk or strangely placed castle barricades. Slim will get an early kill, and it's interesting. There's a little bit more focus on the vertical, I feel, from Lee's McRae, but it hasn't necessarily helped them all too much so far. You see Mir there on the top floor, so you know I think he's going to come back down to white here and help them push Freezer, but they are thinking about it, right? Which is interesting because I feel like it's a little bit more vertically oriented than we saw with Clark University when they were on the attack.
Ooh. Okay, Barbarian Chief. I see you. Giving them the worst gun in the game and make him do some work. He will take some damage, although it was reduced from those castle barricades. Zulu and Actual also taking some shots now, as the attackers know their location. They are quite pinched. That does give Barbarian Chief a chance to rotate back. He can actually heal up with those Okoye stations on the site. Binka Boost also coming out. It seems like a lot of this game has been orientated around healing. Will get caught off guard as Shaz finding one Zulu, one Actual, completely shutting down this push through VIP, leaving Slim left to ace, clutch this round to keep Lee's McRae evened out in this fight.
Harsh Truce, good kill there by Slim. I was going to say, Harsh Truce, you have two anti-roam operators here, and neither one of them managed to catch the roam. So that's a bit grim here. Slim in a very grim situation in the main. Might not really be able to do very much from this position, but certainly that's never stopped anyone from trying. He doesn't have the diffuser, unfortunately, which does make his life significantly more difficult. Slim now proceeding upstairs here, hanging out before moving into pillars, still looking maybe for that second kill that they can tack up here. Gets spotted on the default cam, though. Goes in for the defuse, and wouldn't you know it, Jazz is waiting right there to collect almost a freebie, I would say, in that scenario. Unfortunate for the attackers.
Let's go spiraling towards round 9. I'm left with more questions than I am answers. But I can't help but feel that there is a plan on the side of Clark University. One of the biggest things that I have to stick by, Corbeck, is that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. There may be a better way to do it, especially in this case. But why? It's like looking at a short run, a long run, different graph. If we want to look at a microeconomical stance on things, these are some university kids. They're in college. They know what's going on. If you look at the short run, they can't change things. All this change that they need to make to their lineup is long run. If they were to go and make short run changes to their short run, they're playing with variables that they don't need to, especially when the profit of these rounds that they're winning is 100% there. In that regard, the little switches that they are making from site to site, Chaz moving towards that Valkyrie for this tertiary bomb site, is a very positive one. And if this is utilized correctly, it could spell disaster for Lee's McRae, and they could be staring down the barrel of match point.
It's a very non-standard defensive setup here, though. I mean, usually you see a lot more of an extension up to the top floor on this site in particular. Chaz will be in a position where they can reinforce, but usually you see a lot more dedicated to holding this, right, in this positioning. You just don't want to give up the vertical control, but again, as I pointed out in previous rounds, it's not been much of a game of verticality here between these two teams. They've been mostly focused on the horizontals, so take for that what you will. Here as they set up a very tight defense. I mean, you could actually comment on the fact, and our observer is showing it there, because he probably doesn't believe it either, but it is a mining defense, which is always an interesting prospect indeed. Not a lot of teams will go for this as the tertiary bomb site. They prefer reading, but here we are. Slim fixing to get a kill. Unfortunately, looks away from the window at just the wrong time, and Chaz is more than happy to collect that one. Playing the exact same position, by the way, that he played at the tail end of the last round when he secured the final kill. Altair, though, what is it? Altair? Alitair. I knew I was trying.
Alitar. There we go.
Alitar
We'll get it
would
eventually.
One of these days.
Well, we do know Barbarian Chief, as we've seen his name multiple times. He'll collect another one, bring him to 7-5 on his scoreboard standards. Alitar, still alive and kicking. He could be going for a huge play there. C4 of Juventino will be able to connect onto the Finca, bringing it down to a 4v2. And it does look like Alitar's life might be dwindling and coming to an end with this remaining 135 seconds. And is he going to pick up his armor, or was that just left by someone else? I don't understand.
Rook puts it on automatically now, I thought. So it's been left by somebody else.
Oh, man,
Yeah.
oh, man. You
Sure
can't do that. You can't do that. Fun fact. While we have this brief second of downtime, if you go down and then get revived, because Rook armor in the past was a guaranteed down, I got to get this fact out, then you can go and pick up more Rook armor. Regardless, those proximity mines will go off, and I will finish it just in time for Barbarian Chief to get his second killed around onto Hallow. And now Alitar will be stuck in a 1v5, once again, ace clutch scenario. We'll see if he'll be able to pat his stats just enough for the rest of this round, but with 50 seconds, it does not look like it will be a reality. Swinging out, he won't be able to find one. Juventino finding his second, and Clark University have made it to match point.
Oh, just lost the gunfight there. Nothing more to it. Didn't win the one. Happens to the best of us and the worst of us. If I'm anything to go off of, I rarely win my ones, so that's okay. Honestly, you're more safe standing in front of the gun with me than you are standing to the left and the right. That's how my accuracy goes. So, as it were. But I think the name, by the way, I was going to say, I think it's because it sounds like Altair, the main character from Assassin's Creed, the first Assassin's Creed. That's what I want to keep calling him. That's where the hang up is. It's a cool. I mean, it's a cool name actually. I like it a lot. Alitar. Altar. Yeah. Alitar though will be coming out on the 0 here. So again, they're going in with 2 flank denial operators. 0 certainly filling that role, as does Slim on the Nomad. So that is worth noting right there. Unfortunately, like I said last time, didn't actually help them all that much when push came to shove. Clark University fighting it out on match point, sticking with the core kind of build of their lineup, which is the sort of Rook Castle. You don't see it a lot. The 2 words for castle, by the way, funny enough, which is interesting that they both get featured here. Chaz coming out on the Wamai, and then Juventino picking up the Mozzie here as well. I don't think we haven't seen a Mozzie or a Wamai, correct?
I do not believe so, to my knowledge. I know Mozzie for sure. I think that there might have been a Wamai. There might have been. We might have missed it in our notes, but I don't think so. This setup is looking a lot more normal. I actually want to say it looks like something
slightly
a lot more well practiced and common in our setups, but we are missing a lot of reinforcements. There's only 4 of them put up, 6 in the pockets of defenders. That's worrisome for me. Mir, he's on the Ash. He's on a mission. Pushing right up to these white stairs. He's going to be met up with some good opposition. Finding 1, looking for 2. He'll only get the down. Chaz to find the headshot on Tamir, and this round's exploding. Slim finding 1. C4 getting cooked out. He'll down the Mozzie looking for the Castle of Chief. There's a second down. This round is exploding right as we see it. Not able to find the second one. Revived from the Finca. This could make the difference. Spraying it out. He'll find 1. Holo also finding his kill onto Juventino. Although with Chaz finishing off Slim, this round is picking up quite steadily. Still Rook armor on the ground, which begs the question, why are you not picking up that Rook armor? It goes to Milosh's point from a few seasons ago that when the Rook armor gets placed down, you should have an alarm blaring. But now with the 3 players remaining, Alitar, Hallow, and Wilo, they have to make something happen, and they have a minute 45 to do so. Last time it came down to time. This time around, they should be able to make something work.
Chaz there, throwing out another magnet, just keeping the site secure, and here comes the drop in from Lise McCrae, and there's the kill. Alitar will pick up T-Bone, and that just leaves Chaz. Glorious Chaz there on the last hold, and a little bit of a discussion about how they should get that castle barricade down. The theoretical usage of the hard breach charge is not to be. They pocket it. Chaz more than comfortable to hide here behind this wall or bar, wait for someone. He's been hunting this target up here on the skylight this entire time, so one almost hopes it pays off. Still got a default cam for coverage here as well. About a minute left in the round, and Lise McCrae is slowly building up. Chaz here still waiting for that opportunistic target. He's tenacious. I'll give him that. He's like a dog with a bone, just won't go off of it. Meanwhile, it's taken forever for the rest of Lee's McCray to get into position in a 3v1 situation. They should be able to triangulate our friendly Wamai and bring him down relatively easily, but they are certainly taking their time.
They misdroned him as well. They will finally spot him out as he will be able to shoot it. But look at that quick rotate. This could mean all the difference. When they go for that pre-fire, it may not work out. Spraying out, he'll find the weakened Zero. Quickly revived once again from the Finka. That's been coming up huge this round. Alitar will have a second chance at life. But Chaz rotating all around. Diffuser is still down on that new balcony. Stimmed right out for this final gunfight. Won't be able to take out Hallow as he'll find the head of Chaz. Lee's McCray will stay alive and shorten that round differential right down to 2.
Good kill right there at the tail end. I think there was genuinely a time right there where I thought that Chaz might be able to solo that. It looked like he was in a position where he was about ready to win that out. So credit where credit is due. Unfortunately, he's not able to make it stick, and he does finally get hit in a way that he couldn't survive. No healing there from the Thunderbird will get you through the removal of your upper head, but that's unfortunate indeed. Chaz coming out on the Warden. Is that going to be 6 picked out? No. So the Warden will be in play. Warden whack right there. And you still maintain, they are going to get the 6 pick out of him. Boo. Legion instead. Well, okay, Legion's a much more intelligent operator choice, all things considered. Big,
it's not fun.
Part of me looks for the Warden, as it were. Still maintaining this core of the Thunderbird, the Rook, and the Castle, which I appreciate their stick-to-itiveness on it. And they are going back to the same point as well. They feel relatively confident. I think they can do that one again. So we'll see if that confidence pays off here. With that one slight change of bringing out Chaz here on the Legion, I mean, obviously the goo mines provide you with some decent intel. Might also be targeted at the kind of rush that we saw at the start of last round. That might have been the discussion that they had right there. Oh, how do we slow that down? And well, the answer perhaps it lies in the goo.
10 seconds to go.
Perhaps that could be the perfect way to slow them down even more, deny that plant. Losing 2 drones is not as bad as we saw in the first half, but still not as desirable. Unnamed, can we just get an armor check? I need to make sure for my own sanity. Oh, no. Juventino, so Juventino, I was about to call him out. I know we're not supposed to do that, but Juventino was about to come out because he didn't pick it up right away. I'm like, I saw you. I looked track. I was keeping track. That's all I did during the prep phase. I'm like, okay, he's got to get that armor. So all 5 players now have their armor. It would have been an angry twit longer at best. Would have been lots of ats. And we would have seen what happened. Good use of the Sam Cam on the castle barricade. It's not as easy to spot out on that darker texture. Regardless, I digress on the information because it might not do too much good. 5 players all playing on the site around that area. And where are those pings coming from? Is that a default cam that was left up? More importantly, why are you pinging on a default cam, guys?
Being on the default cam, using a hard breach charge there to take down the castle barricade. Okay, fine. It gets it down, opens the window up by small bar, and that's going to give him something to think about. Mirror now trying to push cocktail balcony window. Could actually just get a kill right here as the drone in position. Look at that. It doesn't get much better than that when you're playing on the offense right there. Sets it up easy as you please. Secures a nice 1 for their kill column. And Mir has really been a force here. We should give credit to Mir. His team has kind of been behind the ball these last couple of rounds, but he's maintained a serious presence there with his 14 kills. Slim picking 1 up here as well. Juventino will go down. That's a big gun taken off the board. The Mozzie will drop. Chaz challenging the skylight here. That's a brave play indeed, and turning his back on it as well as he runs away. It gives you something to worry about. As the rest of the team continues to try and make their way through, Slim will get another one on a Barbarian Chief.
Those are absolutely huge kills. Chaz, as we talked about, he's come up huge recently. He has those goo mines to assist, but it doesn't matter if you don't take out that skylight. It will be detrimental. Meanwhile, Chaz will be getting completely lit up. Looking to the white stairs, but no. Alitar is going to be coming from white hallway. And look at these Finka boosts. Although it was denied, we didn't highlight it enough. They were used in the previous round in order to revive 2 of their downed players. If that's not the best use of Finka I've ever seen, then I don't know how it gets better, besides the upcoming changes that she'll be able to even revive herself when she's down.
Credit where credit is due. You're totally right. It's been a very effective use of the Finca here on the attack so far from Lisa McRae, and I actually really like it. I mean, it's showing how powerful she can be as an operator, and I think with her recent changes, that's not going to downward tick. I think if anything, we'll see her more in lineups, and that's nice. She's been kind of out in the woods for a while, and I've always been someone who said, there's an untapped potential there, and it's nice to see her getting worked in like that. Now down to kitchen service, kitchen cooking, and I do kind of wonder if this is where Lise McRae's run back here is going to end. Certainly, they're in a position where they could put this into a tie and force this into an overtime round. Again, we'll see the Rook armor being slammed down right there. Everybody will go ahead and get on it. Bakery door being shut off with the castle barricade. A little check there of its integrity right there. A couple of crouches to make sure it's all working. And going to put another one here in small bakery as well. By the way, if anybody's wondering what this extension would look like if it was more normally executed, you would honestly not put a castle barricade on that door. You'd put a castle barricade on the door at the other end of that hallway, and then you would put one on the door of small bakery as well. So something to think about. Yes,
it's being highlighted. So basically, right where you see the castle barricade, you leave the long red hallway. Yeah. You use your super shorty to the wall closest to the west, and then you're able to extend, place a shield, reinforce the other wall. So one as a whole, that's where you want them to rotate. And from creating those angles, you actually enable the defending team to really monopolize that zone. And it forces the attackers to really dump a lot. And the moment they move towards VIP, it's a very easy read, easy rotate back. And that's a very, I'm not going to say easy because it's not, but a very nice C4 coming out from the defenders. I believe that came from Juventino. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. He's even continuing to rotate to be quite aggressive in this scenario. But now things have calmed down, forcing the Nomad to now disperse her air jabs. Interesting extension, paying off so far with the hit points. What? Why? You have Nomad right next to you. Why?
Gonna take away this man's hard breach charges. He's actually done really well with that zero cam. Unfortunately, he just wastes the Argus shot there. He's not able. I think the lip of the reinforcements was actually preventing him from securing the shot that he needed onto the bandit battery. And I was just gonna say, you have a frag grenade, which would presumably serve the same purpose. Unfortunately, the angle just a little bit off on it. Zulu 1 actual though, able to secure a kill here, and that's good. That's gonna help Clark University push themselves just a little bit ahead. It was the Ash who went down, but most importantly, it was Mir. So the most impactful player here on Lise McRae is down and dusted very early into this critical round.
This is too quiet. You could call it the calm before the storm. This is probably one of the most influential rounds, and with that calmness comes picks. It's never going to stay quiet for long. Chaz proving to be able to do what his counterpart of Mir was able to do so proficiently in the first half, and that is roam, and once again, roam. He has almost completely shut down this attack. Juventino also playing with that aggressive nature, playing very confident. They know that this round is in their hands and theirs to control. This gives them the freedom to extend off the site, to go for these antsy little picks, and look at every single one of these extensions. Alitar is over in bakery. They're going to figure out quite soon that that's where the push is coming from, and reallocating the resources should happen with the snap of their fingers. And unless we see Lise McRae make their move now and try to catch them off guard, this could be the end of this map.
It certainly could. Zulu 1 actual picking up another kill right here. Hollow wants to push in, but again, this is not a particularly fun angle to push when you're feeling a bit blind. They've got some intel on it, but not enough, I think, to really make this any easier. RDN engaged on the gunfight right there. Out comes the first stun grenade. It's thrown over the top, tries to get the stun in, but it doesn't find anyone. Alitar now just goes for the hard swing, checks the wrong corner, and T-Bone cleans both up. And that's a flawless round right there to end it. And map number 1 will go in favor of Clark University.
Huge fan of their playing. They really picked it up. Few hiccups those final two or previous 2 rounds before our natural conclusion. But Chaz really proving to be the MVP, and I think that is warranted, especially in that case. He did a phenomenal job fragging as well as rotating around and giving the information that his team needed. So we're going to be giving you guys a quick 3-minute intermission. We'll bring it back, and I do believe Clubhouse will be our second map. Do not go anywhere. I'm Binks. That's Corbeck. I wish I could be you, man, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
That's said from a position of not knowing enough, but no, I appreciate the gesture. But yeah, we'll be right back after this break.
Good evening. Welcome back to NEC. This is the Binks and Corbeck show. We just saw a very explosive first map on Cafe, and we remembered that we have not shown you our maps. So here they are. We have Clark University's pick of Cafe, which they were able to win, and now we're going over to Lee's McRae's pick of Club, which, depending on how close that first map was, I believe that we do have a pretty good chance to go to that decider map that is going to be Coastline. So, without further ado, I do believe it's time to get into Clubhouse, Corbeck.
Yeah, I think that the teams are both just about ready to hop into it. And it is, so again, worth pointing out, Clark University did have that Cafe pick. It was still pretty close. I mean, we saw a 7-5 scoreline there at the tail end. So I would say that that implies these two teams are relatively evenly matched. And going forward here onto this next Clubhouse map, which is Liam's McRae's pick, I mean, I do have to think that that must have an influence, right? I mean, they must feel a little bit more comfortable here. Maybe they've just got a little bit more strategic depth that they want to try out or something like that, or a plan that they're bringing to the table. I mean, it's interesting that Coastline is going to be our decider because it is such a frag heavy map. So if Clark University doesn't kind of bury this here, they are sort of moving into a little bit of a gamble with that last map. So they're going to want to look look sharp here on this Clubhouse.
As far as operator bans go, I'm interested to see how these go. I'm not expecting the stereotypical bans. The point where we could see Thatcher slip through, but no, wrong right away. There goes all my ban credibility. Regardless, it could be the stereotypical. I'm expecting to see the Jackal again, though. I think that both these teams don't want to deal with that, Lee's McRae especially, because they want to have the freedom to go on that roam. But once again, it's all up to speculation. We could see the Maverick go instead.
Yeah, Maverick not getting taken off the board here, which doesn't actually surprise me, to be honest, Binks, because I think banning Maverick in this situation is a bit weird, right? In the sense that it puts you into a bit of an unknown territory. The Maverick is pretty standard here for Clubhouse. Not surprised to see Jackal go. Not expecting anything particularly, I think, innovative in this ban phase. And I mean, that's not a knock on either of the teams, by the way. It's just the state that Clubhouse is in, right? I mean, this is the central map for a lot of Rainbow Six Siege. Everybody kind of knows how it's played. And I mean, this ban phase, look at it, it's just incredibly standard, right? You got your Thatcher out, you got your Jackal out because he is such a strong anti-roamer. The Mira getting removed, and then finally you take out the Kaid. I mean, that does leave, like we mentioned on Cafe, that does leave Valkyrie in the mix. But to be fair, neither Clark University nor Lee's McRae have really shown a huge propensity for walking out the Valkyrie. And on top of that, neither of them, I think, have been too overly or too committed at all, I should say, really, to the information game, to their detriment at times. So we won't be seeing a Valkyrie here. We'll start off on CCTV Cash, which, I mean, I'm still of the thought, and I've said it before on a number of other broadcasts, and I'll echo it here. I do think CCTV Cash is increasingly becoming a bit of a poison chalice for defenders. I don't think it's as easy a site to defend as people really think it is.
It's definitely see some changes. I think that it depends on which type of clear you're trying to go for. We've seen so many different types of holds. If they go and extend into garage, then you can go for that extensive garage clear, and then you have a lot of line of sight. Onto CC, you go for the CC plant, and you only have to worry about nitros. You go for the construction clear, open up that construction wall into cash. That gives you lots of line of sight, and you plant behind the box once you have red control. You go down below, you pop some nades, clear out those common areas, make them have nowhere to move, because the entire floor for these sites are soft. But more importantly, on the attacker's side, Corbeck,
5 seconds remaining.
where's the Maverick?
Well, they're opting not to go with the Maverick. They're opting to go with the Kali instead. Which, again, you know what? Actually, as a decision, I don't blame them. The Maverick, to get open the wall, it takes practice. And if it's not something you're particularly comfortable with, it's not something that I would really recommend that a team do. Kali does the job, right? She can set up a long sightline here as well. Barbarian Chief doing their best to juggle this, but look at that early kill. Juventino gets one onto Mir, and again, the big gun is down at the start of the round, and that's very detrimental, I think, overall to this defense.
Oh, man.
Wow, they are putting a lot into this.
I like it. I like it a lot. Because the detriment of Kali is that Mute actually effectively beats her out. Unless they are able to get it out to the point where it'll detonate. This could be...
Clever, very clever, Altair. Well done, dude. That's good. I get credit where credit is due on that one for sure.
That's a good one. I'm a huge fan of that. Primarily because you see that that's actually what the mute changed. That instead of being a straight cylinder going up, mute thing is now just a sear, and it does not cover as high as you think. No, don't repel there. No. Ali, no. Ali, no.
It was a really good. I mean, you know what? Genuinely though, that was just really good individual play, like decision making right there to think about that and to do it. And unfortunately, it looks like Lisa McRae is not going to be able to convert this into a win. Though certainly these rounds have turned on a dime. Just saw it flit right there. By the way, did Hallow. Unfortunately, wasn't able to shoot it in time. But it was a good call. I mean, you were actually taking advantage of the mute change, just like you mentioned right there. Unfortunately, that they're not really able to back it up. Slim here trying really hard to push into the garage, but basically kind of the solo push into garage is incredibly difficult. Ali Tar is now down as well, and Chaz is still alive, still has Wamai Magnets, is essentially inviolate up there, except if he peeks and gets killed. Now Slim is down, and Hallow is in the position of many an unranked Kali player who's just stuck here waiting for the inevitability of the end of the round or death. Good kill, though, from Hallow there on the Zulu 1 actual, but they can't all feed into her banks, or that would be just genuinely crazy. Well, a push coming forward here from Hallow, and he's not ready to give it up just yet. He will get into position right there. Looking down, T-Bone coming out here. T-Bone waiting. Oh, through the spokes. Couldn't get the kill. That's unfortunate indeed. Barbarian Chief, though, winning on the other side, and he won't need to do anything. It'll all be T-Bone right there. And unfortunately, CCTV ends with a loss there. Clark University, I mean, played it pretty well.
They did. They had a lot of very strong structure in their setup. And at the end of the day, where Lise McRae really moved towards a strike against it, they actually took it in stride. Clark University held off. No. Thank you. Anyways.
You sound like an 80s record or something. I don't know. Like, no. At the beginning there. What were you saying no to? Sorry, what were you saying no to?
What's the pick?
Oh, yeah, you can't. No, unfortunately not.
No, yes, Flores will be for you. I don't know what else to choose.
I'm really curious to see what Osa is going to do, actually. I know that over at, like, is it First Blood, they kind of let anybody play anybody. So Osa has actually got some running in these kind of higher tier gameplay situations, and it has been quite interesting to watch. So that is definitely going to be very entertaining when Osa gets actually rotated in. But yes, as you said, for now, you can't really use Osa. We're down into the basement. I mean, it was a successful first round for Clark University. Part of the problem, I think, was Lise McRae just getting those early deaths, which I think have plagued them across both of these maps, in the sense that when they tend to lose maybe one, or dare I say it, two players early on, it usually does not go their way. So that's something that they need to watch out for. You know, it's interesting. I was going to mention they don't have a Maverick here either, but because the Kaid is down, you can't actually rely fully on Hallow on that Hibana to destroy these hatches in Kitchen and over in Moto. Gotta be careful though with the Kitchen one. That one sometimes is an easy way to get killed depending on how the other team is playing. They also don't have any defenders in a position where they can try and impact trick it though, so it looks like they're not too concerned about it. Oh my god, are they gonna tunnel rush?
No. But yes, it's like a yes and no. I don't spray it unless you have the info. Never spray that, because you're giving away any element of surprise. It is completely given up, interesting enough. But now look at where this attention's focused. Chaz has his eyes set. Most likely a Valkyrie cam is set up inside of there. Mute jammer now being placed as well. That will block any attempt with this RCE Retero drone. C4 being detonated. Hallow taking a good bit of... Oh my goodness, what a waste. You can't be doing that. Not on the Flores. You got to play a bit more with this information game. Now, the secondary hard breach device being used on the hatch. I'm interested to see what the thought process in this kitchen was, but they still have the ability to rotate around and get bar as well. Swing out with that Mossberg shotgun will not be successful. You have to hit those shots. Mir will find one. Chaz refrag onto Wimo. Meanwhile, Zulu one actual finding LTR or Alitar. Mir also finding Chaz. Interesting set of gunfights, all evening out at our 3v3. Still one player inside of tunnel, one player or two players around red stairs and kitchen. The Flores will also be going for that rotate. Smart choice.
Yeah, smart choice indeed. Now in a very tense 3-3 situation here, though I don't think we could really say that either team has the advantage. If anything, Lees McRae is in danger. They weren't able to get Moto Hatch open either, so a bit of a one-dimensional attack here from them, trying their best to play off these vertical angles and get the kill, but just not manifesting at the moment. Hallow sees a body, can't bring it in. So close right there. I don't think T-Bone even knows how close they were to death. Zulu One Actual does, though. Their health drops to an absolute sliver. Fortunately, the Kona station there for the healing. There's the kill coming in on Juventino. Oh, and Slim gets one for free. Zulu One Actual slow rolling around the corner is picked off. Slim doubling back, though. And now everything here on the shoulders of Juventino as T-Bone does go down. Juventino playing in the hallway on the bandit. The MP7, an absolute laser in the right hands. Will it save the day here? Just misses the sightline right there. Yes, manages to find Mir. Now Slim is in. 15 seconds left. Slim does not have control of the defuse. All that Juventino needs to do right here is stay alive. Slim is going to challenge the corner, sees Juventino, and wins the gunfight. Oh my lord, that was close.
You can't let it come down to that. He did such a good job maneuvering around his opponent, only to take an angle out in the open. And I gotta give credit where credit is due. Slim did a phenomenal job cornering him out, giving him no options, using that high firepower of the FAMAS. But you have to, especially as the last defender, take an angle and hold it. He's running. He's making a lot of noise. Pre-fire. What harm is it going to do? He knows where you are because you just killed someone. The options of where you could and couldn't be are quite limited. In that scenario, never take the angle out in the open because I'm sorry, but that just feels like a terrorist hunt to me. I mean, what are they called now? Training grounds. Training grounds for all of our newer players.
To be fair, it was really well played by Juventino up until that point in time.
I'm highly critical.
Your criticism is 100% valid, right? In that situation, I think that Juventino's best plan, honestly, maybe be to just hit the bricks, right? And just start running. Because, you should know in that situation that they don't have I don't think Slim had the diffuser, right? Correct me if I'm wrong,
it was in kitchen.
Yeah, Hallow had died in kitchen, so I think that the best plan might have actually been to just run for it. That being said, I mean, he was in a bit of a difficult spot there because even if you did hit the Bix and run, right, coming out of Church, you could get caught, right, if they swung the corner fast enough. Still, I agree with you. He could have taken a bit of a better cover position. It was an unfortunate end to what was an otherwise good bit of play, but on to the next round we go. And I mean, it was a very slow build up there from Lees McRae to get us into that situation. It nearly went very south for them as well. So I don't think they can particularly walk away with round number 2 as a feather in their cap. I still have yet to see what I would particularly call a very decisive executed attack here from them. Juventino going down early, Slim again, securing the kill, rubbing a little bit of salt on the wound there at the end, unfortunately for him, Biggs.
Indeed, he is. I'm a fan of the Iona pick. I do want to give that a little bit of highlight. We did see it in the previous game, but now, especially taking it now, could make quite a big difference, especially being able to use that Gemini replicator going down. Mir, please use that Gemini replicator to spot that out. I know you got the hits and didn't take any, but that's not a smart play. Why are you letting him get away with this? Stop proving me wrong. This is killing me every single round. He's on the bulletproof. They know it's true. Good choice to open it up, but don't peek right into him. Good choice. Zulu, well played. Good use of the impacts. T-Bone also able to collect onto Wimo. And this run is starting to fall apart, all from the inability to be able to gather info. Chaz healing up from his previous encounter with a minute 42. T-Bone still at large. That guy needs to have a wanted poster, and that bounty better be quite big because Lees McRae better turn their attention and do it fast.
odds that there's actually a guy called T-Bone wanted somewhere in the world right now, I'd say particularly high. No joke. I mean, actually, but it's interesting. You were saying that Mir needed to use the Gemini right there. I totally agree with you, but it wouldn't have worked, and we didn't find that out until later. Big swing coming in here from Ali Tar, who cannot secure the kill. Zulu, one actual, unfortunately has to reload the spear and gets brought down on the other side. Now Slim trying to make it stick. T-Bone rotating down the back stairs, could walk right into the gun sight here of Slim, but instead it's Chaz who bails him out, and that will be the diffuser down as well. So Hallow with all the pressure here, these two kind of trading the diffuse at inopportune times, really. Hallow now in a very unenviable position here, trying to push out of Armory.
Okay, this is an interesting interaction. He gets healed. That gives all the defenders information on exactly where he is. Enjoy that health buff, but know that it comes at a big risk, that all the defenders have that little circle. They, hey, did you heal? No, I didn't heal. Now they know, oh, he's right on site. Don't worry about it. We know where he is. Watch that diffuser, and this is our round. 25 seconds to go. Hallow rotating around, trying to get the long angle instead. Seems like a bit of a panic because he knows there's not many options. As he rotates around, time is dwindling. Doesn't have the rotate through blue. He's going to have to run down long. Spotted on default. Hit by the Ella concussion mine. Best thing to do is save that KD, but T-Bone knows when to strike, and that bounty is probably going up.
Indeed it is. It was very unfortunate. It was actually a moment where an awkward site prep for the defenders actually benefited the defenders right there, because there was no rotate for Hallow through into church that had been punched in the wall. And it was very unfortunate for the poor Abada, who just kind of looked at it like, oh man, I would have put a hole right there.
Like who doesn't put a hole there?
And then went back to the regular fight. So it worked out in their favor that time, but it was a bit of an interesting placement.
Visual frustration. Now. It was visual confusion. Visual frustration.
You could see visible frustration, I think, right there. CCTV cache will be the site choice here, and Ali Tar is showing us Fuse, and that is an interesting pick indeed on this site. So no, they are not bringing the Kali this time, so that's interesting in and of itself. Worth pointing out that, you know, Fuse can fuse through hard surfaces now. That is something he can do. Juventino obviously playing on the Bandit, gonna try and make that not a possibility, but they do have some tools here to try and close that down. They have the Twitch. That's going to be a very important one. You could also get Mir in below, right, on the Ash, and fire the breaching round upwards, and that could do it. So they do have some tools, and that's some people do like to bandit that. I don't know if I necessarily agree with banditing that particular wall, but if you are very concerned about a push through construction, I won't necessarily blame you, I guess. And well, we'll see what they can muster here on this attack. I'm genuinely curious to see how they use Ali Tar. So thank you very much, Observer, for giving us a view into the Fuse and how this is going to be deployed, because this should be interesting indeed.
Okay, so it's worth mentioning that the Fuse also has these hard breach charges, and don't use it on the hatch. Please don't use it on the hatch. I can't see it right now, but I think we're okay. No. Okay, we're chilling.
He gonna do it. No, he's gonna leave it. They're discussing it. You can tell that they're trying to figure out the best way to get in. They will do it. They don't have to use one of the hard breaching charges here from Ali Tar to make it happen.
That's a good choice. I'm really interested in the Fuse. If you couldn't tell that I'm fanboying a little bit. Hallow, no. Did he fall off the... No, I thought Hallow fell. Good use of the Finka. That's 2 revives almost immediately. Twitch drone also being utilized to good effect. Now, I'm a little bit curious to see what exactly the plan is for this wall. If they're leaving it, Barbarian Chief, who is playing inside of construction, will be getting lit up. Mir also opening up a long angle, but they forget to spot out Zulu One Actual, who will get rid of Ali Tar, the #1 player we want to see come through, and a nice shot through the wall. Zulu One Actual is showing that you do not want to drop the soap as he finds his third. Rotating back to the site, he has almost secured the round, but he'll get quickly traded out by the opposing spear in the hands of Wimlow. Now down to a 2v4. Hallow and the Finka need to make something happen. They have a minute 15 to do so. Relatively little utility though. 2 boosts as well as a select few Hibana pellets. Diffuser has been downed on the side of bedroom, and all the players on Clark University have to do is play a nice, safe, and secure round.
Yep. Just wait for it to wind down to its inevitable end. I mean, I don't think it's outside the possibility that it could get ugly, but it's certainly going to be less likely. They've got a lot of reinforcements and a lot of layers of defense here, like an onion or an ogre. There are a lot of layers to this that they'll have to get through. Juventino there trying to get a kill, playing a little bit of cheeky peeky there with Hallow, who is over in the closet. Definitely, I don't think they can get through that wall. That might be a bit of a visual glitch on our end. Just flashbang themselves for good measure. And they can move through it, so they will do so. Coming up now, hard into the corner right there. Nearly takes Juventino's head off, but Juventino will survive. Wilmo getting it on the other edge. Hallow gets one, and now it's a 2v2, and this is what I was saying, Binks. They ain't out of the woods yet, and Chaz gets a kill there onto Wilmo. Is that enough to put it to bed? Chaz, who does such a good job at these hit-and-run plays, tries going back the opposite direction as Hallow comes rushing in. 3 seconds left. Poor Hallow, the last one standing again, tries to get one more kill for the KD, but won't find it.
I like that play. Scary to see those two picks, but those remaining two defenders played it exactly the way you want to. Long angles, pre-fire, don't give them any more room to breathe, and you have to force that extension. Wamai being able to come for red stairs and only waiting to see if his counterpart of the Jaeger gets taken out. Then he waits for the plant, and if you see, here's the Hibana start running, that's when you start spraying. You spray, you pray, and you let the shots hit their targets. Whenever you have a low ping, you spray and you pray because you know eventually those shots are going to hit. Low frames, spray and pray. Regardless, speaking of spraying and praying, Capitao is quite famous for having his LMG and using it to good effect after smoking off an area or using his incendiary bolts. But Alitar has been known for these interesting picks, but we'll go for one that we have yet to see and have been waiting to see, that being the Maverick.
Yeah, Maverick will finally make his appearance here, and perhaps a little bit overdue. Interestingly enough, this is definitely a site you could run him. It's not the one that I would have necessarily brought him out on first, but here we are. His main job should theoretically be to get that gym wall open, right? That's what we will expect the Maverick to be doing. And again, I don't necessarily blame teams, especially at lower elos, for not bringing along a Maverick, just because Maverick is an acquired thing. Like if you've ever seen a player who's not comfortable playing as Maverick, trying to Maverick open a wall, you will 100% understand what I'm talking about. They brought Barbarian Chief along here on a castle. This is a decent choice on this side as well. He'll go ahead and secure all the windows facing outwards from this general area, which is the sort of stereotypical castle placements here. Interestingly enough, they brought Chaz on the Aruni as well. So a lot of kind of door denial being brought here, which is an interesting choice and always adds a little level of difficulty to the round.
Well, if we really think about it, how is this going to be denied? Shoot it, shoot it, shoot it, shoot it, shoot it.
No, okay. I was going to say, they're not going to be able to just walk a Rentero in there. That would be amazing. Chaz does get a kill here to start things off through a tiny little Maverick hole. And I think
God. How do you let these picks happen? The bandit battery will even be replaced onto the wall. Clark University has effectively shut down part of this round before it's even started. All to the west is the three remaining players, and there's one player who's gone up to the roof, leaving the Maverick and Twitch of Alitar and Slim. Maverick also doing his part to rotate to the roof to join Hallow, his fellow hard-breaching companion. But now Clark University could be looking at a guaranteed 4-2 split or higher. This could spell absolute disaster. Juventino opting to stay in the secret stash of logistics. Whether or not he gets spotted out and they know about it is up for debate. No way. There's not enough time. Does he have it? I would have thought he had it. Unfortunate. He'll heal right back up from the small amount of damage. No. He got it.
Oh.
What?
Is that a visual glitch on our end, or did he actually get it?
From what I saw the electric. Oh my goodness.
Something destroyed the bandit battery when he put it down. So I do wonder if it's a glitch or not, but it might not be.
No way, no way. The kill through the drone hole, or no, that's on the opposite side from inside logistics. He'll be able to deny the rest of those Hibana pellets, only 2 remaining. That ensures that the wall is no longer able to be opened. I gotta tip my hat to Juventino because that is some of the best adaptive bandit play, and it is so refreshing to see because you don't see that anymore. That is something you have just has almost been completely eradicated due to the way players have been clearing walls. It's largely in part to the Maverick pick early on in the round that we get to see that. But regardless, well done. Hallow to add to what could be a redemption in the round, taking out T-Bone, the roaming Jaeger. And now with 30 seconds, they turn their sights towards the actual objective.
Yeah, not enough time here to really make anything happen, especially in a 4v2. And I just want to, say I didn't, Maverick. I said it at the beginning of the round. It's not easy. And that was exactly kind of what happened right there. It was a bad initial placement from the Maverick. Slim here trying to push up these stairs and get into gunfight. Chaz will take Hallow down. That just leaves Slim here in a very unenviable spot. Lots of guns around him, and it'll be the gun of Zulu One Actual who secures that final kill. But to go back to what I was saying right there for a second, it was the initial Maverick hole that was really the problem right there. Because of where it was positioned, not only did it allow those early kills, but it also kind of denied an effective hard breach, really, because especially from a thermite, for example, you can't really get up to the wall, right? So that's kind of what I was talking about, Banks. If you had put a hole higher up in the wall and just pitched grenades in, including at the tail end of frag grenade, you would have secured yourself your open wall quite easily right there.
There's also the option that you could go for the Maverick trick, which is quite difficult, as we both mentioned. Another option would have also been to set the wall up that you're only really using that Maverick to, like you said, the grenades. That's probably one of the best options, and I think that's one that they should go for. But with the Maverick, you can also...
I was just going to say, or just wait for the defender to peel off until you can get a Rotero in there. I mean, that was also only a matter of time. So
get on the
both
window.
of those, both of those were options, and unfortunately, it was just they kind of went at the start and made it quite difficult on themselves. Interestingly, our observer is telling us that what actually happened in that scenario there with the not breaching the wall, the ex-Kairos blew up the bar or the wire, but they never breached because the wire and the ex-Kairos triggered at the exact same time, which is interesting. So effectively, they destroyed each other. I've never seen it before either, but I mean, I believe unnamed when he says it. So it's an interesting little interaction right there here for you late in this last game of the season here at NECC. 4-1 for Clark University. For those of you who are just joining us, Clark University has had the better of it here on the defense. We'll see if they can maintain that here in their last defensive round. Guaranteed themselves, as you said, Binks, at least the 4-2 split as Slim here aggressively enters the kitchen. And finds no one waiting for him.
This is a very alpha way to move through this building. It hasn't worked out previously.
Alpha way to move through the building. That's
it is.
Funny. I like that.
Dominating this kitchen. He's saying, no, I'm coming in here too. This is our area now, not just yours. And eventually he's going to make it his own. Pushing right on in. Good use of the buck. Good use of basically clearing out this entire kitchen. I like that they're going for this vertical play. And Corbeck, I am waiting to see this Gemini replicator. I have not seen it come out a single time. And finally, it will be deployed as Amir will use it to scout out Barbarian Chief as well as Chaz with this entire shield concussion ADS setup. Quite interesting indeed. And want to see... He didn't actually use it. It was a fake out. No.
Chaz using the pistol here. Wow. We'll get Will though. Well done, Chaz. Good.
They
good
prove us wrong.
Shot right there.
Oh my. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. T-Bone, please. T-Bone, please.
Does not convert. Had a good opportunity to do so. Unfortunately, cannot secure the kill. A moment's hesitation right there was all it took. And now effectively even back up. That said, I mean, we don't all have Chaz sniping with a pistol. So it could indicate perhaps a little bit of a skill diff as Slim goes ahead and fires in that camera. And they'll go ahead and breach Moto Hatch as well. So doing a good job here, getting things open. And now a very aggressive push comes feeding in on the backside. Ali Tar forced to drop into a prone position right here on the buck, swings in, goes for the tap, finds no one, continues to push in through Moto. Ali Tar now getting very aggressive, pops the flashbang here, sends it sailing around the corner. It was well done indeed. Did it find anyone? I think it probably did, but the follow-up is not there. Slim will secure a kill, makes that 3 on the round there for the intrepid attacker. And that just leaves Chaz anchored up in a corner. This does seem to be Chaz's sort of almost preferred way to play when he's all alone, but the trade is well executed. Hollow swings the corner out of Moto and gets that second kill and cleans it up.
He had full control there. I really like that. When I saw that first, I'm like, oh, that's case down. What does this mean? And they played, I hate to say that, they really played Clark University to a T. They read them like a book, and it worked out. Huge kills coming out from Slim there. Good cross pinching, but man, oh man. This one is wrinkling my brain to say the least, but they're making it work. And that's something in itself to be a compliment. They're taking what they're given in. Have we seen a round without Thunderbird? I did not expect.
No, we've seen a lot of
I haven't
Thunderbird.
expected her introduction to be this prevalent.
It's not usually. A lot of teams have kind of put her in a very niche category, which is, I think, where she genuinely deserves to be. I mean, she's a perfectly adequate operator. Did they pick
the
what
impact? No, the impact, is that big enough?
No, I think it's big enough. I think you can crouch through that. But, Thunderbird can be very useful. And I do think, again, at lower elos, having the ability to get healed the way that she's providing is a useful thing to have in the toolkit for some teams. And if they feel confident with her in the roster, then there's no harm in running her, right? At the end of the day, I mean, here's the thing, too, I will add. At the end of the day, if there are operators that you feel more comfortable on, I think it's always better to play what you feel more comfortable with than it is necessarily to force yourself into an uncomfortable meta, at least at this level, right? Perhaps not if you're, a pro, in which case, just get better at the character that you have to play. But at this level, I think it's particularly okay to flex in that regard. Barbarian Chief here on the Kali, trying to go ahead and get that wall open to CCTV. Chaz on the Iana here as well, and perhaps we'll see some Gemini usage, though certainly the flickering of the mute jammer there may be making them a little bit uncomfortable with using the Gemini at this stage. They'll still go for the opening into stock, though.
220 right at this moment. No attackers have actually entered the building yet. A lot of planning. Problem with that is that information is only good for 3 seconds. That Jones gets shot, and as you're rotating up, I am quite doubtful they'll be playing in the most identical position that you just spotted them out in, giving them the advantage for Elitar to find Juventino, as the prophecy will be true, unfortunately for him. Chaz did look like he was trying to, or they were trying to drone Elitar out, but now lit up all the way down to relatively little health. T-Bone will be the one on the thermite to finish it off. Very good job catching them on the rotate. Secondly, forgot to mention that this wall is open, and he will find a second one from just being patient. T-Bone, I gotta give you a lot of credit. You must play a lot of mini motors to be able to play with patience like that.
If someone named T-Bone was wanted by the police, I'm assuming there is someone named T-Bone wanted police somewhere. What are they wanted for? That's what I want to know. I think it's buying alcohol for minors. I don't know why. That's just what stuck in my head. My uncle T-Bone bought us these beers. But anyway, Mir will get a kill here on a Chaz. Keep the round going. Hit and run coming in. Yeah, that's entirely possible as well. Diffuser actually gets planted right here, so very good smoke. Speaking of the devil, T-Bone will get it down. Barbarian Chief, though, still has the sniper rifle out here on the tight hold, and that's a scary prospect. Will go over there, throws the claymore down behind the diffuser. That's a bit savage. Mir will get another kill, and that's T-Bone out of the equation. And I think this is very doable. Hollow needs to be careful here, though. On the mute, not only is the diffuser covered, it does have the danger of multiple angles. Look at this setup that they've got here. Banks the shots coming down. Mir gets another one. Mir has been doing everything, but Zulu One Actual shoots a man in the back, and that might have actually just secured them the win. Wilmo going on the other side, the air jab coming into play, and an absolutely spectacular bit of round being demonstrated for us here. Zulu One Actual gets the kill, and the attempt to defuse is going in. Zulu didn't realize, at least McCrae will get it down, so a crazy end to that round.
I don't know. what to say about that one. That was Clark University's round. I'm sorry, Callie, but that Claymore should not be on the diffuser. It should be on your run out. I'm sorry. The air jab should also be on the run out.
I mean,
why?
I don't. It was on a run out. It just worked in reverse.
Right one.
It wasn't the right one. That is
When you
true.
see
But
that,
it was
you know
on a
it's there.
run out.
Who cares about that kill? You don't need that for your aggro. You don't need that for your ego. Get on to the defuse, especially when you hear it going down. Oh, anger.
You all right, bud? You be okay?
I'm gonna go for a walk.
Gonna go for a walk. Yeah, that was a strange end to that round. I will say that was one of my favorite kind of wild siege rounds ending there. You don't get that anywhere else. The air jab working in kind of the reverse, the wrong way, was pretty entertaining at the tail end of it. Unfortunately, though, I mean, it was genuinely credit to Zulu One Actual, who played that very well. But as a situation that we've seen a couple of times, right, it was well played up until the very end, and it was just one poor decision right there, kind of ended in an unfortunate manner, down to defuse placement, in the sense that Zulu did not have a clear angle back onto the defuse. But put that round in the review mirror. Lees McRae will be happy to have walked away with a victory there, but Clark University can take some heart in the fact that they were pretty much on top of it. Now you focus on the next round here. The Pulse being brought out on the basement side is an interesting choice. Only 2 pieces of artillery, though. It'll be Alitar himself, and then Hallow, who has the second Nitro cell here. So we'll see how much value they get out of that Pulse pick.
They also have the Vigil, but look at this. This is a very interesting interaction that we're not going to be able to see anymore. Zamir will be taken out by Juventino, which I have to hope and wonder that was spotted out by Chaz because it was on. He was looking. And now there's also the other pick of Pulse, who is that directly counted by? You guessed it. Chaz, who's now going to be looking for that cardiac scanner, spraying through. Come on, find his head. You can do it. Spraying right through the floor. Has not been able to find any one of them, but it will prompt the Pulse of Alitar to now put it out. He's going to notice the head. Come on, you can't. Oh, I'm scared. He's going to get hit by the C4. I am so very scared right now, Korvac. Rotating around. Awkward interaction. Go for the shot. You can find it. Come on. No.
This is amazing. This is my favorite Siege minigame. You don't actually get to see it very often. It's not an interaction that happens an awful lot. So kind of entertaining to see the two of them go at it right there, and near misses on both sides. Speaking of near misses, Alitar there near missing with the UMP down the sightline into Tunnel. Tunnel very much a hotspot at the moment as T-Bone does get leveled, but Barbarian Chief on the Kali will trade things right back. It is Alitar, the Pulse, who is brought down. Chaz now swinging into the tight short corridor, tries to find a kill down towards Moto. Nobody there. And a little bit of a reload operation here from Juventino, who does have that LMG. They've also got Barbarian Chief in position as well, but it'd be Juventino who will take the lead, pulls out the Lifeline launcher, and that might initiate the assault.
I do believe it will be explosive, swinging out the spot out the dog. Big kill from Juventino. Very pretty to see. Headshot. And now also covered in the open is Barbarian Chief, looking to cover his fellow comrade on the Zofia. Now left up to Hallow and Wemo. Hallow finding one onto Barbarian Chief. Traded out by Juventino. He is on fire with that 3K. Will he find that final one? No, it's going to be Chaz, who is still situated himself at the bottom of those red stairs. And another big and much needed win for Clark University.
Clark University putting themselves up just one more round here, nearly on match point. 5-3 is the scoreline. Lees McRae, unfortunately, not able to finish there at the end of that round, and it was very much a position in which I think Lees McRae could have won that. Unfortunately, a couple of sort of awkward interactions there sort of slowed them down, and not I think both these teams have suffered here, Banks, from not engaging in what we would consider to be sort of the standard tunnel defense. When they play this site, bring the smoke along, have the shield set up in there, use the smoke grenades, the babes to clear some space, right, and give you a bit of room. They've not really engaged in that, and I think that's been very much to their detriment, because I don't really see what on the side of Clark University they would really muster to slow down there to kind of counteract that kind of tunnel defense. But perhaps that's just not a strategy they're particularly comfortable with as we get set here for their second attempt at this site. Pulse will not be making another appearance. We have a visual coming in, and we do have Wemo there on the Legion. So a couple of small changes there in that regard.
I like the changes. Do I think they'll be enough? We will see. There's no denial for the hatches. They have actually the impacts, which are being used to make rotates. This is normally where you would see an operator like Hallow. Is Hallow still... Mute was given access to the SMG-11, right?
Yeah, Mute still
Or was
has
that-
access to the...
Hallow!
Yeah, no, you're thinking of Sledge, who got it taken away.
Yeah, I wanted to confirm, because I want to make sure it's still up to date. Hallow, where's the SMG-11? No. No.
Yeah, it's interesting, actually. This is actually genuinely an interesting choice to go with the pistol. The SMG-11, some people just don't like it. It might indicate that they're struggling to find a player here on their lineup to really play that mute role. And it might also express why they haven't had a smoke in the lineup as well, as maybe they don't have anybody who's particularly comfortable with the SMG-11. But I mean, in that case, just don't take the shotgun. Just walk out with the he does have the MP5K, so that would explain then why he has the pistol. Or I guess he's not worried about using his secondary. That's fine.
It is fine. You can work quite well with it. I like that Chaz is using a very proficient way of using his scanner. This is actually very good for me to see. I'm enjoying watching the clear come out from Clark University, because it's cautious. There may not be as much droning as I want, but they are doing a phenomenal job of actually looking and locating goos, locating where the utility is placed on the side of the defenders. And now this gives them the freedom to push right on up. T-Bone being able to find the first pick onto Slim, who's actually been the top frag on the side of Lee's McCrae. That could open up a lot of possibilities for the round, as well as the possibility for Lee's McCrae, a different player, to be the one to step up. Second, Sophia Lifeline being used up, hopefully taking out that mute jammer. Jordan will now be cooked in, spotting at the player, forcing the swing out. Alitar going to be the one to bite the bullet on that one. Still managing to stay alive, however. Spray checking left to right is Juventino. Barbarian Chief now stacking up to it. Lifeline being used out to spot him out. Mirror finding Chaz. Meanwhile, Alitar has now gone down to the ground, finished off. Mirror with that kill onto Zulu. One actual is also quite impactful. Mirror finding his third for the round onto T-Bone now. And it's all left up to the two lonely attackers inside of Dirt Tunnel. Barbarian Chief holding it down. Will be able to down the mute, finish him off. Now down to a 2v2, assuming that Alitar will be finished off quite promptly. Mirror and Wemu are both on site, meaning that if Juventino is able to properly recover this diffuser and find a much needed pick, that could turn the time for this round. But there's 20 seconds, not much time remaining. Swinging out a quad kill from Mir, looking for the ace, and he'll find it. A huge performance from Mir, as he will be keeping Lee McCrae alive.
Mir has been the heavy lifter for Leaves McCrae all night long, so it's not surprising that he walks in there and gets that really well-played ace. I want to go particularly shout out him for picking up that sound cue there as the Zofia entered on the top deck. Just the immediate swing over to counteract that. Very good positioning as well from Mir. Just all around great play there from the Vigil on that round. And Mir was so threatening on Cafe, if you remember correctly, that if I remember correctly, actually, I think it was actually slowing Clark University down on their entries. They were so afraid of him. So a very good round win there from the Vigil. Mir can take a well-deserved bow as we go back up to CCW TV catch room, and it's good in a way because it also frees us from that basement site, which I genuinely just do not think was favoring Lees McRae at all. They looked a little bit more convincing here on this site, though still that last round here did end in a very wacky fashion. They looked a little bit just more comfortable on this site in general. Mir will be bringing out the Vigil again. Doc coming into the lineup here. Wemo will be taking that responsibility over, and an interesting choice, the 6 pick there as well. So we'll see what Doc brings to this setup.
Perhaps we could see that they're going for the long angles, and we did see that it was a good use of the stim in previous rounds. I do believe that Thunderbird in some scenarios, if you play them in the right way, you can use them as both a proximity device where attackers, especially with the way we've been seeing these teams play, will be lured towards it for that extra health. But at the end of the day, it will also notify the defenders exactly where they are located. But like any start of a round, I want to highlight the obvious, and that is Mir. We do have the bandit trick, which could come out. That's interesting to see. But Mir has been a constant thorn in the side of Clark University throughout this series. And I mentioned how Slim was the top frag. I do believe that did hold up to be true until now. But regardless of that, wow, is the main thing I have to say. They have to find this pick onto him. Otherwise, that could mean the difference in the round. Chaz will be the first one to go up against that. Make sure that reload was successful, as he will be swinging out, trying to find you. Meanwhile, Bandit Trick is also going down, swinging from side to side. Cali will be planted, not able to find anything. The first exothermic charge was cooked. Ali Tar, this is all you. He will be able to find it. That's 2 for 2. No more hard breach devices remaining. Mir also able to find his pick. And this does not look good for Clark University, as their initial attempt was completely denied.
The number of things they make poor Ali Tar do that are really difficult in this lineup. He had to do the clever trick with the thermite. Now he's on the other side where he has to be the guy with the bandit wires to do the exact opposite. Got to get those batteries down to the right sequence. Juventino, though, with a absolutely brutal sightline here. And oh, watch out from construction. The shots coming in. Zulu 1 Actual is down as well. Juventino pops up and will secure the kill. Slim just can't find it. Juventino now trying to be a nuisance in the opposite direction, help his team get that window open, but their health is very low. Zulu 1 Actual in a very similar position here as we move into a 4v4. Barbarian Chief is in. Juventino will die. It's Mir again, but he's taken out by Zulu 1 Actual on the other side. And now Barbarian Chief there with that long sightline. It's what they've been looking for the entire time. Unfortunately, they can't bring the kill down.
Zulu 1 Actual will be pushing in through construction. He needs to get the pick for his team. Smoke's coming down that could fade out the C4 unless it hits where they want. It will not, possibly getting caught on debris. Doc of Wemu will get caught off guard. Spraying through. Flash will be unsuccessful. He will end up blinding himself. Highly unfortunate, but T-Bone, who has actually shown up quite significantly in this match, will be now looking to push on to start. Ali Tar now trying to drone out his opponent with 15 seconds now remaining. Wemu on the opposite side. Swings, finds one. Ali Tar finding the other one. Or so Hollow finding the other one. And that is things all evened up here on Clubhouse.
Good cleanup there at the tail end onto the balcony. I loved that. Well done to defend Gantry and just shut it down. And Lees McRae fighting back to 5-5 here with Clark University, not giving any ground. Keep in mind, Clubhouse is Lees McRae's map pick. So very much a map they want to win. They want to see that coastline, the coast of Spain, so close yet so far here for them as we go over to Gym Bedroom, keeping pretty much the same lineup in play. The attackers making very little changes as well will be coming back into this. Interesting that Chaz has brought out the sledge here. It's almost perhaps as if they anticipated a castle, which is the strat that they run, right? We saw Clark University pull out. It is not to be. So Sledge's presence, I mean, he's never a detriment, let's say, but he's probably not as useful as some other ops could be in this scenario. I think they're going to have a devil of a time getting this wall open here. All Itar has been doing a really, really good job, actually, with the bandit tricking, and I don't necessarily see that changing. They're also going to mute the drone hole as well. I don't know how they're going to get in, at least from this particular side.
Perhaps Callie? Did you put the Callie through the
It's got to be
drone hole
perfect,
properly?
though, right? I mean, that's the thing.
Yeah, that would essentially be it. They have to know exactly the positioning, and that is quite a difficult task to accomplish. Not to mention the fact that you're gonna have to deal with the active bandit tricking. So unless you have someone covering, it's gonna come down to pushing on the right point. You want to make them hurt, or in this case, because Alitar is quite far away, rush the wall and get it open really, really, really fast. Are they there yet? Are they there yet? Are they there yet? Are they? No. Okay, never mind.
They
I
are
digress.
going
I digress.
the log route, I think, Binks. You see the bodies over there by CCTV. That said, they're all getting up on the roof, so probably going to be repositioning. I have a sneaking suspicion we're going to be seeing something going down for logistics.
No, don't use it now, Barbarian Chief. No.
Yeah, they're just going to resecure that almost immediately. That's exactly what's going to happen.
If he places down 2, though, it's a good idea to just shoot it and get one off. Go, go. Come on, Barbarian, this is all you. Not on the middle of the wall.
Now the game begins.
No. You don't.
Oh,
No, that's rule number 1 as a thermite. I understand he's not in the meta. If you're going as a man, you place it in the middle of the wall, you're making it the easiest task in the world for him to get onto that. T-Bone, you are better than that. No. Yes!
Mini games. I'm telling you, we've been playing mini games all night long. Oh, he's not going to get this one, I don't think. No, it's open. Oh, no, it's so close. Oh, unfortunate.
It's a 5v4. Slim is off the board.
Yes,
in case you guys got distracted, we did too. That was probably
the party game. it's like Mario Party. That's one of the little games you have to play at the end of the round.
Here to see. You don't play Mario to go against Super Mario Bros. You don't play it to go against Bowser. You don't play it for any of that. You play it to go in the little Toad huts and play those fun little mini games. And that's exactly what we're seeing. Juventino going to challenge Alitar, giving away his position. Don't take that pistol or that breaching round out. It won't matter. He'll win out his gunfight, one that was much needed. Looking for a second one. Not getting lit up just yet. He does have the Sledge of Chaz to assist him, as Chaz will find his second for the round. Also, the player on that red stair Repel will definitely be making their way in to assist with this assault. Hallow now inside the showers. Mir on the rotate back. We know he is extremely potent and he's going to try to get it done. Assisted by Hallow. Mir will quickly swing on out. 2 players now on site will lower the man advantage down to 1. Swinging, trying to find another one. Barbarian Chief will find his shot. All left up to Hallow. They know his positioning inside a bathroom. They just have to spray through the wall. The reinforcement there to assist them. And Zulu 1 actual will find the pick. And that will be Clark University going to match point.
Well, here it is. This is it. The round number 12. Can Lees McCrae hold on and push this into overtime? That's the real question we're asking ourselves right here. I think they can definitely do it, Biggs. I don't know if it's going to happen. I think it's well within the realm of possibility, but just because something is possible doesn't mean it will manifest. They are going down to Church Arsenal, which has not been very pleasant for them in these past couple of rounds. And they're bringing Alitar on the Clash, which... that is a bold pick. That's a bold pick, Cotton, here.
Warbeck, it makes sense.
Does
Who
it?
can he not play? Who has he not played? Doc.
I don't know. Alitar, he gets the rough jobs on this squad. I tell you what. They're giving him everything. He's swapping the decks.
Smoke next?
Yeah, apparently not. That's the one job that they won't make anyone do. They won't make him play
Unnamed
smoke.
Gamer, you are right. A true flex. I think that's the best way.
Yeah, he really is.
Our spectators don't get to say much. And they probably know a lot more than us in a lot of scenarios. They know exactly where to look for it. Unnamed Gamer, I gotta give you a big shout out here. You have highlighted all the mini games that we have wanted to see, while still being able to show off the overall scope of round, and that is something that I just have to give you credit where credit is due.
Credit where credit is due.
Me and Corporate
got
on
to
the
see
same
the
page. We know what's going
absolute
on.
chess match. We got to see the absolute chess match up there on the jacuzzi wall. You don't get that anywhere else. That's just a blow for blow right there. That was great. High octane battery action. That's what you're here for. For your Rainbow Six Siege games. Wouldn't have it any other way as we get ready to stack up on what could be the last Siege round for the NECC regular season. And it starts with Chaz pinging a bunch of util with his handy dandy little Nintendo Switch there on the wrist. Jazz doubling back the other direction. He's got the bomb. He knows where that is. And please don't put yourself in front of that open window. Give me the heebie-jeebies. Where is Clash, actually? I think she's standing like right at the entrance to the tunnel, as once more the tunnel continues to be this detrimental
don't get in your drone
point.
there. They already droned it out. It's okay.
Yeah, they droned it out. There's nobody here.
I'm getting
They left the
attacks
tunnel
for
wide open, and Ali Tar is about to have a very unpleasant situation in which they get shot by a collie, which is actually quite rough on a Clash. They also need to turn around. They're going to get shot in the back of the head if they're not careful, and it is going to make me very, very unhappy. Behind you. My God.
Thank you. There we go.
There it is. I'm sorry. I'm just so scared for him. I'm like clenched some white knuckle in it over here as Chaz gets the early pick, and it's Mir who's down. That's bad news bears indeed.
That's actually a very huge pick. The last time we saw the basement site, it was an ace from Mir that came out to end it off. Ali Tar swinging out, Slim to be able to find the pick on the Barbarian Chief, which is the Pally, which is the complete counter to Ali Tar, giving them a lot more freedom to swing around, forcing Juventino to constantly swing. He will now eventually go down, the round evaporating, but there's T-Bone to find the refrag onto Slim with that beautiful prone angle from the hatch. Meanwhile, Chaz, he is crawling, blowing on this man, will kill him, but he still has the ability to make an influence in the round, make a change. Meanwhile, nope. He will be proven wrong. Hallow to find the headshot. Now down to the 2v3. 52 seconds remaining here on this match point on Clubhouse. Swinging out Hallow to find a second huge headshot. And it will be T-Bone having to find 3 to clutch it up. He'll start his assault at the top of these red stairs, peeking the same angle that both of his comrades have already died to. You could call it the Deathly Hollow. But regardless, swinging will be T-Bone. Will he meet the same demise? He spots out the mute. He will not. Turning things around. He'll find the head of Hollow. Now 2 opponents. 19 seconds. Tick tock. He will come face to face with the Clash next. One of the hardest opponents in a situation like this. He absolutely must take the one gun, and he will find a triple kill for T-Bone. Going for the plant. He has no other option. Ali Tar, you gotta make your move. Plan will be successful. Spotting at the tournament, he'll find it. Ali Tar keeping his team alive as we are going to see overtime on Lee McRae's map choice of Clubhouse.
Ali Tar. Ali Tar. The Clash with the win. I mean, it very nearly wasn't, because Ali Tar took too long to run around the corner right there. Very close to it, but he managed to secure it at the end right there and pushes it into overtime. So Lee McRae's live will continue in the most stunning of fashions. What a round. Ali Tar, actually, the Clash, I was skeptical, but that worked somehow. By hook or by crook, they made that Clash work, and it actually worked in the sense that it shut down the tunnel rush, which had been such a problem. A Nook being played here in the first overtime round, and Zulu won actual will, I think, 6-pick off of that operator. Poor Norwegian? Dane? Can't remember. Dane, I think. Won't get a chance to go. Nomad will come in instead.
I think it's Dutch.
No, it's not Dutch. Iana's Dutch, isn't she? Iana's Dutch. Dane. I'm pretty sure she's Denmark. She's Danish Jaeger.
Danish. And of course, our spectator, unnamed gamer, is once again correcting me. Nock is Danish. You see, where's the big brain in the operation? Production as well. I have not shouted out our producer yet. Michael, I got to give you a huge shout out. Thank you for running our stream today. And for any of you watching, Michael is the one who's actually been able to bring you this show. Michael and Unnamed Gamer, you could probably do without us. You guys would still be able to watch the game. You might miss out on our fun little banter, but regardless, they make a lot of this possible. So a big shout out to them as we go into the overtime rounds on.
I honestly thought that was gonna be Clark University made sure to scrape it out there, but there just wasn't enough meat on T-Bone to really bring that one around. Mir's still looking for the spawn peak, won't find it though, and he will go and search for greener pastures, which I cannot blame him for doing. Part of the struggle there in that last round too is that Mir died first on the side of Lee's McRae, which was, like you said, being such a huge loss so early on. Ali Tar set up again for everybody's favorite wall-themed mini game between Barbarian Chief and T-Bone. Ali Tar on the other side, and they're playing it again, and not as committed to the bit, I think, this time. T-Bone going around on a wide flank there as Juventino securing the early kill onto Slim, so the Doc is out of the equation. That's one of the other big gunners on that side, but Juventino dies almost immediately. Ali Tar just waiting for him. So he's playing the mini game, but he's keeping the rest of the match in mind as well. Big brain thinking here from Ali Tar, who is still stacked up on this wall, hugging it about as tight as you can.
T-Bone will now be going for the thermite charge onto the wall. Chaz could be trying to bait this out. What are you doing, thermite? Please, please, please. Oh, good bait. That could be that. That's what he needed. That's what he needed. It was the eye on a replicator. If he can get that charge down. No! This mini game gets more complex every single time. You have the bait right now. Please, please, please go for it. He has no options. Well played. He cannot get that denial. The wall will... No. Why did you wait? Oh! Boom! Ali Tar will go down. Zulu 1 actual will be able to get the pick as well. This could spell absolute disaster as Mir is also off the board. Wimu is one of the remaining 3 and 10, as well as Hallow 10 and 8. These players have the ability to show up here, and if there's a time to do it, it is now. Sprays through the wall. They are getting ready to go for their assault. Explosive possibility of Hallow's C4 is in hand. Smoke grenades now being detonated. Plant from T-Bone will be attempted. Shutdown from Hallow, as they have learned from their mistakes and know how they want to spot it out. Exact same thing. C4 will be heard. Very good bait, but the smoke has now settled. Plant will once again be covered. Barbarian Chief holding it with his life, and he is a madman for sticking it, but it will pay off. He notices the C4. Hallow's a very smart man. Swinging it around. Zulu in actual, scared of the defender rotating down below, but however, that has not been the case. Both remaining players are in both cash and red. Hallow being the first to rotate into cash. He's taking a very active stance, trying to find the Cali, spotting out the head. He'll find a huge shot! Now, taking his sights towards Zulu 1 actual. Swinging out, he will spot it out. Is he able to find the pick? No, but he'll do the damage required. Stun grenade still in hand. Not able to deny it! Hallow with the triple kill! With 10 seconds to go, he'll have just enough time to secure the round for Lee's McRae.
Yeah, Lee's McRae winning another post-plant situation. Close that time as well, though. Clark University just there, and the likelihood of a map 3 seems to be ticking up. They did finally win the mini game right there, but Clark University will get the defense here in this overtime match point, which I think will stand well in their stead. If we remember correctly, Clark University did walk out with a 4-2 when they were on the defensive side. Lee's McRae did not have the easiest time on the offense, which again, I think it does favor Clark University just a little bit, perhaps push this on one more round towards its end. That said, it's going to be CCTV Cash Room again. It's gonna be a tight one here, and I mean, we are looking at a coastline, so that'll be interesting to see how that plays out on the tail end if Lee's McRae is able to force this over. This has been such a ticky-tack map in a lot of ways, Binks. Really, these sort of mini games, as we've been calling them, but really what they are is skill games between these two sides. And as our observer also wanted to add, this has been a lot of technical skill, right? Whereas Coastline, that's going to be a lot of gunning. So we'll see if they can actually force a Coastline here, though. Best not to count one's chickens before they hatch. Taking a look at the defensive setup, they are relying on Juventino to play the Bandit. On the other side, they will really not have that dedicated sort of anti-hard breach denial operator. They will bring Hallow on the Hibana. That will be their only hard breach option outside of the 2 charges being carried by Ali Tar. So we'll see how they're going to go about opening this one up. That's going to be the real challenge. I have a feeling we might see Mir slip in, or we might see a horizontal push.
Okay. Let me say this really quickly. please, McRae, when you're watching this, if you know someone on the team, reach out to them and please tell them to turn advanced droning on. Please, 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 please. You should not be losing 4 drones in the prep phase. 2 of them at the end, because you have you did not turn the option to manually get off your drone after prep phase is over. That's something that's just not ever going to be a good option. Now they'll be playing catch up with this information game, and that's the type of plays that could allow Zulu 1 Actual to survive in this case. Nade being cooked, he'll rotate out just in the nick of time. Spotted out from the drone, he'll also spot the hard breach charge. He's being followed. Quick refrag from Mirror. Well played, and they are going to go for this map here now, as that's almost the entire roam from Zulu 1 Actual, who has been an absolute gunner on the side of Clark University. He's now relegated to the bench, hoping his team can clutch this one out.
I mean, second place fragger down right there. It's a big note. But there's been a lot of impressive skill being shown here from Clark University when it comes to gunplay, which is something that might stand them well, all things considered. Mir now popping out some windows here, trying to go and play just off the CCTV wall. Beautiful kill from Mir. Reads him like a book. And Mir is very, very close to approaching the 20 mark. Won't find it, though. Barbarian Chief ends the dream, but gets killed on the return. Wemo goes down as well. T-Bone there securing the kill. Alitar, though, gets one more, and that leaves us in a 1v3. Clark University's hopes of cleaning this up early rest on Juvenito, and he will get one. Juventino doing very well now, backing up around the bomb, trying to play this tight. The MP7 in hand, goes for the next one, and it's Slim who finds it. And there's Leaves McRae winning it on round 14 and forcing us over to Coastline.
Huge play there. They fought through thick and thin to get to this point, and man, oh man. They are not letting up. Mir proving to be a force to be reckoned with, especially with his gunning potential. I think that's going to be one of the biggest things to look out for on map 3. So on that note, we're going to be taking a 3-minute break. Don't go anywhere, because we're going to be jumping right back into the action as soon as possible. Binks and Corbeck in the morning. That's right. If you are on, I believe it's Eastern time, you are nearing what would be 12 o'clock. It's getting quite late, and our teams want to get this match over with. So we're going to be hopping right on into Coastline, which will be our final map of the NECC regular Rainbow Six Siege season. Corbeck, I don't know about you, but this one seems like it's going to be a frisky one.
I think it very much could be a quote-unquote frisky one. It's been, going to be very gunplay oriented, as Coastline often is. And I think that's going to favor Clark University overall across the board. On our previous rounds, Clark University has had, I think, the stronger kind of average performance on their teams. Mir, of course, being the standout for Lise McRae. But, if you put all your eggs in one basket, right, eventually the basket might break, the eggs will fall out. So you can't put everything on Mir. As we see the Thatcher ban getting banned, you don't actually really need to ban Thatcher on this map if you don't want to, but some teams just feel comfortable doing it, so he will not be played here at all. That is funny. That's a targeted ban, as targeted as you could ever be. Even Tino feeling that one as well. Poor Barbarian. Chief was the one who was playing him the most, or playing her the most, I should say. So Kali will be removed from contention here.
What?
And then he gets taken off the board, which is much more reasonable and expected.
Come on,
ban.
Get rid of the bandit, please. That will make
They're not going to get rid of the
game.
bandit. That would be quite funny as well, but no, I don't think we're going to see Bandit removed. Kali getting removed actually makes a little bit of sense.
Called it.
Yeah. That's targeted as well.
That's what happens. You get to map 3, guys, and it's nothing but target bans. You know your opponent so very well at that point.
It's also targeting characters I think they feel like are high frag characters and have sort of been. I mean, I don't necessarily think that we can say that the Kali play has not been terrible by any stretch of the word. It's been solid, but I don't think we could say that Kali has particularly been the big fragger on the side of Clark University. At the same point in time, I mean, we can say, right, that Vigil has enabled a lot of strong play from Mir, but I don't think taking Vigil out is enough to shut Mir down. I'm pretty sure he is one of those players you can put him on, pretty much any operator and they'll still be very scary. What's interesting, though, is Barbarian Chief is playing Smoke, which is something that I think might be the first time we've seen a Smoke all night. So interesting that finally makes its appearance here on Hookah Billiards.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Mira's still alive, by the way. I forgot to mention that. You could literally play Mira here instead and use her shield setup on these 2 walls here that we see on the right-hand side of our screen leading into Hookah. Some people do like to play a Mira off of that to secure Hookah, but that will not be the case. Just interesting choices. Curious to see what they do with this Smoke.
I'm at a loss for words, to be honest with you, Corbeck. I don't know how this is going to play out. I don't have the information. My speculation will almost guaranteed be wrong. What I do want to see is Mir. I'm expecting more of a rush. I'm expecting him to get very aggressive with his plays here. We saw spawn peaks in the first map on the side of Lise McRae. So if he is actually able to push up and play comfortably the way he wants to, he's all set. And judging by the fact he's actually using a breaching round to get into the building, you better start that music, get the EDM pumping, because he is coming out swinging. But will he actually get shut down? That is the real question. First Finka boost will come out, try to heal him up at least a little bit, as Mir is going all the way towards around 50%, or 25%, 30, 40, around there.
Yeah, Mir's still very much alive, playing in the courtyard now, trying to do a little bit of wall banging action. Won't find it. Chaz instead finding the kill onto Mir early on, so Mir's aggression does not pay off in this context. Chaz now ensconced in the kitchen, could come rolling out of there at any point in time with a full Sound and Fury behind him. Slim pushing in through Trophy or Records, comes around, sees someone hiding. Lose kill. Doesn't help the rest of the team, though, because both Wimbo and Al-Itad are down, and with them is the diffuser. So a lot of pressure now on Hollow and Slim. Chaz right there is going to go ahead and goo the diffuser too, just for good measure, just to make things more difficult. And there's Hollow. up on the top deck. Slim now pushing in through VIP, looking for a target, but no one really in the offing here in this position. So the drone will roll out and try and gather some intel to help them in this 4v2.
We'll be able to spot out the Jaeger of T-Bone playing along long hallway or 90 corridor, spraying through the wall. Slim will be able to find him and pick him off. Meanwhile, Juventino is still on the diffuser. Both of these remaining attackers have focused their attention more towards sight, and it will be their demise. Meanwhile, Slim with the triple kill here on this first round. Clearly, Coastline is really starting to pick up its pace even within this first round, but he needs to turn his attention towards this diffuser, because with 50 seconds to go, he does not have time to dilly-dally, as the older folks would say. But regardless, I digress. He's cleared the site. What is your last option, Slim? Go for the diffuser.
Unfortunately, Slim is being tracked this entire time by that Bulletproof. Also gets hit by the goo. Only 30 seconds left in the round for the Maverick, and he has a mountain to climb here. He's looking at the peak. He started his climb a little late in the season, though, and that's the problem when you try to climb Everest. You start too late, and you just can't make it to the top. And Chaz now on the long sideline throws out another goo there to cover himself. Juventino on the other side will come rolling around the other direction. A wall bang possible there, but neither side seems willing to quite do it. And there's the kill. Chaz will find that early sting, and that will be round number 1 here for Clark University.
It did seem close at one point, but that was once again the individual play of Lise McRae. That's the biggest concern. I do think that a big factor going into this is the fact that both these teams want this game to be over. They're not holding anything back. It doesn't matter if you're saving stuff for playoffs. They want it done. I believe Clark University is believing exactly that. They are saying, all right, time to put our foot down. You guys may think you're the Gunners. Let's show you how to play as a team, because it's not about the individual. It's not about rushing in on Coastline. Because if you play it properly, we're all set.
Yeah. Might be onto something. Maybe it's desperation. Maybe it's Maybelline. Maybe it's just a desperate desire to win. I mean, we did point out both of these teams are in playoffs, right? So theoretically, this is a pride matchup more than anything else. And I feel like both Clark University and Lise McRae at this point in time feel significantly invested in this fight. And I think that's always something you can't discount between two teams. Interesting that Barbarian Chief, who is going to be Collyless on the other side, but has been a bit of a rotating door here on these first 2 rounds, coming out with Tashanka now. So the Shumika launcher and LMG will make their appearance known. Other than that, the lineup relatively standard. Not a lot of defenses being put onto the vertical, though. Again, neither of these teams throughout the night have been very eager to defend verticals, which has been something that would be a detriment to a lot of squads, but usually the attackers kind of play into the horizontals as well, so it hasn't been that big of an issue. It's interesting that they brought Slim on the Maverick again. Besides having the mags, I don't necessarily know what Maverick really brings to this attack, Binks, but if that's what makes them feel happy, far be it for me to tell them otherwise.
That is a good point. They could have expected the penthouse area. Very cute charm, by the way, Slim. I have to respect that one. Mir going up top. T-Bone to find the open kill onto Wimu. Swinging out. Nice headshot from Mir onto Juventino. As it does appear that Mir is now starting to pick up pace. He does spray out, which might tip Chaz off that he knows where he is. Blowing up the wall. That spray could have also given Mir the false impression that it was a safe area to push up. Both T-Bone as well as Chaz have this second floor on lock. However, if they do allow these players to rotate so confidently into penthouse, it will be all left up to T-Bone to be able to play that position properly. He'll rotate back to the cover of white stairs, and he will try to hold it off best he can. Beautiful headshot, or not even, from Chaz. Quick refrag from Ali Tar. And Korbeck, it seems like it's going to be back and forward as Slim has pushed right on into sight. Does he even have diffuser? No, but he is holding it down like an absolute madman. The information is there, but where are the defenders? Where is Zulu 1 actual? It doesn't matter that it's sight, because Ali Tar is actually even taking out Zulu 1 actual. T-Bone, last defender alive, off site. And guys, This isn't TDM. This is where you have to play the objective.
T-Bone on the slow rotate back down cool vibe. The diffuser is down. T-Bone walking as carefully as physically possible, like a man on eggshells. Gets into a gunfight there, and very un-eggshell-like end just gets absolutely lit up on the staircase by Hallow. And a good, 1-to-1 to start us off here. Neck and neck, as it has been all night long, Binks. No let-up from either of these two sides here in the first initial clashes on Coastline. Barbarian Chief bringing the Chonka to the party again, as they will go to kitchen service just one more time. Ooh, Captain coming out here as well from Juventino.
That's probably one of my, I'm sorry, if I had to choose an MVP, it would either be between Mir, Alitar for his different range of his denial, or Juventino for just best name.
I don't know. That's a good question, actually. I mean, Mir, obviously the fragger, right? For this Lise McRae side. Yadios. We've lost our frame. Oh no, we're back. Oh no, we're not. Everybody's frozen. Okay, there we go. All good. I was gonna say though, I mean, I think Mir has been the absolute fragger, right? We can't deny it. He had a beautiful ace round, very strong performance overall. But on the Lise McRae side, I mean, I think you do have to give a certain amount of credit to Alitar, who has just been playing anything and everything that they have needed him to, and playing it quite well. From a technical standpoint, certainly the bandit play was really impressive. Came out on the clash and won him that round on an operator that you don't see a lot of people very comfortable playing, so credit on that as well. Meanwhile, over on the side of Clark University, I mean, they've all been performing to, I'd say, a relatively good level. I think T-Bone and Zulu One Actual have been particular standouts for me, at least.
100%. Hallow as well.
Hallow as well. Yeah, Hallow has been an impactful player.
They've been more like, with the remaining players, we have Slim, who's come up huge with this 4K at the start. Wimu. They all have had their significant roles of time, and I feel like that's the same for everyone else. Like Juventino on that cap cam, Chaz finding the headshots. It's rounds like this where you're like, wow, everyone's playing their part. They're really shutting this down before there's any chance for it to pick up any sort of speed or momentum. Shumika launcher, I've never even seen it aimed in like this. This guy's going for some Valorant level lineups. I don't know what's going on there.
Have you never done that? I do that all the time. Gotta work those angles. Plus, it looks cool.
Aim in with no.
Yes.
No.
Yes. you gotta aim it. It's still a gun. You don't just fire the Shumikas and they just go where you want them to. You got to think about it. Anyway, whatever. We'll agree to disagree on this. Plus, the iron sights look cool, so I'll stand by that.
They do. We'll agree on that.
Chaz, by the way, has been an absolute menace here on the initial stages of this coastline map. We'll see if he can continue to keep that up. Mir comes swinging around the corner there into a brutal gunfight with Juventino. Will emerge victorious, but lost a significant amount of health, and that will prompt another stim boost here from the Finca to keep the team alive. Hallow now rotating around on the other side. It's Mir. Beautiful kill on the Chaz. Wow, well read and well secured right there by the Ash player. That could have been absolutely disastrous, challenging like that. And this is just a little pack of hunters here on the top deck who's just been clearing out this top floor in a very aggressive fashion. And now going with the droning as well. It's a very tight, very organized play here by Lise McRae.
I'm a huge fan of this. They're playing quite together, and they're starting to use, on the side of Lise McRae, they're trying to use their abilities, their utility to clear out. We thought that this would come down to only the frags, but we are seeing quite explicitly that it's not just that. It's so many more layers that are really coming into effect. With 45 seconds, I even think that Clark University isn't out of this because they have been playing in good positions, and just the fact that Lise McRae is even focusing on using that utility to properly clear out the site. This is very promising, and I love to see how strategical things are getting.
3v2 situation, very plantable, I would say, at this stage. The Goombine will go off right there. That'll force Hallow back up the stairs. Only 20 seconds left on the clock here. Zulu One Actual will turn it into a 2v2. Wemo here on the top deck, rotating down through Cool Vibes, needs to get back with the rest of the squad. Hallow gets the kill onto Zulu One Actual, and now the push coming into the kitchen. Wemo eating the bullets there. Can Hallow get the reflag? Look at that Barbarian Chief on an absolute sliver. Gets the Kona station, but it's not enough, and Lees McRae will go up 2-1.
He couldn't even plant. He had to. What?
Wait,
All of that.
What are we wedding?
All of that blood. How did they not kill him?
Oh, he was very low. I mean, he was literally on his last legs, and he got the Kona station. It wasn't enough to save him at all. And a very good finish there by Hallow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
He was lucky to have survived as long as he did, to be honest.
That fire was well placed as well. I do believe
It was.
everything in that round. It was like one more second in that round. Man, oh man. Phenomenal play on both sides. I like Lees McRae's push. However, I feel like if they were going for that 3-man mentality rather than going for that clear onto the blue bar, then they could have easily gone and rotated around. And Penthouse will actually be the tertiary bomb sites from Clark University.
I don't know. How do you feel about this? How do you feel about going to Penthouse as a tertiary? Because I feel like a lot of teams try to avoid this scenario and they'll go to bar instead. But I don't think that it's that bad of a site.
It's not. And I think especially with the starter mentality we've been seeing for this matchup, it should be able to work quite well. For example, Corbeck, I think we could take a look at the way these teams have been playing. It has been more tactical, but then again, that vertical play was the first time we saw that was Mir using his breaching ram to open up the floor. I don't think we'll see too much of that, but I think it will come down a lot to the gunfights and the ability of Lees McRae to isolate their gunfights and not overexpose themselves, which they have been quite proficient thus far.
True that. Ali Tar here trying to play up on the Jackal. Don't often see a Trackle being played, but we have the opportunity. Oh my god, scared me for a second there. I thought he was going to accidentally pop his teammate in the head. I had the worst team kill the other day, by the way, Binks. A Nomad snuck up behind me and touched barbed wire, and I just triggered around on the other side and got the kill. It felt terrible. But a little bit of a attempted kill right there early on. Won't find anyone. Zulu 1 actual stacked up here in the corner. Could be a nuisance. I don't know that they know the Thunderbird is here. Now they do. And that's why we banned Jackal. By the way, he's so annoying. And now all the util being invested. He actually pulls off the target to go for the ping. He's just going to run in and secure the kill. Beautiful play from Ali Tar right there. But Juventino evening it up right away.
Good pick. Ali Tar, you follow it up with a second one, really showing why you should get rid of that Jackal. That's sarcastic. You don't actually need to get rid of the Jackal. Just play smarter, not harder, folks. Regardless, second Jackal thing will come out onto Chaz. Spraying down. He has a lot of strong cover here. Whether or not he has an ADS to back that up even farther is up for debate. Waiting for the Maverick to swing out. He'll let him spray out and taking his turn. It looks like a tag team, and 3 of these defenders have also stacked up. But where is the 4th? That's what we're all wondering. And it does look like Maverick is going to be going for the wall. Chaz has no options. Ibana pellets being detonated on the other side by White Stairs. And now there is not many options. Legion spraying out. He will be able to win out one of the gunfights. Think a boost will not happen soon enough. And Chaz has just been an absolute thorn, unintended, with Legion in the side of the entirety of Lees McRae as they have been trying to clear out VIP.
Ali Tar now pushed upstairs. Just pops Barbarian Chief's head. Easy please. It's been a big round for Ali Tar on the Jackal. And now the attack coming in from the opposite side. Hallow does have the diffuser here, so the plant's still very viable. Ali Tar checking the floor there, I think giving them the go-ahead, but the shot's coming in through the wall. T-Bone playing out of the bathroom has never really been threatened, and well, Chaz. The only thing playing on that DJ booth tonight is the funeral march right there. He's just been an absolute menace from behind there as Hallow will slam the plant down. And now the 2v2. And this is a spicy situation indeed between these two. You'll see T-Bone slowly approaching here. Could put himself in a very dangerous situation. He does. Ali Tar on the quad. Hollow waiting for this last kill to just walk around the corner. Chaz challenges it. Oh! Hollow will not win. And now it's all down to Ali Tar looking for the ace. He's stacked up behind this couch like his life depends on it. Ali Tar holding down behind the bomb, taking that bit of hard cover, and he will do so. The rotate coming around on the other side. Chaz trying to get an angle. Won't find it. Chaz looping back in the opposite direction. Does not see his target. Hello, Ali Tar. Hello, ace. Well deserved. And there's the MVP for me.
All right, where's the nomination papers? Let me start getting to work. I see how it is. I know how it goes. I know that, Michael, you can find that for me. Please post the form, and there's my MVP nomination. You heard it here first. Well played with that ace. 1-3 now for Lise McRae on the attack, and
The man aces on tops of all the flexing. He does everything. He literally is a Swiss Army knife.
I think it's more than flexing. I think that it's a matter of being built different.
Yeah.
Like, half the people
He's
when they
just
flex,
he's like
it's
water.
like it's like
you
Mickey
pour
Mouse.
him into a vessel.
It's
What?
like Mickey Mouse. Whenever you see Mickey Mouse flexing all those cartoons, it starts up and then it just all droops down. But no, not with Alitar. Like, he flex and it just gets bigger. Like, I'm like, wow, okay, Alitar. Okay, I see you. But regardless,
Yeah.
like, they're getting it done. I
I'm
think
here.
that's the biggest
All right.
takeaway.
They
The
are.
only
They
side
are
they've been able
getting
to
it done.
win is here on Hookah. They are going to be reattempting now. But the Jackal is once again being brought by Alitar. No surprise, I do the same after getting an ace on an agent, operator, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. Sometimes you if you're feeling it, go ahead and walk it out. I mean, the Jackal actually was huge across that entire round, so there's that as well. It is worth mentioning. It wasn't just the gun; it was the U-tail was coming in big. The Inox very, very effective in that setup. Interesting that they have Juventino now here on the blitz, so he'll go ahead and secure that wall leading out of kind of billiards, give them the protection there. It's not really been an issue so far. It's been a very direct assault from Lise McRae both of these times, very much focused on the hookah side. And again, I will say, I do think a Mira play here could be very useful for this. It could actually really do a lot to slow down some of the pressure that's being applied in that very direct fashion. Already, though, the attackers are inside the building. This is a pacing that we've not seen previously here. An attempted wall bang. Mir won't secure the kill. Mir trying to make it stick, won't find it. Checks another wall instead. That doesn't work either. Now Slim with the long bomb frags going in. No joy on him. But I got to appreciate the arm there on the Maverick. As they solidify just a little bit here. Chaz has basically been cut off in Sunrise. He's going to have a devil of a time getting out of this.
Indeed, he will, but if he delays enough time, I think his job has been done. Clearing out right. He'll get a down for his fight. Chaz, he has all the might. Downed. Won't survive the night.
That's it's gonna be one of those banned Dr. Seuss books. Too violent.
Oh, no.
Too violent.
I went silent. Like, I wonder what
It was good. It was
wasn't
good. It was a
bad.
good rime. It was
Thank
it was Homeric verse. I liked it. It was very good. It's like Puck in Midsummer's Night. You were rhyming everything. It was beautiful. Hallow, by the way, droning the way up here, trying to see if everything's secure. Needs to not misdrone the smoke, and they will not do so. So they know that smoke is there. Let's see how they deal with the smoke, though. They haven't had to root out that many defenders. That's been something that I think both of these sides have sort of avoided in a lot of this. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. Alitar, who's been a little bit quiet here, gets that drone immediately on Juventino. Juventino suddenly realizing that he's not safe here like he thought, and he will get burned down. He tries to crawl to safety, but he will find none as Alitar gets yet another kill here. Alitar with that Inox has just been an absolute nuisance. I really have had problems with this as Mir gets another pick, and Mir and Alitar are just singing here on Coastline.
I think they've been waiting. They saw that it's decided. They like, hey, we're on Clubhouse. Oh, wait, we can go to Coastline? Guys, let's push through. Let's give them a bit of a fight. And that's exactly what we're starting to see. Alitar beginning to matrix around the bullets. He's the one that has the case. He's the one that gets the plant. We called him a flex. He's a man of all trades. Who else can do that? That's right. It's the hard breach of Hallow. He'll take out the head of Zulu, as well as T-Bone will be on the refrag. Mirror gonna hit the deck, and now he has to find 3 remaining players. Looking out onto the ledge, that's where he's assuming most of them will be. There's also those Kona stations, one at the very back of sight, that should be able to feed him the immediate information as soon as it pops up. Although it won't. The Jackal not being in range, but there he sees the notification. He had now his confirmation that there's at least 1 defender sitting at the back of Hookah. But that doesn't account for the other 2 that are still MIA. Swinging around, he's going to push up towards Hookah doorway. Oh, there's Wimu. We didn't see him. You didn't see him, but he was still there, covering that cross angle, and he'll
Good
out his
cross.
hairs.
Good cross from the Finka to just be waiting there, and it's been a stomping here from Lees McRae. The best that Clark University can do on the defense is knock up that 4-2. I mean, it's worth pointing out, right, that this is not necessarily a defender-sided map. Coastline, again, is kind of the Call of Duty map of the Siege maps, and that gunplay is very much an issue. It is interesting to me, though, because if you had told me, Banks, in earlier rounds that it'd be Lees McRae who seems to be leading when it comes to these gun skill fights, I don't think I necessarily would have believed you, because, I mean, has been good. Ali Tar has been, I would say, mid-range when it came to the gun skill, has really stepped it up on this map, but consistency was very much on the side of Clark University, and they just have not been able to muster it here so far on this particular coastline. Maybe just time getting to them. It's always a possibility. I mean, we've been going at this for almost 3 hours now between these two teams, and these have been drawn out maps too, so it's definitely been an energy suck for these squads. And I'm just going to throw this out there. Again, Mira would be super... Zulu, no. I was just going to add, Mira would be really useful. They have a Jaeger. They reinforce the wall. They put a bulletproof camera on it. And it's kind of like, you know, there's one operator. She's got a window. It's pretty strong, but will not be making an appearance here today. We will stick with that bulletproof camera setup instead. The budget, the dollar store Mira right there, as it were, or even the dollar store evil eye, really, as it were. And again, verticality could be very important here, but neither of these teams, they're not going in for it. Lees McRae, I think they're going to come at it pretty straight again.
The directorate has been working. If they win this round, that's a 5-1 split in favor of Lees McRae, and I think that's exactly the position that they want to be in. Slim even doing the droning. I still don't understand the Maverick pick, but in reality, if they are able to clear out a lot, they are able to torch their way into security, free that up. The last time, like one of the first times we actually saw Kitchen was... Clark University's win was not on Hookah. I was mistaken earlier. It was on Kitchen when the Tachanka survived. Meanwhile, T-Bone will find one, quickly refragged by Mir. Solid plays. Juventino to find Slim on the Maverick, and it's trades all around. But what is this? That's Zulu proned. He is hiding out. He is just above 50 health, and I think he's an absolute madman, because how can you possibly think that's going to work? But then again, I've been proven wrong almost every single time, Corbeck.
Prognostication is a difficult art. You can't trust prophecy. You ever read Oedipus? That whole arc? Prophecy gets a lot of people in trouble in that. That's your high culture reference of the day. Barbarian Chief here, just stacked up behind the shield, waiting for someone to walk into them. That is an aggressive shield placement, but not necessarily a bad one. And certainly the round has been going in favor of Clark University, so they will, I'm sure, be happy to take round number 2 here. And I think they will walk away with it the way things are looking. Jazz here playing in the main lobby with the MP5 on the Malusi. Seems quite snug here. Not a lot of threats, though, in the general area. Zulu One Actual is perfectly positioned here to ruin Finka's day should they attempt to come in through this window. There will be no droning here as well, so I think they genuinely have no idea. Honestly, at this point in time, I just back up and let him come in. Ali Tar pops in and gets 2! Whoa, Ali Tar from nowhere. Unfortunately, the feed freezes up just a little bit, but here comes Finka on the hard charge. Smoke grenade will shut it down, and Chaz salvages the round, but it nearly went sideways there as Ali Tar comes swinging in, well, on the exact same angle that Chaz used to win it out.
Funny enough, I think that round was over the moment that smoke canister was detonated, the Finka charge was activated. It's quite uncommonly known, but when you actually activate that Finka adrenaline, when you have adrenaline in your system, are you breathing faster or slower?
You're sucking down
faster. And what's that toxic smoke going to do? It's going to go into your lungs even faster, which means that's a lot of damage. And I'm sorry, but Gorilla Glue or Gorilla Tape or duct tape, that's what it is not going to work.
No. You can't duct tape your esophagus or your lungs.
Actually,
so I don't think that's going to help. Actually, no, you definitely can. I mean, I guess you could, but I don't think it would end very well. But yeah, no, it is one of those weird interactions. It's actually funny how many interactions Finka has that I think people don't usually think about, and that is one of them. Doesn't she also like clear goo status or something? I seem to remember something akin to that, but maybe I'm misremembering. She's got a couple of weird ones. The one that I always find really entertaining is she. I think if you stim boost, she clears flashbangs.
Yes, that was
like
one at the start.
The blind,
the blindness effect is down. I'm sorry. What does adrenaline do to what? How does that one make sense?
Doesn't clear glue. Clues concussion, not flash. Thank you. Yeah. Because are you sure it doesn't clear flash? I thought there was somebody who said that you could almost
that
use her
that was at the start.
Yeah, you could almost use her in conjunction with Ying, but they've changed it now, so apparently it's only concussion. Interesting.
Did you know that when they were making her, it was a speed buff as well? Like adrenaline, you're gonna run faster, actually, yeah. And they were testing it, and it literally made 4 speed ashes.
Speaking of speed, by the way, Oryx has made an appearance here on Coastline. You don't see Oryx very often, so that's a bit fun. He is actually perfectly viable on Coastline. He can be a real nuisance here, especially his ability to kip up through hatches can be really problematic on Coastline because he can just kind of be anywhere. Ooh. Good kill early on from Mir, though, who starts things off with a bang on the Malusi. Throwing the impacts down there as well. I don't necessarily know what that was about, but certainly letting him know.
Gotta catch them all. And like, you know, sometimes you waste the Pokeball, sometimes you get it.
Sometimes the Pokeball wastes you.
Oh. Alitar, Chaz with the refrag. I really wanted to see the Oryx work, especially with that hatch in play. But now with minute 50, 4v4, Stim will come out for Mir. It does seem like a little bit of a stall out, I must admit. But that does not mean that the round is over. They're being quite patient, waiting for something to go down, the modern kid might say. But I'm curious, Corbeck. I'm curious to see these interactions. ADS, if you're going to peek an angle like that. Wimlo or Wimu. Chaz to find a second.
Oryx is entertaining, but everybody knows a true connoisseur goes up through those with an Umaru. That's how you really climb hatches. That's the true art right there. T-Bone firing a couple shots in speculatively, but there's nobody in Hookah, so they go to waste. More lead to be added to the walls of Coastline. Chaz now pushing up through Cool Vibes. Chaz has had a pretty good run here. Hard peaks that with a full body swing and continuing to mess around on that angle. Hallow playing up tight on the top deck, gets wall banged. Good night, Sweet Prince. He will be down and downed. Barbarian Chief was the one who was playing off the front there with the Famas, doing good work. Mir gets hit by an air jab, got out of nowhere. Mir, though, still secures a kill onto Chaz. Now Slim in a position, I don't think they accounted for this. Slim will go down, but there's a TK. T-Bone shoots Barbarian Chief, and then Mir finishes off T-Bone. Oh, and they were in such a good position as well. Now it's only Mir and Zulu one actual, and Zulu akin to Santa Claus here with a gun. He's up on the roof. I don't think he's going to be able to get back inside in time. He goes for the vault over, trying to get back in, desperately moving through into Aquarium.
Stay still.
Mir knows.
Mir. Don't. No. Okay.
Mir destroys him on the peak, though. Zulu One actual, given the Viking crew cut there, and Mir clutches out the round.
Oh, man. I'm going to go gray like Michael Finnegan. And don't let me begin again, man. Oh, my goodness. Every single time, Corbeck. Every single time. You can't peek that. Play the safety, please. I understand you're cutting off the hairs on his head. But, and I try. If anyone's going to hit those shots, it's going to be Mir. We've seen him hit those shots time and time again. But you don't risk that. That's an unnecessary gamble. That's basically saying, hey, I got this. I could pat the stats a little bit more. Regular season looking pretty good, but no, I always feel like it's more admirable just to wait it out. I think
it is. Aggression is good, and I think there's a place for it, but perhaps not in those situations. Mm-hmm. We also don't know if he had good intel on that. Somebody might have been calling it, so maybe he felt a little bit more comfortable to do it. But yeah, I agree with you in the general thought process that usually you want to hide, right? You don't want to force it. By the way, Ali Tar playing like his 20th hero of this match just coming out of the Maestro. Again,
Everything, he plays it all.
Mira, she exists. Like, we're going to put an evil eye on it instead. Just remember Mira. It's like they're so used to her being banned, you can't even comprehend running her instead. Weemo putting down an interesting reinforcement right there. Some teams will actually leave that open, but Weemo throwing that down regardless. Mir playing off on the Malusi again, going to go for an early peek here out the front door. He could actually get somebody on this. A lot of people don't think about this particular angle, and he definitely tries his level best, but he can't. Security challenges, and T-Bone goes down. The wheels coming off Clark University here, and Lees McCrae on their way to match point.
Starting shock drone.
This could be an absolutely huge pick, just because I feel like the actual progress that has been made by Clark University right now is not sufficient enough. Ali Tar spotting out the Ash, Chaz and Juventino both winning out their gunfights, and they are just ripping the words out of my mouth because they just don't want the game to end. They are holding on with dear life. They aren't ready to let this series go, and that is being proven time and time again, even as we hit this 2-minute mark.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Even as we hit this 2-minute mark, Slim here holding up in kitchen, running across that opening. That's a risky play. Barbarian Chief doing the droning here will lose the Twitch drone, but that's okay. Look at these gunfire angles that they're setting up here. The Nomad air jab being planted on the window. I don't know if they necessarily wanted that. Even Tito swinging in from the main lobby, though, will get one. Hallow putting it right back, but still a 3v2 situation. Hallow tucked up in the corner here by the supplies. It won't work. He'll go down. Juventino gets another one. Slim, the only one left alive. And Slim is cut down by Barbarian Chief, who just runs in with the FAMAS and kills him, basically. Doesn't even give him really an opportunity to react. Good headshot there at the tail end of that gun spray.
Well played. Gotta give credit where credit is due. They really surrounded Kitchen, and that's exactly how you want to play. You don't want to give any breathing room to the defenders. The next step to that is adding in that vertical presence. So well played to them. And I've got to say, Corbeck, every single time I think I know what's probably going to happen, something else comes out of the back pocket of both these teams. My ability to predict is out the window, and me as an analyst would never be a good thing, I assume.
You can't trust oracles. You just can't trust the future. That's the key lesson to be learned from all of this. Just can't trust them.
Exactly. Like, why would I trust someone like that?
I trust somebody who's trying to predict the future. I don't know. There was this one Persian king, Cambyses, really didn't like oracles. He was making war on Egypt. He sent an army to go kill the Oracle of Siwa, which was this place out in the desert. And then the army got lost in the desert and they all died. But the real lesson there is don't trust oracles. Just try and get rid of them whenever you can.
Well, when you try to get rid of them, that's when the prophecies come true.
Not necessarily. I
They
mean,
all
yes,
died.
actually. Now
They
that I
all
think of it.
died.
Well, I don't think the Oracle of Siwa said that was going to happen. I think that was just
definitely
poor
did. They
planning.
said like, "Oh, they're coming for me."
Oh, bring water and a map.
No,
when you're
no,
going
no,
to
no.
the desert as well. That's also a valuable lesson here. Anyway, Siege. Lees McCrae has to win this one out, right? This is a very critical round for them. They don't want to give Clark University any wind to push them back into this, right? They want this to be the veritable desert here for Clark University. On the other side, Clark University suited in a good position to go through and get this. Barbarian Chief now rolling the Twitch drone up. Goes ahead and takes down the regular camera right there and gives them a good idea of what lies ahead.
It sure does. Swinging out, they'll get that Twitch drone looking for the default drone, which they will inevitably be able to take out. Now, the defense of Lees McCrae has come into full effect. They are doing such an effective job of delaying the time, and look at these extensions. Slim being able to extend out into this south hallway, or luggage as many would call it. If he doesn't overextend and is able to get these huge kills, Mir going down with the quick reframe, but Slim was able to get the hard breach of T-Bone. Barbarian Chief is going to be a much harder target. As he swings out, he won't be able to win it out due to the high fire rate of that FAMAS.
Yeah, also kind of just a pea shooter, right? Like in that head-to-head competition, it's not necessarily the gun you want, so Valkyrie will drop. Ali Tar, though, playing up tight on the site with the Thunderbird here, does have the spear, which does hit a lot harder. So that's something to keep a note of. And look at the yellow ping. I mean, just the intel is just perfect. They knows exactly what's going on. They hear the barbed wire opening. Ali Tar not taking the shot, though. Really waiting on this to make sure that they actually secure the kill. The air jab coming out here as well, trying to put that to kind of secure this backwards route coming through VIP. And now the swing coming in from the Thunderbird. Ali Tar will get one, goes for the other one, falls back behind the couch, and an exchange of unpleasantries between the two of them does not come about for Ali Tar. He throws out the impact, finds nothing. Maybe he wishes he had a nitro cell right now, but he stays tight, tucked up behind this diffuser.
Spray is coming out. Hallow will fall to the spray all the way through. Chaz has snuck up. He'll be able to finish off the down player, giving away his location on that flank, leaving Wimu 1 and 6. He's going to have to come up Pew. LTR. Alitar able to find the headshot. Now down to the 2v2. Spray's coming out. Alitar, you are vulnerable to your Hall of Fame. Be careful, my friend. Flash coming out. Wimu just waiting things. He knows he can get this play, and this kill is exactly what his team needs. Waiting it out. Triple kill for Ali Tar. Double kill from Chaz. Coming down to the 1v1. Who will win it out? The heavy hitting spear or the fully healed Ali Tar with that stem. Looking to the right. It will be the pistol of Chaz.
Oh, so close right there, too. And the Kona stations came in huge right there, but just headshot from the pistol. Nothing to be done for a Clark University staying in this, holding on by the absolute hairs of their chinny chin right now. Do not want to give up the fight, and I can't blame them. I tell you what, Binks, you wouldn't think that there was a playoff spot. There's nothing on the line. They're both going to go to the playoffs. You would think that this was like a fight for something very important, but all that's at stake here is pride, and I do kind of love it. The sense of these two, just they're just going at it. They're like prize fighters in a ring. Neither one is going to back down, as
What's
it were.
The point, Quebec? What's the point? They're not fighting for anything. They're fighting for how many hours of sleep they can take away from their opponent
Honor.
And the casting staff. We know what's
Duty.
up. I have read into your book. I know you guys are texting right now.
Commitment.
We can make these guys stay up. They got more commitments. No, we got a bedtime.
It's pride.
No, they're
pride, Binks.
How are we going to sleep after this? They've given us such a riveting,
Proudly?
compelling game. I'm going to be sitting looking up at the ceiling the entire night wondering, they really did show up today.
They really did show up today. I mean, we were talking about this before the game starts, and they were 2-3 and 2 teams. They also had very similar kind of map score, win-loss map scores. So I think this was always sort of in the cards, but yeah, it's pride, man. They're fighting for school pride. You gotta give them credit for that, right? The pride of a good competition. Keeping us all up here over on NECC and providing us with, admittedly, what has been a very entertaining final map of the regular season as well. I will say that. It has been something. These two guys going at it. It's not champagne Rainbow Six Siege, but it's the kind of like the Miller High Life of Rainbow Six Siege. It does the job, and it can still lead to a very good time.
Well, no,
we
you're
know
not that
here
guy.
trying to swing
You're
the
not
window.
that guy. You're not
What?
that guy. Wilmo Powell, you are not that guy.
Oh, he
Live to see
is,
another
though.
day.
He's gonna be. This is his moment.
We're back. I want to see
Chariots
it
of
happen.
Fire music playing in the background. He's got to make the swing. No, he gives it up. It was wise. It was the wise thing to do, I think, in that scenario.
Oh my goodness. I am on the edge of my seat right now. I'm concerned. Both these teams have the ability to pull it out. And the chances are that we are going to be going the full mile Malusi trap will alert the mute. Swings coming out. Chaz winning it out against Hallow on these cool vibe stairs. And I know it's not going to be nothing but blue vibes from here on out.
I really liked how Hallow poked. That's why I laughed. I liked how Hallow poked his head out there. It's like a meerkat. Like, oh, somebody shot the Malusi. Oh my God. They're right there. The last thing I expected in this tight, confined, close quarters battle. Barbarian Chief considering putting the Claymore there, but backing up, I think he might have heard footsteps or something, or at least he thought he heard footsteps, so he'll reverse in this situation. They still have to kind of secure an area over to the point as the Twitch drone is sent out. Juventino getting a kill, and that'll be Slim who is down. Juventino is firmly inside Aquarium here and will continue a very aggressive push in towards Billiards. Then they too put down a Claymore. So a minefield being established here. Wimo is terrified in the corner as he watches the Twitch drone destroying some utility at long range. And he knows his life is pretty much forfeit at this point in time, and certainly he will die. Chaz gets him. Chaz now pushing on the other angle. Chaz playing a tight line. They're all, I think, over towards his VIP side. One may be buried in the corner of Hookah. And he actually had a clear shot right there, but he didn't realize it. As Chaz is on a triple kill. Ali Tar now pushing up, swinging into the corner. Barely sees Chaz there on the ground, secures the shot, but Juventino will find him on the other side.
Very good cleanup. They really did have control, and that was on the verge of being a flawless round. That's probably one of the best rounds we've seen from Clark this entire map. They really showed that they had control, and now that we're even up 5-5, if I was a Lee's McRae fan, then I am going to be completely honest with you. They are 110% shaking in their boots. They're saying, oh no, what is going on? We've lost control. Slim, don't do this to me. Don't bait out that word. Don't do it. Don't switch. Don't play
the switch
with
is going. The switch is going. Yeah, they will, though. That's the problem. Mira, what? Now, finally?
Quebec, I'm out of water.
Here at the end of all things, Sam? You will bring out the Mira? Okay, sure. I mean, I've been saying play Mira this entire time, and they will play her, and that is a good thing to do, especially on this site. She is a good character for this site, or operator, I should say. Mira coming out on the Valkyrie, so two very strong defensive ops making their appearance known, as Mira getting a little aim lab practice in there early on, goes ahead and just dinks that drone. Has the camera here as well. We'll put it at the back of Sunrise there. Very good black eye placement. Gives them solid intel on anybody who's creeping in that way. Interestingly enough, they have played the Mira, but I don't know that they've necessarily put the Mira windows down where I would expect them to. Do they still have those black mirrors? Yep, they do. There we go. Do.
Luckily, they do. Quebec, I'm out of water. My mouth is getting dry. I don't know how these teams are still going at it, but every single round, it gets more and more interesting. There's always something new to be looking at. Mir going for an aggressive peek, hopefully getting his Valkyrie cam out and about in the out in the boot in the public domain. But regardless, Kona Stations doing their job, as well as Chaz going in through Sunrise. This is quite an interesting push. It may look like they're going to be opting to completely forfeit going to anywhere near where those mirror windows are. As well as, where's the roam? I've not noticed too much of an extension coming out from these threads.
Yeah, they're playing it a little bit tight, I think, on this one. The Mute Jammer down there blocking some of the entryway, but it's Ali Tar who's striking early. Ali Tar is a beast on this map, has really been putting it in, and our observer's putting out, and it is true. Chaz is on 19 kills. Chaz is right there. Very close to hitting the big 2-0. Not going to get it on this round, as Mir racks up another one. Ali Tar and Mir on 15 and 12, respectively. If you want to feast versus famine statistics, Zulu 1 Actual is on 1, as is Wemo. So that's interesting that there's that kind of big of a difference here in these two teams in terms of their overall fragging potential, but they're still doing work on both sides. Clark University there on the short peak. Hallow just waiting for someone to walk into his gun sight. He finds it. Hello, Juventino. You are very much down and out, and you'll go ahead and get another one as well. Zulu 1 Actual walks into the gun sight. They're going to go ahead and pop the mirror window leading to the outside. The black mirror is down. That's going to give Barbarian Chief the drive they need to push in, but will it give them the ability to succeed in this gunfight against the Jaeger? The shots come out, and Barbarian walks away. Definitely the worse for wear on that gunfight. Going to continue to press it out. Barbarian Chief will secure a beautiful kill there onto the Jaeger, taking him off at the top. Barbarian Chief now rotating around towards the service entrance, carefully blocking that direction. Just wants the up and in, sends out the Twitch drone to lead the way, the guiding light there with the little taser to match, and I think we know where they're going. They're going to try and get that mirror window down. It sneaks in. They secure the mirror window. They try to get the back shot there onto the Coda as well, but it doesn't work. They'll push through the door, and Slim ends their miserable existence right there at the entrance.
Well played by Slim. And I, I gotta highlight a lot of the key plays that have been taking place. Clark as well as Lees McRae, they've really shown up, and now Lees McRae will have maintained their round differential advantage going up to match point. Quarterback, if I told you that this one is going to be going the mile just like all the other ones, would you believe me?
Yeah, I think I would. I mean, like I said, we said it was a possibility when we were talking about it. You were the first one. I think this one, you literally said, I think we'll see this one go to 3. And you were right. And it has, and it's not surprising. I mean, these two teams have been very evenly matched. This has been probably one of the most evenly matched Siege games that I've seen in a really long time. And I mean, that's very good, right? Like, this is the kind of competition you want, neck and neck. I mean, it would be a little bit better if there were bigger stakes involved. There really aren't. But you got to appreciate that both of these teams seem super committed to winning this one out. So I've enjoyed it. I mean, it's been a very engaging and entertaining matchup between these two squads.
It has. I never expected it. And when I say never, I mean I expected it to go with 3, but I expected it to be a quick match. I didn't expect them to be as down to the wire as it is, and how grueling this must be. That the mental is going to be shocked for each of these teams.
True.
And now we are once again going into what could be our final round of regular season. These guys just don't want to let the season go, but I'm sorry guys, seasons change, and with those changes you gotta keep on moving towards adapting. We're going to see the players of Clark University fighting to stay alive, moving towards both the penthouse hatch as well as going for that hookah clear. Interesting enough, I'm not sure if you mentioned it, but this Mira pick is quite pivotal, and I think it could make a big difference. But Barbarian Chief, once again taking that Twitch, could be the deal breaker.
Yeah, I mean, Barbarian Chief has done a good job of plaguing these Black Mirrors, right? He hasn't really given them much room to breathe in that regard, but that's not a guaranteed out, right? You can't always count on that. And I was going to say that Black Eye was not particularly well placed, and Chaz spots it right away and takes it down. Mir coming back towards the site of the Black Eye's destruction. The drone's rolling in. That will give Mir the idea that he has been spotted. He goes for the C4. Unfortunately, he sticks it to the wrong place, and it gets shot. Mir now backing up. The drone ping still on him. Fortunately, Mir is able to get out of danger and run into a little bit of a hidey hole right there. That could have been a lot worse there from Mir. Still getting pursued here. Chaz gets the kill, and there is the 20th kill for Chaz. He has broken the big 2-0. So well done, Chaz. Big game here on Coastline. The Black Mirror has been smashed. It has not been popped, but it is functionally useless now. They do still continue to have very good intel out onto the corridor just outside of the lounge. So a lot can still happen here in this setup.
Oh, that's the Twitch drone. They got the mute jammer. Now they're going to be looking to open things up. That's a lot of vulnerabilities. Zofia swinging in. We'll be able to find one. Quickly refragged by Slim. That's although Ali Tar, one of the top frags, who was on the operator of the Thunderbird, will be falling and relegated until the inevitable now, hopefully, overtime. Chaz will be able to find his 21st kill, and now he is legal drinking age, ladies and gentlemen, which means he can only go up from here. Swinging around will be another altercation. This will be the Twitch of Barbarian Chief trying to find it, but it won't even matter. T-Bone and Zulu 1 Actual will be bringing this one all the way to overtime.
All the way. Huh? All the way. That's really what we're looking at here. They're going the distance, man. They're not going for speed, but they're going the distance. As it's 6-6 here. Final match of the NECC. And it is going to the limit. Push it to the limit. Walk along the razor's edge. I can't remember how the rest of the lyrics to the song go, so I'm just going to leave it at that. As we get ready to start here, Clark University will be on the attacking side. It will be kitchen service entrance again. Slim coming out on the Mirror, so Mirror will be in this lineup. Thunderbird, who has been a consistent staple of the defensive sides here, will be making an appearance.
Attackers need
as
to locate
per.
and defuse bombs.
last time this worked out for Lees McRae. This was been a decent sight for them in general, partly foisting kind of the mistakes of their opponents back on top of them.
But we'll see as they start to set up if they will maintain their defensive setup from last time or if they'll make some changes. I mean, again, the Twitch drone was kind of the nuisance here, and they did not do a good job of particularly shutting it down. They do have Hallow on the mute, but he wasn't really able to stop him when they were rolling out.
10 seconds left.
What's important about mute jammers, especially with Twitch having that unlimited range, is just placing them in areas that Twitch can visually not see. You have to make sure you enable that line of sight and get rid of it. You gotta completely lock them out. Interesting barricade now. Oh man, quarterback, I'm lost. Juventino clearly isn't. He's looking in the bathroom stalls. Juventino, I gotta admit, that's a bit creepy, but if that's how you get your kills, then so be it. He will actually use an impact grenade. I don't know what the point of that one was. A bit of explosive diarrhea, I'd have to assume, but Shaz will find the head of LTR, and now they'll be moving forward with a man advantage as the top frag on the side of Lees McRae is not going to be participating for the rest of it.
Well, Chaz has really gone Super Saiyan here on this map. That's 22 kills now for Chaz. This has been his coastline. And, well, there's a solid MVP for you as well in the form of Chaz. Shots coming down from Mir don't find their target. Alitar, as you said, is down, so we will not see the Thunderbird plays. Good shots coming in, but just swallowed there by the void of Sledge. He will survive them both. T-Bone with the good refrag. Just makes them hurt. Now it's a 5v3 situation here in the first round of overtime, and the assault building up hard on the backside of Kitchen. No mirror window here in this particular situation. Hollow holding a similar spot to last time. He gets spotted out and killed. Juventino gets 2 with the LMG. Here comes the final pressure. Wemo can't do anything. It's a flawless round to start overtime here on Coastline.
That is explosive. Flawless round. Clark University are coming in absolutely swinging. Now they have this defensive end, and I have to remind you, we have seen 4-2 splits favoring the attackers, both sides. That's how we have actually been able to get to this overtime area. So now the objective that is actually chosen by Clark University is going to make all the difference. It will be hookah lounge and billiards, where we will be doing battle. And I got to admit, I am quite curious to see how they plan to change this one up. They were able to properly dismantle the Rome in previous rounds while they were defending, but Warbeck, I think it's just prophecy to go all the way.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
A lot of talk about prophecy this evening. You were prophetic at the very start, and that you said it was going to go to 3. Let's see if you can pull it twice here. With this prophecy.
The problem is both times I wanted to be wrong.
That's the problem, though. That's the problem.
That's why it's coming true.
You see things, and you just know the future. You don't, even if you don't want it to be true, it is true. Yeah. Again, I hate to harken back to classics, but this is a very common theme in Greek tragedies: is that you see the future and you can do nothing to avoid it.
Or Shakespeare's Julius Caesar.
5 seconds to go.
Yes, he is warned not to go,
but
he doesn't listen. Yeah, the soothsayer, but that wasn't the soothsayer who got stabbed. I mean, it was Julius Caesar who got stabbed.
No,
so
but it's that information. He should have listened, but you just mentioned the prophecy the same way I'm telling these players to hurry up, finish, and go to bed. Otherwise, you're not going to be happy in the morning. They're not going to listen. You see, it's the same concept.
Yeah, I get it. No, I get it 100%. That or we've just been doing this game for 3.5 hours, which is far too long, perhaps. But let's see who ends up getting shanked here at the feet of the statue of Pompey, the Roman Senate, which will be our allegory for today's fight on Coastline. Zulu 1 actual backing up right there. There's some holes in the wall, Zulu. You got to be a little bit careful. Zulu running out of the room. Discretion, the better part of valor there for the Thunderbird. Can't necessarily blame them. I wouldn't stay there either. Didn't seem like a very fun place to be. Alitar back on the trackle, and the tracking begins.
Oh, no.
A very clear sight line. Nearly could have gotten the kill right there if he'd been a little bit faster on the draw. Needs to watch his teammate's head.
That'd be the worst thing to happen right there, as Weebo now going back down the opposite direction and decides to instead go back the other way.
I don't know how the defender of Barbarian Chief was able to escape that, but regardless, they're out of there without a scratch. And now Slim, all the way from VIP, will get what could be one of the most influential kills. Zulu 1 Actual now biting the dust. They will now have to wait for their team to either clutch up or the final round in the regular season of NECC coming up after this, possibly. Regardless, they're pinched. This is where they make their stand. They're trying to trap them inside VIP. That's a hole to your left, T-Bone. You gotta wake up. Mir gonna fall to the gunner of Chaz. He's gonna rotate down security, hatch, and make his way all the way towards blue. Now with this final minute, this has been one of the biggest conjunctions. Slim finding a second for the round. Jackal Tracks even coming out to assist. Spraying on to the lonesome smoke player. Chaz is being tracked down. Barbarian Chief coming in with a huge kill onto Wilmo. It is only these two players left. The rotates are coming out. Chaz needs to make a play with his combatant of Barbarian Chief. 38 seconds. Tick tock. Make your move, Lees McRae, because you don't have much time. Hallow will be hallowed out by that goo mine eating at him from down below. If they can shut down this plant effectively, that could be the difference of the round. Rotating in, it is the Maverick. But do they know? Spray's coming out. It'll be Slim to fall. Now, final two players. LTR on his esteemed Jackal. Hallow on the Hibana with the fuser. Barbarian Chief finding LTR. Hallow last alive, and it'll be Barbarian Chief with a huge 3K to end it off. And that is your final NECC regular season game going the way of Clark University.
To the bitter end, it really did go almost as far as it could. We nearly saw it go all the way there, Banks, but in the end, it will be Clark University who emerges victorious. Though certainly, Lees McRae, I don't think we could say that they walk away with this with anything less than pride. They fought an incredible match tonight. Both these teams really showing some spectacular moments on both sides. It was long, but it was a lot of fun to watch. It was a hell of a siege match.
Well, Corbeck, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I feel bad for all those players. Good luck with your 8 a.m. tomorrow. But regardless, Corbeck, I think
it was worth it. It was worth it for the spirit of the game, man.
They're going to kick you out of that bar soon. I'm going to give you a quick heads up. You better get going. We got to get you out of there. It's closing time. It's time for you to go to bed. And from all of us here at the NECC, we thank you for sticking with us to the bitter end of what could be one of the longest seasons in our regular season. And if this gives you a good show, you got to tune in for these playoffs. So without further ado, you guys have a wonderful night and take it easy.